It all began with an egg at the beginning of the universe. It cracked, shook, and out came Arceus, creator of all Pokemon. You might know that the Pokemon of Myth and the Lake Guardians were created next, but what about after that? Who created who, and what do they all even represent? I set out to create my own legendary Pokemon family tree, using as much detail as possible from the origins of each and every Pokemon, their abilities, their domains of power, what inspired every single one of them, and how they are all related to each other, giving us a definitive family tree. Howdy there, I'm Krillic, and before we begin, we need to actually start with defining what makes a legendary Pokemon legendary, or rather, what's a mythical Pokemon, what's a paradox Pokemon, what's an Ultra Beast. These are all considered special Pokemon, but let's back it up a bit. Ignoring base stat totals, I want to determine what makes a legendary Pokemon legendary in better terms. And ultimately, all special Pokemon can be grouped as the following. Legendary, Pokemon that have historically changed the world as we know it. Maybe it's Miraidon and Koraidon, who were the first paradox Pokemon who were documented. The legendary was the first of their kind. Alternatively, Pokemon like Mewtwo is a Pokemon created from the genes of the mythical Mew and DNA from humanity. Yes, human DNA was used to help create Mewtwo, but we'll get to that later. And one last reason why they are legendary is because they shifted history, such as the Swords of Justice, who fought for the safety and freedom of all Pokemon. Being legendary has nothing to do with their outright power. This is shown through Pokemon such as Heatran, which is significantly powerful, but there are Pokemon that are plenty stronger than it canonically. Nor are these Pokemon that there are only one Pokemon of. This is given through example like Latios and Latias, which we know there are many Latias confirmed, at least through even the Pokédex. But I will say at least many of these legendaries are considered gods or deities in general. Protectors that are tied closely to concepts of emotion, Mesprit, knowledge, Uxie, and willpower, Azelf. And it is through these concepts of power and their ability to control them that other legendaries have been created and can be used to tie each other together. Who's whose father? Who's whose mother? Let's figure it out. Other special Pokemon include Mythicals. These are Pokemon that are literally just regarded as myth. Hard to find like Shaman, assumedly never seen before like Mew, or simply lost to history without confirmation of their existence until recently like Meltan. There may be a few, there may be many, in terms of their numbers of their species. All we know is that they are rare. Next up, we have Ultra Beasts. These are pretty straightforward. These are creatures from beyond the stars and hail from dimensions separate from our own and even from each other. There is confusion and mixed signals on whether or not they are actually Pokemon, especially when we look at the Nebi line and the Necrozma line, instead of them being Ultra Beasts. But ultimately, they all share some Pokemon DNA canonically. But we also share DNA with bananas, so take that with a grain of salt. The reason why I know this is because the Pokeball information has stated that Pokeballs have a hard time finding the DNA within an Ultra Beast, and Pokeballs do work on Ultra Beasts. So, alternate dimension Pokemon. Finally, there are the Paradox Pokemon. These are Pokemon that have been confirmed to look like our Pokemon, but are unrelated genetically. They are from the past or from the future. And through this, in the Pokemon world, time travel has shown to be the same as traveling through different dimensions that are parallel to our own. And I intend to place each and every single one of these Pokemon into this tree. So let's set some important ground rules. I am making the assumption that all Pokemon are related to each other in some capacity, with very few exceptions. If those exceptions exist, they have to tie into another higher level deity Pokemon. I will clarify that further as we go along, and you'll notice it with certain Pokemon like Victini. In addition, we have some other Pokemon that represent the same concepts. For example, Kyogre is the embodiment of water and the seas and the oceans, whatever you want to say, but Lugia, which there are multiple of, also represents the sea and the storms, even the color silver if you want to be picky about it. Because of this, I am instilling a hierarchy of godhood, a true Pokemon pantheon with major gods, minor gods, demigods, and so on. I'm not going to explicitly state them, but that is what it is. After all, while some pantheons have gods that share their domains, I have decided that some Pokemon are simply minor gods within another god's domain. Protectors of sorts, if you would. And if that doesn't quite make sense now, don't worry, that will also become clearer later on. My D&D nerds are eating it up right now, I'm sure. But that should cover all of the necessary background information that we need to go through, and as I go along, I intend to paint some nice pictures with my words as I did with the ecology videos that I've released. If you haven't watched those, go check those out after this video. And I intend to also deep dive into all of the real life inspirations and origins of these Pokemon that helped me align them within this tree and some additional stuff. So, without further ado, let's begin with the beginning, the very beginning of all time, or rather, before time. An egg floats within space, or rather, within the void itself, because there is nothing here. The universe itself doesn't exist. Neither does time, light, darkness, or anything else for that matter. There is not even absence, because the concept of it has not been created yet. But then, the egg cracks, and light begins to shine from within. The first beams of warmth and visibility shines into the world, but an egg may crack and not hatch just yet. So instead, this light continues to spill out more and more, bleeding into the void, cutting into the nothingness, and shredding it. And as the universe is being born, it reacts to this light as two creatures begin to form. One from the light itself, a creature of pure light born from it and beginning to take form as one of the first dragons. Colossal in size beyond comprehension, fit with 4 luminescent wings, but it continues to form into existence, nameless and not yet fully formed. The other is a being born from the void itself. It exists purely because of existence itself, as it extends from the now disturbed void it once resided in as an incomplete creature. Now, particles of light have shaken the void, and this space worm detests it, as it serves to be the dark matter of this world, becoming the other of the first 2 dragons to ever exist. But it too continues forming, incomplete and nameless within this new reality. The 2 continue to form, only because of the egg as it continues to crack, shake, and eventually hatch. And so the first Pokemon, quote unquote, is born, the one true Arceus. The being with 1,000 arms, beams of light bursting from it, reality begins to take form. Reality then shakes violently in Arceus' birth, and the elements of the world are formed one by one with the scriptures of Arceus, otherwise known as the Plates of Arceus and Pokemon types. And as this is done, the final touches are given to our other 2 creatures, birthed in response, not from eggs, but from light and dark matter in response to Arceus' birth, Ultra Necrozma and Eternamax. So, as you would expect, Arceus is truly the first, but Arceus, as we know it, is not the one true Arceus. The unnamed quote-unquote Pokemon that has never been seen is the one true Arceus. What you would not probably expect is that Eternamax and Ultra Necrozma were created by Arceus indirectly. It is often argued whether or not they were created by Arceus due to their origins, which we will get into later, but due to the reasoning we will talk about, you will see why I chose them to be created indirectly by Arceus' birth, hopefully finding a middle ground that I feel actually makes more sense than anything else I've seen. But let's start with why Arceus is first and everything we know about this Pokemon. Almighty Sinnoh, the alpha Pokemon, the first to exist and the creator of everything. According to legend, it shaped the Pokemon universe using its 1,000 arms. Arceus has been referred to as the original one in myths and legends, and is generally considered one of the strongest Pokemon. I don't know who's going to consider Arceus as not the strongest Pokemon, canonically at least, because let me tell you something, it bodies multiple legendaries with no problem, and the only reason it can get stopped is because of time travel. Otherwise, the Earth would have been destroyed. More on that later. It exists within its own realm, and it can split itself into parts, allowing that piece to exist outside of its realm in physical form. The true form is unknown and incomprehensible. To explain that better, imagine I am just sitting here. I am the one true Arceus. That is a bold thing to say out loud, but I am the one true Arceus. And I'm like, you know what? I really don't feel like going to Taco Bell today. I'm just gonna and then just drop a piece of me that looks exactly like me, can do everything I can do, except not as powerful, and send it off to go get Taco Bell for me, and then come back. Now imagine that happening 999 times. That is the one true potential, or the one option that could explain the 1,000 arms of Arceus. And just like any other god, Arceus is just a little bit vain, even creating an entire region where the outline of said continent looks exactly like Arceus, as we look at the Ransei region in Pokemon Conquest, which I have to admit, while looking through a bunch of stuff, highly recommend looking at Pokemon Conquest artwork for the Pokemon themselves. Some of the best, most dynamic poses I've seen in Pokemon in terms of their art. I love it. Though Arceus did not do all of this alone, it did receive some guidance, but we'll get to the Pokemon of Myth and the Lake Guardians later. Just know that those will include Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf. Also, at this point, if I quote anything, I'm going to switch to a slightly different accent, just to make it easier for our auditory listeners. And for anybody who complains about it, sucks! I don't care! This is for the people who actually want to listen and not complain. Although if you have constructive criticism, I'm all for it. It's the only reason I get better at these things. It has the power to recreate the Pokemon of Myth as well, presumably to guard the dimensions when a trainer has caught one of them. In Arceus and the Jewel of Life, Arceus is portrayed as having powers such as bringing back things that it once destroyed, making certain things vanish into thin air, halting time, and overturning the very laws of nature. In the same movie, it is said to feed off the energy of its plates. Arceus, in nature, does not tolerate foolishness or malice against it or Pokemon. As such, it will attack in a violent rampage if betrayed or deceived. Its signature move that no other Pokemon can learn being Judgment. You know, the thing God does to your soul when you enter into heaven, in which it releases countless shots of light that disintegrate the landscape around it. I want to say that word again. Disintegrate. There will be nothing left. Not even atoms, you're not being burned, you're not being frozen, you're not being turned to ash, you are disintegrating, wiped from existence. It can change its typing at will through the use of its plates or even Z crystals. It also uses Roar of Time, Spatial Rend, and Shadow Force in the boss battle in Legends Arceus. All three of those being incredibly significant. It is known to hold long grudges against those that do betray it, having been betrayed by a human named Deimos, causing Arceus to be outraged at all of humanity, and it stopped the destruction from the space-time void in Hoopa and the Clash of Ages, and it can not only calm down Dialga and Palkia, but also completely destroy the red chain that controlled them, which is technically created by remnant energy of Arceus. Arceus was known to care for and safeguard the planet in ancient times, protecting the world from cataclysms such as meteors, and it would show gratitude and compassion to those who treated it with kindness. In modern times, Arceus continues to watch over the world and wishes for people and Pokemon to work together in the face of adversity. Even when it is needed, it only gives hints on how to solve problems instead of directly interfering. Sounds like a god to me. Arceus can also give its blessing to other Pokemon through bolts of light, making them bigger and more powerful, as seen with the Ancient Heroes 10 Pokemon companions. This blessing is also passed down through family lines, as seen with the descendants of the heroes' Pokemon, the Noble Pokemon, and Ride Pokemon, worshipped by the people of Hisui. And if all that wasn't enough, it even changed a regular cell phone into an ARC phone, a device that allows humans, or your player character, to communicate with it through text messages or calls or whatever else. Because, don't mind me, I got a direct line to God and a prayer to say. Arceus appears in dreams and creates Pokemon within them to serve as challenges. It gives blessing to trainers as well, transforming their outfits into costumes known as Arc Suits, blessing the sync pair with a divine move, which I did not realize that that's what Arc Suits were in Pokemon Masters, because I haven't played it yet. maybe I'll play it on streams or something. There's a big story going on there, and I do have to reference that game a lot with this. And in Arceus and the Jewel of Life, using its Earth, Splash, Meadow, Zap, and Draco plates, Arceus created the Jewel of Life, a powerful artifact capable of turning a desolate land into a rich and fertile one. Mind you, without these plates, Arceus would die, or at least one of its arms would die. The plates also state the following, and I had to try and put them into order because I could not find them in order from anybody else. The original one breathed alone before the universe came. Where all creation was born, that is the being's place of origin. When the universe was created, its shards became this plate. The power of defeated giants infuses this plate. The rightful bearer of a plate draws from the plate it holds. It gathers power from the plates, listening for the flute's song. So to break that down, what that essentially means is when the universe was created, all of the plates were also created, shards of them all. The power of defeated giants infuses each of the plates, not just one of them. Yes, you might get it from large or legendary Pokemon, but they were created long after. So what giants infuse the plates? That's where I figured the two big ones, Eternamax and Ultra Necrozma, would come into play. And listening for the flute's song would be the flute that you play to summon Arceus. Of course, the rightful bearer of the plate would just refer to Arceus as well. Two beings of time and space set free from the original one. Three beings were born to bind time and space. Two make matter, and three make spirit, shaping the world. Three beings whose power can hold both time and space fixed. The third being raged, raining down bolts of anger. The other side of this world was given by the original one to its raging third. The rift is born of disorder on the other side of this world. The rules of time and space change within the opposite world. That which fills the other side of the world can shape the rage and mold it. Basically, this is the accounting of, alright, all of the plates are made. Now Arceus has created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and then created Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf. Giratina went on a rampage, which also ended up helping create a rift of sorts. Arceus, seeing this, takes Giratina, throws it into that rift, which is known as the Distortion World, the Mirror World, the world opposite to ours. And then, from there, Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf have the power to help control and tame Dialga and Palkia. The being poured the remains of its power into stone and buried it deep. That, I'm going to take a quick break on that one. That one would be the Origin Ore. The powers of plates are shared among Pokemon. From all creations, over all creations, does the original one watch over all. The original one is in all things. The original one is nowhere at all. I genuinely love all the plates when they're put into order like that. I think it's sick and it gives me chills. And if that doesn't make sense, I know I've been saying that a lot, it's gonna very quickly, because I'm just gonna quote directly for some additional information. As seen in the introduction sequence of Pokemon Legends Arceus, Arceus resides in a realm beyond time and space. There, it appears as a large amount of golden light shaped like the silhouette of its normal appearance, almost like its beta design. This is supposedly its true form. It was also shown to be capable of human speech, stating that Arceus is simply the name humans call it. The first ancient inhabitants of the Hisui region, the Celestica people, worshipped it, referring to it as Almighty Sinnoh and Great Sinnoh. Arceus also held the title Might of Sinnoh, with the term Sinnoh later on becoming the name of the region. The Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan also worship it, though they mistook Dialga and Palkia respectively for Arceus. In ancient myths, it is said that the Origin Ore, an ore of mysterious power, contains the power of Arceus itself, which is what the red chains are created from. In addition, you might be questioning, well, how did they mix up Dialga and Palkia for Arceus? Well, in their origin form, they can be seen as Arceus or similar to Arceus itself. That's the whole purpose of their origin forms. And back then, they were probably like, well, it doesn't match it perfectly. but it's not going to, because how would we have ever seen God? But all this doesn't stop there, as we have a lot more to cover regarding Arceus, such as its inspirations and name breakdown, which we will do again with every single Pokemon. Little to no surprise, Arceus is derived from many gods in real life religion. Arceus' stance and general form are similar to Egyptian bull and calf idols, particularly Apis, but may also be similar to equine idols, such as the Sky Father Daius, who is the god and creator of other gods, or the polymeliac, holy crap, that's a long word, Uchachai Shravas. I'm going to put it on screen and I apologize. The first and king of all horses, and Sleipnir, Odin's steed. Based on its appearance and attack movements in the 3D games, Arceus may be modeled after ordinary creatures, such as those from the Equidae, Camelidae, or Giraffidae families, literally just equine, horse, Camelidae, Camelidae, camel, Giraffidae, giraffe. I don't know why I couldn't just say that. All fantastical and mythical creatures, such as the Serenian hind, the Keelan, or the Longma. If we look at the arcing, symbolism that it has on its body, the arc on its back, it may be inspired by the Dharma Chakra, the single most important symbol of Buddhism, denoting the Buddha's first sermon in the forest at Sarnath, where he set Buddhist law, Dharma, in motion. Metropolitan Museum of Art, I see that. I just see that and I immediately want to continue quoting. Or the Baba Chakra, which is the Wheel of Life, used to represent a concept similar to the reincarnation in Hinduism. It also resembles a stylized halo, a form of religious iconography used by many religions to indicate holy, divine, or sacred figures. It has, at various periods, also been used in imagery of rulers, heroes, and saints. And finally, because Bulbapedia really has it nicely put for this, better than I can, the concept of the first god might be influenced by the Shinto gods of Kunino Tokotachi and Ameno Minakunushi, who summoned Izanami and Izanagi to create Japan with a spear. Its myth is nearly identical to the world egg found in the creation of myths of many cultures and civilizations. Arceus may also represent or be inspired by the Avalokitesvara, who in Buddhism has polymelia and is either pictured with 11 heads or 1,000 arms, the latter of which is mentioned in Arceus' Pokédex entry, or in a white, four-armed manifestation which could look similar to normal type Arceus. Both Izanami and Izagami are also going to be incredibly important later on. And of course, you can see why I use the egg at the beginning of all this to describe Arceus' birth now. Avalokitesvara is also known as Lord of the World. In addition, according to Khan Academy, Bodhisattvas are enlightened beings who are destined to become Buddhas, but postpone that final state in order to help humanity. The name Avalokitesvara means Lord who looks down with compassion. That same word, because I'm not going to say it and mess it up again, is shown here sitting on a lion throne and arrayed in jewels like a prince. Their purpose is ultimately to help humanity with compassion and mercy. And who would have guessed? It was Arceus who granted humanity the companions of Pokemon and wants them to work together. And you might be saying, now wait, hold on. Arceus gave humanity a gift? I thought Arceus created humans. He didn't create, or it didn't create humans? Nope. Arceus indirectly created humanity, and we'll resolve that later. Finally, to round out Arceus and its name, Arceus may be a combination of, I'm putting the words on screen, ancient Greek for origin and authority, or Alpha and Deus, Latin for God, or Zeus, king of the gods in Greek mythology. It may also involve arcane, aureus, which is Latin for golden, arc, arcesso, Latin for I summon. That sounds very Persona or JoJo's. Arceus, an aspect of the astral plane, or chaos, the origin state of the universe in Greek mythology, often personified as the first primordial deity. And finally, there you have it. The very first Pokemon to ever exist, or in reality, the first to exist in the multiverse that we know of. But I would absolutely say that with all the information that we have, Arceus is intended to be the one true god above all through its power, personality, and more. I mean, it can literally defy the, reality itself and the powers of all other Pokemon. Even the literal gods of time, space, and antimatter. All this, all that I've spoken of so far, this is what gives me chills. This is what makes me happy, puts a smile on my face, and it makes me excited, giddy, and so energized to continue. When I was dreading this because there are over 140 pages that I have to go over. Sorry, just under 140 with 136 pages that I have to go over of writing. But before we continue, thank you so much for watching so far. And if you would like to go the extra mile and support deep research like this, become a member of the channel or Patreon itself. Both are included in the description, or you could just go through YouTube itself and become a member. Because I'll be honest, without the support of patrons and members on YouTube and Patreon, I probably wouldn't have felt as comfortable as I am right now, going through so much detail and information, which takes so much more time, but also increases the quality. One day I would love to just have artists that I could commission regularly more often, so that way I could have better visuals for these videos. But back to the video. As previously stated, the light from Arceus' birth gave form to two other giants, Ultra Necrozma and Eternamax. These two, in their birth, do not know emotion, they do not know their own abilities, they only know pure survival instinct. Ultra Necrozma seeks to devour the light that gave it form. Eternamax seeks to return everything to the void, return it all to darkness. Much like a certain mystery dungeon creature called Dark Matter that bears a strange resemblance if it were coiled up, or if Eternamax was coiled up in my opinion. And so they both clash with Arceus in the first ever Pokemon battle. Arceus battled the other giants of the universe. With the power of its plates, Arceus could easily change and counter the two, especially as Eternamax and Ultra Necrozma were also opposing forces of each other. The fight itself created additional shockwaves. Energy coursed into the world, into the universe, into space itself, as ripples began turning into holes within reality, and particles of the universe were sewed into the fabric of reality. Eternamax was defeated, weakened into Eternatus. It then escaped into the void, sealing itself away within a hard shell and entering a deep slumber so that it may self-generate the energy it needs. Alternatively, Ultra Necrozma was more dangerous, being created by Arceus' light, the same light that could not be used to defeat it. So instead, while Arceus would eventually come out on top, defeating Ultra Necrozma, that light was different from Arceus' own and could still be used in favor of Arceus. This could all be compared to, then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, and God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And while Arceus didn't directly create them, it lines up. But let's start with Eternamax, as it is on a branch of this tree all by itself. Complete in form with all of its energy, Eternatus takes on the form of Eternamax, the origin of all Dynamax and Gigantamax power. Known as the gigantic Pokemon, it holds out at 328 feet, or 100 meters, and an unknown weight. Though these measurements, I will say, are not entirely accurate and not meant to be, in my personal opinion, considering the size of certain legendary Pokemon seem to change between games, not in their stats, but like visually, and anime adaptations as well, and are seemingly much larger otherwise. Eternatus serves as the source of the Dynamax phenomenon in Galar due to its power leaking out in the form of Galar particles following its defeat 3,000 years ago by Zacian, Zamazenta, and two young humans. After it reawakened in the present day, Eternatus' core needed to reabsorb the Galar particles in order to remain active, apparently due to its past defeats weakening it. In Pokemon Masters EX, Eternatus can replace Galar particles by absorbing Sync Zone energy in massive amounts instead. Its core can also project its absorbed energy into massive blasts fired directly from its center. Ignore that sound, I hit my desk. These blasts are capable of causing more damage to Dynamax and Gigantamax Pokemon. Pieces of its body imbued with its power rain down throughout Galar in the form of wishing pieces and wishing stars. When it is awake, Eternatus causes a phenomenon dubbed the Darkest Day, in which the massive quantities of Dynamax energy it unleashes causes Pokemon to Dynamax and rampage uncontrollably. It can also sometimes keep other Pokemon from Dynamaxing in its presence. Despite this connection to the phenomenon, it cannot Dynamax itself, as its Eternamax form replaces that effect. It can also force other Pokemon to Dynamax as it gathers and shifts particles in the area freely, or even revert those Pokemon from their Kaiju forms. Eternatus itself had its name coined by Chairman Rose, but in the past its name was simply the Darkest Day. Eternatus' poison has the capability to alter people's behavior, making them violent and selfish as shown in the Pokemon Adventures manga, which was mentioned by Calyrex. That was something that I would have never known if I didn't look into that. Eternatus is an extraterrestrial Pokemon that came to the Pokemon world inside an asteroid around 20,000 years ago. It's implied by Peonia that Eternatus' asteroid, referred to as a wishing star, landed at the Crown Tundra, specifically in Slippery Slope, creating a cavern called the Max Lair. And as stated, when it absorbs all the energy it has left in Galar, it transforms back into Eternamax. And when it transforms, it becomes something straight out of a Cthulhu horror story. In its Eternamax form, Eternatus' power grows so immense that it causes a great storm of Dynamax energy around it, ripping holes in space-time amid the storm as it releases a virtually infinite amount of energy. In this form, Eternatus is capable of using its most powerful attack, shooting a large beam from the white spot in its palm, and several smaller ones from its fingers, quote-unquote, or from all over its immense body. Thanks to a mysterious power, Eternatus can prevent opposing Pokemon from using any moves as it stores its energy. This power, however, can be countered by both Zacian and Zamazenta in their crowned forms. According to Casey Shield, Eternatus' 5 fingers are actually heads. Kind of worm-like in that case, you know, like a worm has 2 heads technically. Actually, hold on. I am incorrect. Worms really only have 1 head, but sometimes they have 2 heads or 2 tails. So, thank you, Scientific American. More specifically, thank you, Pons. It had initially crashed onto the Galar region 20,000 years ago with an asteroid, and the energy found within the land were used as clean energy source for Galar for many years to come once it was harnessed in the modern era. No Pokemon is currently known to have come from or be directly created by Eternatus. One could argue that some of our space Pokemon may have been, possibly even Deoxys, you know, but I don't actually believe that to be the case here. And of course, I still decided that it had to come from somewhere, so we assume Arceus somehow created it. Eternatus as a concept is by far one of the most terrifying Pokemon of all time, in my opinion, and theoretically, were it not for these 2 wolves, everything would have fallen to ruin, considering the sheer size and infinite power of Eternamax itself. But instead of talking about doom and gloom and how Eternamax would have just absolutely decimated the entire world, how about we get into its inspirations? Eternatus' extraterrestrial nature and dragon-like appearance may be inspired by Uther Pendragon, King Arthur's father, who acquired his epithet and started using dragons on his standards after witnessing a dragon-shaped comet. In addition, we do have nuclear power for seemingly infinite energy, and nuclear energy is also the reason for creating Kaiju, which all of our Dynamax and Gigantamaxing does to our Pokemon when they are supplied with this energy. I mean, the story of Godzilla was inspired by, like, the whole idea of taking the horrors of the fusion bomb, because it wasn't nuclear, actually, but the horrors of what happened with Nagasaki and the fusion bomb, and turning that into this creature. It was like, it's a metaphor for it all. Eternatus aesthetically seems to also be inspired by the concept of diaphanization, the technique used to stain animal bones and cartilage, this being shown by Eternatus remotely resembling a skeleton. The most common dyes used for this process, Alcyon Blue and Alizarin Red, which could also be analogous to Zacian and Zamazentia. Zacian, Alcyon, Zamazenta, Alizarin. Goodness gracious, I'm messing up my words. It seems to be similar as well to the European dragon in skeleton, the common Nawab or dragon head caterpillar, which look at this thing! Like, its head is like boom. It is my new favorite caterpillar. It's so cool. So let's take a tangent and learn about them. And let me tell you something. If you want the Let's Take a Tangent merch, that exists on my Teespring, baby. But according to factanimal.com, there are over 400 species of them, and it is not actually a species of its own. Its larval baby stage is shared between 400 species of butterflies. Those horns also aren't just for show. For many variations of the dragon-headed caterpillar, their head capsules with full horns are enough to intimidate predators and keep them off the menu for another day. However, some variations like to take other precautions, which involves a venomous sting. Though the dragon-headed caterpillar takes a more passive approach, this means that their sting will only hurt those who pick them up, such as a hungry bird. As long as you don't touch them, however, you won't need to worry. And don't worry even further, as not all variations of them have this painful sting, but when or considering you're not going to really know which one does or doesn't, it's just better not to handle them at all. They, like many egg creatures, eat their egg upon birth as their first form of densely packed nutrition. They're 30 millimeters long, or about the size of a US quarter, and they're still being studied as there is a lot that we don't know about them. So, a fun little tangent there, and back to Eternatus. Eternatus resembles a hand crossed with a serpent. It may be based on the Linnaean Hydra, a multi-headed serpentine monster from Greek mythology known for its poisonous breath and blood, almost like Eternamax is also poisonous, with Eternatus' fingers representing the Hydra's heads. It may also be based on the biblical seven-headed dragon that, in the Book of Revelation, throws 1/3 of all stars down to Earth and is ultimately banished to Earth with the Nephilim, the Hebrew giants. 5 heads, Leviathan of sorts, this creature from the stars that sends star-shaped comets down. That's the whole point of this game. Okay. An event that ultimately leads to the end of time. This account may also be the origin of the item Wishing Star and the Darkest Day. It may also be inspired by Anantashisha, the king of Nagas in Hindu mythology, who is usually portrayed as a giant coiled serpent with 1,000 heads capable of spewing venom and fire. What does a dragon spew? Fire. What does Eternamax also spew, which I've already said before, and I don't know why I keep saying it? Poison. Though some depictions simplify his appearance down to 5 heads like a hand. Again, reflected in Eternatus' 5 fingers, quote-unquote. Shisha bears the deity Vishnu on its coils, similar to how Eternamax Eternatus' core is mounted atop its coiled body. So, with that, you can see why I say Eternamax was created when Arceus was born. The 7-head dragon is a leviathan in many cultures and myth. It is the personification of evil, or in some cases, it eats the souls of sinners that cannot reach heaven. More specifically, the original Leviathans were said to have been created on the 5th day of creation, but seeing the creature's power, God left only one alive so that it could no longer procreate and destroy the rest of creation. And while that Leviathan chaos monster existed in the deep seas, we often associate space and water with each other. Fluid, liquid, open, empty space, which may sound familiar when we talk about Palkia later. Finally, though, let's talk about its name inspirations. Eternatus may be derived from ether, eternal, eternity, aeternatus, which is Latin for immortalized, and thanatos, Latin transliteration of Thanatos, the personification of death in Greek mythology. Its Japanese name, Mugendina, may be a combination of Mugendai, infinity, Daimax, Dynamax, and possibly just the word dynamic. Whether Eternatus was created indirectly or on the 5th day by Arceus' many arms, I will say here and now that it could have existed in many numbers, but at least exists as is by itself in the modern day. Whichever one you may believe, take it as you will, because it will ultimately not affect the tree or the timeline of how this is all going to play out or have any ultimate big consequences. So, instead of continuing to talk about this lame-o 5-headed serpent that got whacked down by 2 dogs, let's turn our eyes to the blinding one, Ultra Necrozma, the Prism Pokemon, and the being whose light shines through multiple dimensions, affecting many worlds and even bringing life to them. Ultra Necrozma is a colossal dragon mostly composed of pure light energy that it had stored from a great energy source, such as Solgaleo or Lunala, before its transformation. This body of light is supported by a sort of skeleton made from the various pieces of Necrozma's crystalline body. These pieces take on a golden glow from the light, but they return to black without it. Necrozma is at its full power in its Ultra Necrozma form, radiating energy that has all sorts of effects on living beings and even nature itself. Its body temperature exceeds 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, 5,540 degrees Celsius. Anything that it touches will melt from extreme heat. It can fire laser beams from every part of its body, and these lasers can reach over 18 miles away, burning through everything in their path. While swinging its 4 wings around, Ultra Necrozma uses its superheated claws to tear its opponents into shreds, as if... I'm sorry, I need to pause for a second there. You're probably not going to actually get touched. This thing is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it does not radiate any body heat off of it, sure, maybe you'll get hit by the claw, but the second it touches you, you're not getting ripped apart, you're getting melted! In this form, it is known as the Blinding One due to its brilliant appearance. As seen in the prism between light and darkness, when Necrozma uses up all its light, it reverts to its lightless form and enters into a deep slumber unless it absorbs more light. Its signature move is quite literally light that burns the sky, which the sun technically does this were it not for the ozone itself. And that lightless form is simply Necrozma itself. Necrozma displays extremely violent behavior due to the constant maddening pain it suffers in its incomplete state. Desperate for the light it requires to sustain itself and regain its original form, Necrozma steals light from other beings and places. This behavior caused it to be feared as and known as a pillager of light in ancient times. Its black coloration is a result of impurities building up within it as a result of its deep slumber. Necrozma can shoot powerful lasers using the power of a prism. It can also attack its foes with a large pillar of light, and when Necrozma absorbs light from a world, that world becomes shrouded in darkness until the stolen light is returned, as seen temporarily in Alola and Ultra Megalopolis. But here's the big question. Here's the question everyone should have asked themselves. Why can a creature made of light, its original form being made of light, it being known as the Blinding One using so much power and energy, why is it able to run out of light? That doesn't make sense. Unless we look at Arceus. Because Necrozma stole the light from Arceus, being born from the light that exploded from Arceus' egg, and not creating the light itself. This light is shown to give life to worlds such as the one that Ultra Beasts Poipo and Naganadel are from. They rely on it to the point of the world going dark and the Ultra Beasts becoming weakened without it. After all, the light does bring warmth, and if you are far away from it, if you're far enough away from it, it can supply life with just the right amount of warmth. almost like the sun itself. We'll dig more into all of this after talking about the potential inspirations. Necrozma could be based on the concept of prisms and light refraction. This may tie to Pokemon Sun and Moon being codenamed Rainbow, as well as Hawaii, the location Alola was inspired by, being referred to as the Rainbow State. Its design may also incorporate similarities, both literal and symbolic, to black dwarfs, black holes, or neutron stars, which may be inspired by the star symbol on the back of its head. Necrozma's concept and design may be inspired by multiple depictions of aliens across various forms of media. This is indicated by its unusually proportioned limbs, large head, and psychic type, which is often associated with intelligence, for aliens are often depicted to have more intellect than humans in science fiction. It also remotely resembles a dragon skeleton, which could correlate to its Pokédex entry in Pokemon Sword, mentioning that it has spent a long time slumbering underground. Also, the thought came through to my head, if aliens ever ended up on Earth, I feel bad for us and them. Imagine what bacteria we're gonna carry. We sneeze at them and they die. They come close to us and we die. It's mutually assured destruction. Yeah, okay. Light, alien, and space in general, that all lines up so far. Necrozma's Duskmane and Dawnwings forms may be based on the concept of solar and lunar eclipses, respectively. The form's alternate names in Japanese, Nishoku, solar eclipse, and Geshoku, lunar eclipse, could also be literally translated as eating the sun or eating the moon, reflecting how Necrozma absorbs Solgaleo or Lunala to assume these forms. Then, Ultra Necrozma could also be based on giant stars or supernova, a four-winged wyvern, or even the legends of the Mo-O. But, finally, Necrozma's original form, resembling an angelic being of light, may be based on the concept of a fallen angel. Specifically, it may draw inspiration from Lucifer, who is viewed as a bringer of light and associated with Venus, the third brightest natural object in the sky, behind only the sun and the moon, which are represented by the other two members of the Light Trio. So, if we take all of this into account, Lucifer was the most beautiful, wise, and powerful of all, though this isn't explicitly stated in the Bible to my knowledge, but he was known as the Seal of Perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty, and was known to be the brightest in all of creation. He was an angel of light, and so is Ultra Necrozma. So, in this Tree of Life, instead of siding immediately with Arceus, Ultra Necrozma took in Arceus' light and abandoned God, escaping through one of the many rips in reality that their battle had created. But before we continue to talk about our story here, let's finish up Necrozma's inspirations. In name, Necrozma may be a combination of the words for ancient Greek for dead, and kuro, which is black, and the words for ancient Greek for prism, or plasma, which is a state of matter most commonly found in stars. It may also involve Project Ozma, an experiment made to search for extraterrestrial life. And so comes in the next part, Ultra Necrozma's branch. As it left, Arceus let it. Knowing that the light would return to it and the universe, Arceus intends to create in many ways. For now, the light will be allowed to create new life of its own. And so, through Ultra Space, the light spread to the ends of that universe. The particles that seeped into this space began to form into planets over eons, and eventually we have the worlds of the Ultra Beasts, in which the light of Necrozma gives life to. Now, I won't talk about all the Ultra Beasts individually in detail, as it is rather, unfortunately, irrelevant, and we can also easily conclude that they are given life by Ultra Necrozma by the stories from Poipole and Naganadel. Plus, if you would like to hear all about the Ultra Beasts in detail, go check out my video on them after this one. I had a lot of fun with it. And if you like analog horror, I have a nice little analog horror moment in there. The more interesting Pokemon that are born from this branch and are relevant are the Pokemon that are the only legendary or mythical beings that represent the sun and the full moon, so far at least. Solgaleo and Lunala. I will save the majority of their details, as I did cover them in the Ultra Beast video, and they aren't as relevant here. But we're going to talk about what is relevant. Solgaleo is considered the emissary of the sun, being able to bring light even to the darkest of nights. Lunala obscures the light of day, making it seem as if it's night, as she emits her own light in its place, as she serves as the full moon. Specifically the full moon. Not the moon, it's a full moon. Important. They coexist with each other, are considered male and female counterparts, and together they create Cosmog, such a happy little family. Cosmog will eventually absorb enough space dust to evolve into Cosmoem, then finally into either Solgaleo or Lunala, depending on its gender. Now, they are genetically unrelated to the Tapus, but since our duo of light kicked the Tapus' butts, they serve as guardians to Cosmog until it grows enough to return to Ultra Space. All because they are essentially guardians, born from the light, and are able to fully harness said light, making them the perfect recharge packs for Necrozma in their own little weird ecosystem that they have going on. After all, don't you find it just a little bit weird that our trio of light are incredibly wishy-washy in terms of them being considered Pokemon or Ultra Beasts, or even if Ultra Beasts are also Pokemon? So yeah, there are multiple Solgaleo and multiple Lunala. They dropped off multiple Cosmogs into our world, and I mean, how else is a Ultra Necrozma supposed to reform and keep the light of the other universe alive? You need to continue absorbing that light. But Ultra Necrozma can't make that light. So, who does? A creature born between Pokemon and Ultra Beast, which is why these come in. After all, don't you find it a little strange that the trio of light is incredibly wishy-washy in terms of them being Pokemon or Ultra Beasts, or even if Ultra Beasts are also Pokemon? I mean, again, considering they share Pokemon DNA, they have to be related in some capacity. So this is how I suspect that they are. To reiterate, Arceus' light creates Ultra Necrozma. Ultra Necrozma then abandons Arceus, creates its own world, and that light being stolen from Arceus results in Pokemon that are partly descendant from Arceus, partly descended from Necrozma. And this finally results in the sun and moon being brought into existence. Celestial beings beyond our world. But that doesn't just happen overnight, of course. No, it takes eons for this to happen. After all, how can the sun and moon exist without time, space, and antimatter? Though, to create anything, Arceus needed to create order from chaos, imbue the power of itself not only into one singular creature, but many. Break down the powers so that way Arceus could not be betrayed a second time. And so, to bind the universe and to potentially serve as its 1,000 arms in a more physical or different way, Arceus, before the Trio of Myth, created the Unown. They have their own realm, are often depicted with Arceus, and are argued to have existed before the modern writing, though their current forms may have changed with the times to reflect writing through the ages. Professor Levinton's research observed that Unown resemble human writing from other lands, though no one took him seriously. In the Pokemon movie Spell of the Unknown Entei, Unown is shown to be capable of reading the thoughts of other life forms. Great numbers of Unown are capable of distorting reality to suit the dreams and wishes of whoever is in control of the Unknown. However, they can only do this when there are more Unown present, so it could be a shared effort rather than an ability unique to each Unown. Unown is an extremely rare Pokemon that lives in its own dimension and rarely ventures outside. When it moves to the Pokemon world, Unown tends to stick to walls like engravings on ancient texts, or orbits other Unown, usually in ruins. In Pokemon Crystal, the Unown are said to share a cooperative bond with Suicune. Notes about Unown can be seen on Professor Oak's computer at the beginning of the movie. The information, as presented in the Japanese version, has been cleaned up and transcribed here. Because of their very timid and careful character, Unown do not want to go out to the external world. Unown have the power to perceive the feelings of other creatures, including human beings. Unown communicate with each other over electromagnetic waves, but cannot use telepathy. Given all this,
Unown are still classified as a species of Pokemon as opposed to any other sort of creature. We can even see some of the other Unown designs that support the theory of them existing and adapting throughout time, as we see them represent symbols of Sigma, Pi, Omega, and more. Finally, Unown may also be inspired by Brahmi or Siddham scripts, used in Japan to mark the graves of important Buddhist figures since at least the 8th century. Because not many people could read Siddham at the time, the script came to be regarded as a mysterious language associated with gods and Buddha. And several characters, especially in Brahmi, either appear or can be modified to appear as very similarly to various Unown. So, there is a very good chance that even when not using its 1,000 arms, the clones of itself, the Unown could be serving as Arceus' arms in the interim wherever necessary. From here, we can finally dig into the existence of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Arceus, alone in the world, spawns the masses of Unown one by one by one, imbuing each one with individual and separate powers. Each power is one of Arceus' own, and the Unown will use these powers to help bring the multiverse together. And so, space was first created. A liquid for all to be dipped into, as Palkia was created in Arceus' image. By doing this, Arceus can imbue Palkia with more power since they hold the same form, the same capacity for power. But for Palkia, the water dragon will simply hold power of space. When this happened, true space was brought into existence. The confined world was broken, and infinity was realized, and the true universe finally began. To follow, Dialga was spawned from the ether, marking the beginning of time with its birth. It too would be created in the image of Arceus, as it now rules over time. But as Arceus looked around, particles from its explosive escape from its egg still linger, and a new type of matter exists in opposite of this matter, antimatter. Now you might be wondering, what is antimatter? How does that play in? What's going on here? And the Department of Energy explains the following. Antimatter is the twin of almost all the subatomic particles that make up our universe. The matter in our universe comes in many forms: solids, liquids, gases, and plasmas. These forms of matter all consist of subatomic particles that give matter its mass and volume. These particles include protons and neutrons, also known as baryons, electrons and neutrinos, also known as leptons, and a variety of other particles in the standard model of particle physics, blah 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 blah. Let's keep going. Protons and neutrons are themselves made up of particles known as quarks and gluons, but matter can have an opposite in the form of antimatter. In fact, all these subatomic particles in matter either have their own anti-twins, anti-quarks, anti-protons, I'm not going to read them all off, or they straddle the boundary between matter and antimatter. These anti-particles can combine to form anti-atoms, in principle at least, and could even form antimatter regions of our universe. An antimatter region parallel to our universe. That sounds interesting. That sounds really familiar to a mirror world, does it not? Scientists believe that these antimatter regions would have the same physics, chemistry, and other properties. Scientists haven't seen antimatter regions in our universe, but they have created copious amounts of antiparticles in particle accelerators, and even created anti-elements and anti-atoms. We also know about antimatter from the antiparticles that cosmic ray collisions create. Some types of radioactivity also produce antimatter. So why isn't antimatter everywhere? When matter and antimatter meet, they annihilate each other, releasing energy. To rein in antimatter, Giratina was created. But since it represents antimatter, something is different, something is wrong inherently. Its form is not the same as Arceus, a creature derived of matter. And so, some of these details are lost in translation. In addition, Giratina is volatile, aggressive, almost as if it is immediately reacting and acting to protect antimatter from others, saving it from destruction as it knows matter would be destroyed if antimatter met with it, which both are everywhere. So unfortunately, Giratina is sealed away to protect itself and the universe, solitary, just after being born. Through this though, we now have our trio of myth. Solid, liquid, gas, Daga, Palkia, Giratina, time, space, antimatter. So with this, let's dive into each of our members of the trio of myth. The spatial Pokemon. Worshipped by the Pearl clan in Hisui and god who domains over space itself. Palkia has power over space. It can warp space and travel to faraway places as well as alternate dimensions and parallel timelines. Additionally, it is capable of rending its targets along with the space around it, literally slashing through you and space. It even has the power to destroy and create an entire universe, either by itself or with Daga's aid. As seen in Pokemon Journeys, the series, Palkia can open and close dimensional portals to alternate universes. It is said that the birth of Palkia was what caused the walls of the world to disappear, creating a sky that spans for infinity. It is also said that space becomes more stable with its every breath. Palkia usually travels by levitating. Could you just imagine Palkia not caring about a universe anymore and just... The sky that spans for infinity is simply space going on forever. It is the sky beyond the sky. And the idea that space becomes more stable with every breath, it could mean like 100 different things. I mean, it could mean orbital stability, so like, you know, how we go around the sun. It could mean stability between gravity and entropy. It could simply mean that with each and every breath, the universe continues to expand to its true full size, making it more stable, which also goes back to gravity and entropy. Or, I don't know, it could just be equilibrium. Kind of a toss-up, if I have to be honest. Since Palkia primarily resides in a different dimension, its behavior is nearly impossible to study. The dimension Palkia lives in is said to be in shreds, like ribbons. Palkia is known to be very protective of its home. It has been seen in violent conflicts with its counterpart, Dialga. As seen in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Palkia is capable of traveling by creating a large yellow sphere from its two pearls, then using it to fly very fast. So its home dimension, which is between parallel dimensions, is probably in ribbons because of it using its signature move Spatial Rend, which states the user tears the target along with the space around it. Kind of feels very Okuyasu, you know, the broken Joe bro that got nerfed through dumbing him down. But in all seriousness though, yeah, I can open dimensions, but how often, you know, would you like put the effort into doing all these movements when you could just swing your hand and open a dimension? You're gonna tear everything to ribbons without thinking about it because you domain over space. You don't care about anything else. When Palkia is in its origin form, it is at its full power, and is supposedly permanently in this state while in its home dimension. It is believed that Palkia's origin form resembles Arceus as a strategy in order to gain its power. Palkia's transformation into its origin form can be triggered using the lustrous globe or through a radiant light. Origin form Palkia can walk on all fours and fly, and it's capable of unleashing meteors and shockwaves. Its Spatial Rend can even be charged into a more powerful version of itself while in origin form. And even though it says that Palkia takes on this form to mimic God and God's power, I don't think that's the case. It wouldn't make much sense to me. In return, or in counter to that, if this is its true form, if this is its form that it takes on when it's at full power within its home, this has to be its original form that was created at the beginning of universe when Arceus created it and Dialga. It would make the most sense to create creatures in your own image. Palkia is incredibly protective over space itself. It has accidentally caused entire places to be shuffled around in space when in pain, and alongside Dialga have created space-time distortions all over Hisui in their range. When we look at Arceus and the Jewel of Life, the trio of myth even tried to battle Arceus and could not stand up to it with their combined might. The only reason Arceus was stopped before killing all of humanity and destroying the world, otherwise just keeping Pokemon safe, I guess, was because Dialga sent everyone to the past to fix the atrocities of those who hurt Arceus. Now, when we talk about Palkia's inspirations, it's hard not to also talk about Dialga as well. So, let's dig into it. Palkia, along with Dialga, may be based on the Shinto legend of Izanami and Izanagi, who are said to have created one island with a spear, erected a pillar on it, spear pillar, and from there created the islands of Japan. Sound familiar? Almost like, again, Spear Pillar itself is the most sacred place in all of Pokemon. At least that we know of. Spear Pillar is also located on the highest peak of Mount Coronet in the Sinnoh region. And the closer you are to space, the closer you are to the heavens, making the tops of mountains sacred places. This is something we see in Pokemon again and again, and not just in Pokemon, and other stuff. Dragon Ball Z. Heaven exists within space. Why do you think Goku can instant transmission from Earth to King Kai on his planet? He's just super duper incredibly far away. So if you can somehow travel that distance, fantastic. You can see the people in heaven. Or hell, I suppose, also. Because, yeah, it's a concept that is, again, seen time and time again. Appearance-wise, though, we have the European dragon with a pearl, potentially the Plesiosaurus or Oviraptor, and the plates covering its face, along with the crest on its neck, together resemble the helmets worn by soldiers in ancient Greece and Rome. This resemblance is made even more apparent in its origin form. Also, Spear Pillar kind of looks a little bit Roman with the pillars that it does have after all. And remember when I was talking about the trio resembling types of matter earlier? Its water type is possibly inspired by its association with pearls or the large space that oceans are known to span. Metaphorically, it could be a reference to the ever-changing forms of physical matter in the universe, with energy and matter flowing between states and changing forms. It could also refer to the ancient Greek astronomy depicting Earth submerged in water. Its water type might also represent the liquid state of matter, whereas Dialga's steel type represents the solid state, and Giratina's ghost type represents the gaseous state. The origin form, outside of looking like Arceus, also looks like a centaur or a Pegasus or even the Keelan. The Keelan is a legendary hooved chimerical creature that appears in Chinese mythology, and is said to appear with the imminent arrival of or death of a sage or illustrious ruler. Keelan are a specific type of the Lin mythological family of one-horned beasts, which we can see pretty well in Palkia's origin form. And finally, we have its name. Palkia may be derived from Paru, pearl, Galaxia, and Kai, sea, ocean, referring to their liquid state of matter theme. And of course, there are Pokemon that are derived from Palkia alongside the rest of the trio of myth. We'll come back to these branches later. Up next, though, is the temporal Pokemon, worshipped by the Diamond Clan and god of time, Dialga. Dialga has the power to control time. It can warp time by either speeding it up, slowing it down, reversing it, or stopping it altogether. Thank you, Yoshikage Kira. It can also travel through time to visit the past, present, and the future. Additionally, it is capable of blasting its targets with power that distorts time itself. That would be its signature move, Roar of Time. It also has the power to destroy and create an entire universe either by itself or with Palkia's aid. As shown in Pokemon Journeys the series, Dialga's temporal powers possesses the ability to devolve anything or anyone against their will, including Pokemon, people, and plant life. It can reverse these effects as well. So I'll be sure not to just make Dialga angry unless I want to become geriatric in no time at all. Or, alternatively, it could turn myself and all of my Pokemon infantile. Either way, it sounds like Dialga just would never really need to fight. It could just, make you completely powerless by making you old or young. Useless. It is said that time started moving when Dialga was born and will continue flowing as long as its heart beats. Dialga usually travels by levitating. Since Dialga primarily resides in a different dimension, its behavior is nearly impossible to study. In the dimension where Dialga lives in, time is said to be constantly moving in different directions and speeds. It has been shown to be very protective of its home. It also tends to have violent conflicts with its counterpart, Palkia. The fin-like structure on its back is shaped radiating outwards and can be used to focus the flow of time as seen in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. You gotta admit, time will flow for as long as its heart beats is pretty freaking metal. Like, if we ever feel time is going fast, it would be fun to think it's doing so because Dialga's heart is like beating faster and faster, maybe because it's in the middle of a battle. And it isn't like we'd ever know that its heart stopped beating because theoretically everything would just until, everything started up again. Such as when Dialga is caught in a Pokeball. Because, I'll say it, a Pokeball just breaks a Pokemon down to pure light and data, keeping it within the Pokeball, meaning it is not interacting with the outside world. Though there are instances when a Pokemon can hear what's going on outside the ball, same goes for eggs as well. I gotta cover that someday. All about Pokemon eggs, all about Pokeballs, all about shiny Pokemon. Maybe some nice short videos. What's also interesting is that anytime when Dialga or Palkia use their powers, the jewel on their chest actually glows. Almost as if those jewels are the sources for these Pokemon's powers and were potentially created to serve as a power source by Arceus. Which, it created the Jewel of Life after all. Then, of course, we can look at its origin form, which has all the same info as Palkia, except it's done by the Adamant Crystal, and origin form Dialga can unleash meteors and shockwaves, while its Roar of Time technique can be charged into a stronger version of itself. And don't worry about Primal Dialga, it's basically just an enraged, and mindless version of Dialga after Temporal Tower, the structure of time itself, collapsed in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. In appearance, for inspirations, we also have possible inspirations including the Camarasaurus and Word. It has a clock-like pattern on its body, and its steel type is likely to come from the concept of adamant, which is an archaic word for diamond, meaning unconquerable, where the qualities of hard metal, probably steel, were attributed to it. It is also possibly due to the hardness of diamonds, the fact that metal is known to last for long periods of time, or the fact that most parts of a clock are made of metal, such as the gears. It may also be because diamonds are compressed carbon, and steel is an alloy from iron and carbon. Metaphorically, it could be a reference to the rigid and unaltering pattern of passing time, as metals are known for their resilience against physical forces. Pokemon Diamond cover, check. Steel typing, check. Adamant orb, check. That all lines up. Like with Arceus, it may be based on a Keelan or Longma. It possesses both equine and dragon-like qualities, the latter of which are more pronounced in Dialga's case due to its dragon type. And in name, Dialga may be derived from diamond. It may also involve dia, Spanish for day, referring to the unit of time, or dial, of a clock dial, sundial, and ga, tough, referring to their solid state of matter theme. But the problem with Palkia and Dialga is that they were known to clash, and their clashes reverberated through multiple realms of existence, even the Distortion World, the realm that mirrors our own and in which Giratina now resides. Their clashes creating noxious gases, dangerous and harming Giratina's world. Known as the Renegade Pokemon, meaning one who deserts and betrays an organization, country, or set of principles. Being antimatter, it does betray a set of principles, but it seems a bit unfair considering its origin and what Giratina intended to do, only to be banished away. Giratina is a highly aggressive and territorial Pokemon that is protective of its home. It has also been reported to appear in ancient cemeteries. As seen in Pokemon Legends Arceus, Giratina has the power to tear a hole in reality, creating a space-time rift, along with driving both Dialga and Palkia berserk. The rift also creates, or causes, huge lightnings that drive normal Pokemon into a frenzied state. It is also capable of cloaking itself in darkness as it attacks. It generally moves by levitating itself in the air as opposed to walking on its 6 legs. Giratina is said to be equal in strength to Dialga and Palkia. Yeah, they can say that all they want, but those two had to be bailed out on multiple occasions from Giratina acting on its own to get revenge. And I mean, it straight up trapped them in its own realm. And it even completed a proper sneak attack on Dialga while Dialga was drinking water, which is really weird, only for Shaman to accidentally save it. But we'll come back to that. We'll come back to all of that one. It's just BS. Giratina stronger than both of them, and that all becomes even more true with what we're gonna say soon enough. Giratina at one point held a large grudge against its creator Arceus and was willing to stand against it with the help of a human named Volo. I heard the music play in my head and I just shook. But after being beaten by a human from another time and fleeing, it would start to change its ways and protect the universe from threats such as Cyrus. Due to its typically violent nature, the history of Giratina was covered up due to ancient people fearing it. Giratina is said to have observed the real world silently while in its home dimension. It remains in its altered form while outside of its home dimension. As depicted in Giratina and the Sky Warrior, Giratina can also open portals through any reflective surface. Giratina also had many different titles: the Banished Pokemon, Arceus' Shadow, the Pokemon of Shadows, and the being on the other side of our world. All of these are very fitting as it uses its signature move Shadow Force, where it disappears, then strikes from said shadows. Also, all of those names are amazing. Imagine just being called God's Shadow. That is scary. Though, of them all of our little trio here, Giratina's origin form is the most different. The origin form of Giratina is said to be Giratina's true form, capable of traveling through and controlling dimensions besides those of time and space. Giratina can only be its origin form when it's home, the Distortion World, or when holding either a Grisius Orb or a Grisius Core. Giratina can also maintain its origin form in the real world without items should it get a sufficient amount of power. Enough to potentially be equal to Arceus. You know, rival god. When in its origin form, it can pass through dimensions at will, although it will return back to its altered form due to the gravity change from the Distortion World. Giratina has the power to turn itself into a shadow and to merge the Distortion World with the Pokemon world, as seen during the events of Spear Pillar. However, this has the dangerous side effect of distorting it to the risk of being destroyed. So yeah, that's the second Pokemon that just has the power to rival God itself in a totally not incredibly dangerous and terrifying way in the slightest. Also, regarding Cyrus from earlier, the New World. Giratina interfered with Cyrus's plan to destroy the world and recreate it. It first emerged from the Distortion World to free Dialga and Palkia from the Red Chain. Then, it took Cyrus with it back to its home world. It was then last seen in its origin form, observing Cyrus as he regained consciousness, realized he was in the Distortion World, and accepted it as the new world he sought after. Before we get into the information regarding inspirations behind Giratina, I'm going to say it here and now. I gotta tell you, Giratina is an S-tier Pokemon, and I have thought that since the beginning. Since I first saw Giratina, I love them. At some point, I need to get a Giratina plush. I'm happy with the plushes I have. I mean, look at these. I got some of these just for this video. Look at that. Look, Regirock, Mew. I've had the Mewtwo. There's Jirachi, which I've already had. Zygarde. Ogerpon. Also, I have a nice little Ammonite fossil. I know it's all blurry in the background, but, you know, it's fine. Join the Discord. I show all this stuff in the Discord. Even Cynthia recognizes the power of Giratina, and that's gotta mean something. Now, other than antimatter, let's talk about inspirations, and I hope you're ready for another Fallen Angel. Giratina may also draw inspiration from fallen angels, celestial beings that rebelled against God and were excommunicated to hell, analogous to Giratina being exiled by Arceus to another dimension due to its belligerent nature. Furthermore, it might allude to Samael, who is the ruler of the fifth heaven and has grim and destructive duties whilst being a member of the heavenly host. But hold your horses. He's not a horse here. Let's get through the rest of the inspirations before we say anything else. Because in altered form, it's got its European dragon or sauropod origin, like everything else, apparently, when it comes to dinosaurs and Pokemon. But it's also got some kaiju similarities and wings similar to a bat and a body like an insect. But then we get into its origin form. Origin form, Giratina's serpentine body may be based on a Chinese dragon, an Amphitheater, or an Uvukade, a giant centipede with dragon-like features said to prey on dragon and be as large as a mountain. It may also be based on a Seraph, a class of angels known for its 6 wings and in some depictions a serpentine body. Similarly, it also shares some similarities with other serpents or dragon-like creatures in Abrahamic religions, such as the ancient serpent or the Leviathan. The design of its 6 wings may be based on a scorpion stinger or spider legs or the seraph itself. And what did we say about Leviathans earlier? It fits so well! For the love of Arceus, Origin of Cosma, Giratina, killers of the one true god! Is it wrong that they're some of my favorite Pokemon? At least they're, at least when we look at them, they're not actually evil, they're just misunderstood. But let's finish up this trio, finally, with Giratina's name. Giratina may be derived from platina, Spanish for platinum. It may also involve guilty, guillotine, girari, onomatopoeia for glaring, and possibly girasol, a type of opal. Guillotine is a bit of a stretch in my opinion, but still cool. And I could have sworn there was a scene with Cynthia where, Giratina's found, Giratina goes off on its own, then you find Giratina and Cynthia at the beach, and you're like, how did you know that he would be here? And Cynthia goes, I just felt that it would. And Giratina was there because Giratina missed the sun, missed the light of day, and hadn't seen it for so long that it wanted to sit on a beach and just exist. And it's beautiful, and I loved it, and I cannot find confirmation. I could have sworn I had actually seen it before, and I can't find it anymore. So maybe in the comments, maybe one of you know where to find it. Maybe it was a mystery dungeon thing and it wasn't Cynthia. I don't know, but it's one of my favorite Giratina moments of all time. Now the story continues. Palkia, Dog, and Giratina all separate into their own realms, protectors of space, time, and antimatter, gods of their own right, and keepers of balance, assuming they never fight with each other, which we know they will. Though, why even take the risk? Why assume they would never fight with each other? Why don't we just simply ensure that if a fight breaks out, it will be stopped? Arceus found that despite omniscience, omnipotence, and power beyond imagination, that it would be best to delegate this responsibility to beings better fitting of the role. 3 creatures, in fact. 1 that would have the emotional understanding to not only see through the surface and see true intentions, but to feel what others feel, to understand them. The 2nd, having the intelligence to not only construct a solution, but also plan for the future, a future that was necessary for the longevity of life. And the 3rd, the willpower and determination to push forward, even when wisdom and logic say it's impossible. The 3 Lake Guardians are born. And, fun note, if we look at the direct translations of their names, or the, what they are here for, or their types, they are the gods of emotion, intelligence, and willpower. Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf. Say hello to God's high angels. They only really serve as the gods of what is essentially mind, body, and spirit, while simultaneously ensuring that the trio of myth do not fight with one another, even being given the power to control them. Well, Dog and Palkia at least, but they'll be incredibly vital later on for that. For now, let's talk about our adorable little psychic trio in detail that I thoroughly believe would have been fairy types if they had existed at the time. Also, to explain that further, fairy typings have a tendency to align themselves with not just myths, but also life essence or godship. One of my biggest examples is that a Alolan Vulpix, being an ice type, travels up Mount Lanakila, reaches the top, and becomes a Alolan Ninetales. Mount Lanakila and its like parallel in real life, Mount Mauna Kea, are considered very like sacred places, like religiously sacred places. And when you combine in the whole idea of the closer you are to heavens, the more you are to like the space, the more you are to heavens, it all lines up as it gains the fairy typing. So it's just some extra detail. I want to also note now that while humans and common Pokemon are nowhere near existing right now, I will be talking about the influence of this trio on them. In terms of a timeline, we have many god Pokemon to establish before we can even establish normal humans. So, on to our first of the trio. The god of emotion, its spirit can leave its body and return at will without dying. Mesprit is said that if you even touch it, your emotions will completely drain away. And while I personally doubt that, I am sure Mesprit could make you feel emotionally drained and thoughtless as a cashier after a 12-hour shift. God, I do not miss those days. Mesprit was highly feared due to it punishing those that disrespect it, as it will throw their emotions into disarray. I imagine that this means you'll feel like anger instead of happiness, sadness instead of anger, and so on. Just really jumble those emotions up permanently. It was said to have taught humans the ability to feel sorrow, pain, and joy. It can teleport itself, humans and Pokemon, and is known to be playful, but a bit mischievous. Mischievous. That was not on purpose. Again, fairy typing, it's just begging to be put on at least Mesprit Pokemon Company. They'll never do it. It makes no sense at this point. Alongside the other Lake Guardians, Mesprit is needed for the creation of the Red Chain, either through gems extracted from its body or through its plume. Together, they're also capable of destroying a Red Chain. They even have the power to calm down Dialga and Palkia should the deities be enraged, but not both at once. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Mesprit is shown to be capable of speaking the human language via telepathy. The two are also the only ones capable of using their signature move, Mystical Power, where they strengthen themselves with a mysterious power, and depending on if it is naturally more offensive or defensive, those powers will be boosted. While all three of the trio could have been inspired by spirits, sprites, or even, potentially, more importantly, inspired by the Imperial Regalia of Japan. These are also called the Three Sacred Treasures. And these treasures sound like they are straight out of myth. I was able to look at CNN News for the following. Hidden in boxes and wrapped in cloth are two objects so sacred that they've never been seen in public. Divine artifacts that even the new Emperor himself may never have laid eyes on. The boxes will be placed next to the Emperor as he ascends the Chrysanthemum throne on Tuesday. They are believed to contain a sword and ancient jewel that, according to legend, date back to the mythical forefather of Japan's first Emperor, Jimmu, who ruled almost 2,700 years ago. Along with a fabled octagonal mirror, which plays no part in Tuesday's ceremony, they form Japan's royal regalia, or the Three Sacred Treasures. In the absence of a crown, these items serve as the symbolic embodiment of the Emperor's, now largely ceremonial, role. Yet, their condition and appearance remain shrouded in mystery, explained Mikey Adolfson, a professor of Japanese studies at the University of Cambridge. The not showing of such treasures is of course an important part of the strategy that adds mystique, and thus authority to the objects, he told CNN via email, adding that the Shinto religious tradition is especially protective of its symbols. Were they for everyone to see, they would not have the same staying power. Of course, many historians would like to make a more careful analysis of them, but there is currently very little appetite in Japan for somehow demythologizing the objects, and I do not expect it to happen in the near future. And here's the piece de resistance that ties those three items to our trio here. While the earliest historical records of the Three Sacred Treasures date back to the Middle Ages, the item's mythology stretches back much further. Legends state that the Shinto sun goddess Amaterasu bequeathed them to her grandson, Ninigi, as he descended from heaven to bring peace to Japan. The sword, mirror, and jewel are said to represent the 3 characteristics required to rule on Earth: valor, wisdom, and benevolence, respectively. And that should sound familiar. Mesprit would specifically be benevolence in terms of the sacred treasures. And just because I was curious, in Pokemon Legends Arceus, whatever, Uxie lives in Lake Acuity. Acuity is the ability to see, hear, and or understand something clearly and accurately. Intelligence. Mesprit lives in Lake Verity. Verity meaning the quality of state of being true, real, or correct. It can also refer to something that is true, such as a statement, idea, or principle. For example, you might question the verity of a statement. Insight. That is your insight. That is emotional insight, understanding a person. And Azoth lives in Lake Valor. Valor meaning the mental or spiritual strength to face danger with bravery and firmness, especially in battle. All of which they represent, they all represent these qualities in some capacity, while also testing the player of their own acuity, verity, and valor. Back to the other inspirations from Mesprit, though. I'm excited. I'm excited if you can't tell. The trio overall may draw inspiration from Seraphim, one of the 3 highest ranking angel classes in Christianity, characterized by their burning love to God. Burning love definitely feels like a strong emotion to me, perfect for the emotion Pokemon. They're also often depicted as red in color and fly high above God's throne, even holding a flaming sword. Fire purifies individuals after all, so Mesprit doesn't have a flaming sword, nor does it learn any fire-type moves to my knowledge, but I also didn't look into that. In name, Mesprit may be a combination of of the acronym UMA for Uxie, Mesprit, Azelf, Unidentified Mysterious Animal, Wasiego for Cryptid, and Spirit or Sprite. It may also involve Esprit, liveliness of mind or spirit, and French for spirit, or the pronoun me. Emrit may be a combination of M, of the acronym UMA, once again, and Spirit. And now, I love horror and cryptids so much. I mean, oh my goodness. I watch Wendigoon so much, and Meat Canyon's secondary channel whenever I get the chance. It's one of the few channels I get to have a little bit of time to watch outside of watching the Unexpectables, which, wow, I'm not going to get into all that. But I have never, ever heard of UMA being used before. Not even in, like, Volgun videos with, like, SCP stuff. None of this. So this is a first for me. Now, as we get on to Uxie and Azelf, they may sound a bit shorter since the trio are very tied together, and we did talk about some of the info regarding all 3, so just be aware of that. Respected and feared for its ability to erase the memories of evil people, Uxie created all knowledge in the Pokemon universe. It too can leave its body without dying at will. When Uxie first emerged, humans gained the knowledge needed to solve problems and improved their quality of life. It is important to note that it does not mean when Uxie was first born. It says when Uxie first appeared, first emerged. So this was likely when it first showed itself, revealed itself to humanity. It can create illusions, teleport itself alongside other Pokemon and humans, and while it may be very shy, it will attack with force if it or its friends are threatened. Same thing goes for Mesprit. I believe Mesprit is the most pacifist of them all, but when I believe Uxie or Azelf were hurt in the Pokemon Adventures manga, Mesprit went on a freaking rampage. It was referred to as the Being of Knowledge due to its role in giving humans the ability to adapt and learn as life goes on. Now onto inspirations. Pixie, Fairy, Yellow, that's really it, other than what we've already talked about. We do have its name thing again, though, which just blends back into the UMA thing. Though, it may be more related to Cherubim, which are another one of the 3 highest ranking angels and are characterized by knowledge. They're the pudgy little baby creatures, and while all 3 are small, Uxie is the only one with closed eyes, as though it were a newborn baby. Though, Cherubim are not actually this way, as they can be described as powerful heavenly beings with 4 faces and 4 wings, also potentially holding flaming swords, who also constructed the Ark of the Covenant to house God. Yeah, the same one you'd see in, like, you know, Indiana Jones. It would also specifically and could be the Yata no Kagami, which embodies wisdom and honesty, one of those other 3 treasures. Speaking of honesty, fun fact about acrylic, unless, like, I know I'm very joking, I know I make a lot of sarcastic comments, and even some of the comments I respond to typically are like, I don't know if you're joking or not, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, I'm just confused, and that's my fault, I apologize only a little bit, but I won't lie, if you've watched my content long enough, you've probably picked up on it by now. I feel incredibly guilty whenever I lie if it's not for a genuine, just haha funny joke that doesn't hurt anybody. Like, I feel a pit in my stomach, so it is almost impossible for me to lie, even when I do something and I wanted to keep it a secret, because I did something I shouldn't have. Like, oh no, I should have, washed the lettuce before making a salad. I don't know, and I didn't. And so I'm asked, oh, did you wash the salad? And I could have said yes, and I say no instead, because I don't have the capacity to lie unless I'm saving my own butt, it's a joke, or it's an actual genuine surprise. I more often than not just play dumb. Anywho, back to Pokemon. God of Willpower time! May Azelf grant me the strength I need to get through the rest of this with however many more hours of work this is gonna take. Side note, typically a 3-hour video takes about 40 hours of work, so, to break that down further, 1 hour of raw footage translates to about 3 hours of work as text, images, GIFs, and music, or extra fun effects are then added. We'll see how much this one amounts to. It's taken me a full week just to write it. Back to Azelf a second time, though. Oh look, it can also leave its body with its spirit and return at will without dying. It sleeps at the bottom of a lake to preserve the balance of the world and can control an individual's will or enter the body of an individual. And here's the biggest kicker of all that the other 2 just simply don't have. Legend says that if Azelf is harmed, it can cause humans to lose all will inside of them, making them completely immobile for all eternity. The other 2 have nothing like that. Nothing. And it's not like Azelf died. No. Azelf simply just got hurt. A paper cut, a scratch, a little boo-boo on the knee, if you would, from falling off of the tricycle. And no, can you imagine if it actually did just stub its toll and we just... Why they decided this, I have no clue. But I guess having no willpower means you just get to sleep in bed all day, eating chips, unmoving as the divot in your bed forms to your body more and more and gets deeper. It's also just depression. Azelf is highly feared due to it having the ability to manipulate the will of foes into its own puppets. Though it can be very cautious around people and Pokemon, if threatened, it will reveal a bold side. It is referred to as the being of willpower due to its role in giving the humans the determination to face challenges in life. As for inspirations outside of what we've already talked about, apparently, due to its Japanese name, Anome, people believe the name suggests inspirations from gnomes. And I mean, I get the hats, but no, I'm not accepting. I am not accepting that. You can accept what you want. I'm not accepting that. Azelf would be the Kusanagi from the 3 sacred treasures, thus representing valor. And it may take inspiration or representation from thrones, the last of the 3 highest ranking angel classes known as the Valiant Ones. And if we look at the symbol for the thrones, also known as the Merkaba, we get a familiar shape to Azelf's head. Though, throne angels are also described as the ones we see in all the memes. That enormous interconnecting wheels-based creature with eyes all over them, able to see in all directions and move in any direction without having to turn. Be not afraid. They show mercy to people as they struggle with sin and represent the steadfastness of God. Steadfast would be resolute, dutiful, and unwavering, all of which can be related back to what? Determination. And what do you do in its test? You keep trying, you keep going to try and reach this level that Azelf expects you to hit. Finally, other than Azure, like blue for its name, we simply just get the pronoun us and everything else we've talked about for the other 2. But now, Arceus has a Council of the Mind if it so wishes. A trio that duties can be shed onto as they cheerfully accept their roles in all of existence, though their roles are short in terms of duty. Because despite all these efforts, space was quite empty still. It needed to be filled with something. After all, there's an insurmountable number of particles collecting together over the course of eons. And sure, they may form proto-planets and eventually complete planets, suns, and eventual galaxies depending on their relations to each other. But what if some of them had just a special touch? And so, the Pokemon world and its moon were given life. Yes, it's actually called the Pokemon world, no other name yet other than Earth, but that somehow feels more lame to me. I might use it interchangeably. The world was then given, though, 3 essential pieces in order to harbor life. A molten core, which also involved landmass being created in the form of Primal Groudon. Liquid water, which was spread about by Primal Kyogre. And an atmosphere that can protect from the sun's pure rays and provide gas for life forms brought to fruition by Mega Rayquaza, the super ancient trio. Primal Kyogre and Primal Groudon could spread water and land with ease. If left alone, they could cover everything in water in Kyogre's case, or everything into land in Groudon's case in less than a day. This was necessary in the beginning of the planet. Otherwise, there was nothing in which life could flourish with. After all, Groudon was even providing immense heat to the world, countering Kyogre's rolling storms and rapidly growing seas. Heck, when the two of them got closer, the more volatile it got, resulting in different formations throughout the world, or even steam to be released, gases into the atmosphere, and in which case, when all of it needed to be stopped and controlled, Mega Rayquaza would arrive and put an end to the fighting that would soon ensue. This is something that would repeat throughout time again and again, which we will talk about. But for now, the world has been formed and we can discuss everything about this trio, the super ancient trio. The Sea Basin Pokemon, personification of the sea, the whale of the world, and the focus of Team Aqua's goal, Kyogre. It is described in mythology as the creator of the world's ocean. And I mean, I get it. Considering it has complete control over water and is capable of creating a huge rain cloud that slowly spreads out to the whole world, eventually drowning it completely. It slumbers in seafloor caverns, typically living deep within oceans and ocean trenches, encased within rock that will only shatter and awaken it if the blue or red orb are used on it. It can fly when there's no water to swim in, so you're not safe anywhere. And I quote, Kyogre can attack its foes with countless beams of light that glow a deep and brilliant blue. Yeah, it might be a water type move, but its signature move, Origin Pulse, is a beam attack using Origin Energy, which is from the Earth itself. This boy is out here trying to be Goku. But wait, there's more. If it undergoes primal reversion, having absorbed enough of the Earth's natural energy as it escapes through cracks in the seafloor, it can return to its true origin form as Primal Kyogre. Primal Kyogre is said to have widened the seas by a large margin simply by taking a swim. Its body matches the composition of seawater, while its skin glows similarly to that of a sapphire. With its weather manipulating powers, it can nullify fire type moves, and because Primal Kyogre in the modern day has the power to disrupt the planet's balance, Rayquaza is necessary in putting it back to sleep whenever they awaken, and especially so if it fights Groudon. Now, as always, it is very difficult to talk about Kyogre without talking about Groudon, but here is what we have. Kyogre may be the personification of the Earth's oceans. Its conflict with Groudon is similar to that of Leviathan and Behemoth, who would start a battle that would kill them both at the end of time. Like Kyogre, Leviathan is associated with the sea, and the Hebrew word for Leviathan is now used for whales in modern Hebrew, which may be why Kyogre's appearance also draws inspiration from cetacean whales, especially the orca. However, Leviathan does not resemble Kyogre in traditional depictions. We'll talk about the behemoth when we get to Groudon. In addition, we have, for Kyogre here, the Greek alpha on Kyogre, signifying that it is the origin of life since it started the oceans. Kind of pretentious, because you can't just have water and let that be why all life starts, but whatever, say what you want. In name inspiration, Kyogre is a combination of Kai, sea, or Kaio, king of the sea, and ogre. It may also involve orca, which is killer whale. Pretty straightforward. Up next is the continent Pokemon, a mountain of land flowing with lava, the Omega dinosaur in focus of Team Magma's Groudon. Believed to be the personification of land and described in mythology as the creator of the world's continents. Well, at least the original continents. We're talking before Pangea, baby. Groudon has complete control over land, capable of creating a sweltering heat wave that had spread out to the whole world, eventually burning it up completely. Strongest heat wave you'll ever experience, and the last. It resides at the bottom of seafloor cavern also, or alternatively, it sleeps within large magma chambers underground. It was hailed as a savior for evaporating flooded areas of the world, and just like Kyogre, it's usually calm and helpful unless it runs into its counterpart. It can travel on water by using its magma to form a path beneath its feet, and can attack foes by manifesting the power of land into fearsome blades of stone in the form of its signature move, Precipice Blades. Once it gathers enough primal energy, it becomes Primal Groudon. Being its original true form, it is said to create new land with every step it takes. The energy that fills Primal Groudon pours forth magma, and it burns with such an extreme temperature that its body is always shimmering with a haze of this heat. Which, if you've ever experienced a heat wave, even if you don't live in typically hot areas, you likely have seen this in real life. As per Finding the Universe, heat shimmer, also known as heat haze or heat distortion, is a natural phenomenon caused when light moves through air of different densities. It occurs when an object is viewed through a layer of heated air, creating a blurred, shimmering effect. The phenomenon is due to the temperature gradients and refractive index changes in the air. And while Primal Groudon simply nullifies water-type moves with its own weather-manipulating powers through this. Also, of course, its too can disrupt the planet's balance, risking its destruction in the process. And while there are plenty of memes of Groudon and Kyogre fighting, and now how Kyogre has the upper hand easily because, oh, what are you gonna do? You're on a little island surrounded by water. Do you realize where you are? That is not the case. I mean, they counter each other in many ways and have been shown to battle each other non-stop for days on end, causing immense destruction until our next entry comes to put an end to it. But let's finish up Groudon's inspirations. Outside of the obvious, being modeled after the Earth's land and volcanoes, we of course have the behemoth, as previously mentioned, which is described as a beast from the biblical book of Job, and is a form of the primeval chaos monster created by God at the beginning of creation. He is paired with the other chaos monster, Leviathan, and according to later Jewish tradition, both would become food for the righteous at the end time. And I mean, we once again have very powerful creatures that can be compared to Leviathan and Behemoth. And I mean, there are other ideas and comparisons that the Behemoth could be a hippo or a dinosaur. It's all up to interpretation by clues within the Bible itself. Heck, I mean, Kyogre here kind of looks like a pangolin dinosaur to me. We have the Omega symbol from the Greek alphabet, which might signify the end of life, believed to happen with cataclysmic events such as volcano eruptions, while also being in opposition to Kyogre's alpha. And finally, in its name, Groudon may be a combination of ground and don, Spanish for lord, or the suffix don in dinosaurs' names derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth. It may also involve do, earth, or don, onomatopoeia for booming or crashing sound. Kind of like when dun dun, you know, like when you hit a drum for the Japanese sound, basically. And honestly, when we look at Groudon, it's a real toothy looking boy. I don't know, every single time I think of Groudon, I think of big teeth, even though it doesn't really show those big teeth all the time. Kyogre kind of has the same thing going on. The sky-high Pokemon in charge of 2 idiot children, the first Mega Pokemon in history, God of the Atmosphere and Eater of Meteors and Meteors, Rayquaza. With a strong and endless desire to complete heroic deeds for the Pokemon world, Rayquaza has quite the resume of godly tasks that it has completed, stopping the battling between Primo Kyogre and Groudon time and time again. Said to be the only one who can stop the duo, restore order to nature, revert them from their primal forms, and force them into slumber. You are done playing with your toys, you have been fighting way too much, you need to learn to get along, good night! Rayquaza was vital during the Delta episode, where a meteor was set to cause mass destruction, and even once the meteor was destroyed, it had even defeated the resulting Deoxys that had emerged from it. Speaking of Deoxys, it has stopped Deoxys on multiple occasions, mainly because Deoxys is super questionable in terms of its intentions, but we'll save that for later. I keep saying it. Rayquaza was said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years in the ozone layer, where it feeds on water and other particles, or if it goes to Alola, it eats meteor. It feeds on meteoroids, particularly ones with megastone compositions within them, and it is rarely seen by people, even in flight, and its appearance is indistinguishable from that of a meteor when flying. Also, as a small note, the big teaser for the shiny Rayquaza released today, and that is a very beautiful teaser that I got to see right before recording this part. Also, Rayquaza could just breathe in space, but that's kind of a given. Rayquaza possesses some of the strongest attack power out of any Pokemon. It can easily summon cyclones to overwhelm its opponents, it can soar into the sky, then droop out into its foes at high speeds, causing huge damage. Thanks to its weather manipulation powers, it can eliminate weather effects. Rayquaza was worshipped by the Draconid people, along with the people of Hoenn, as the savior of the region. Thus, they built the Sky Pillar to honor it. Additionally, it can be summoned atop Sky Pillar by a key stone. In Pokemon Adventures, the Draconids refer to it as their Dragon Lord. It is one of the longest-lived Pokemon species. Inside Rayquaza's body lies an organ that contains the same power as a Mega Stone. A Devon Corporation scientist named this organ the Mikado organ by consuming meteoroids as it flies through the stratosphere. The organ will be filled with enough energy to enable Rayquaza's Mega Evolution. Originally, it wasn't actually even supposed to be considered Mega Evolution. Rayquaza was potentially going to be called a Delta Evolution, which, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Though, reaching Mega Evolution, it becomes even more powerful. And if you want to know all the nitty-gritty details behind its designs, go check out my video on Mega Pokemon. While here, we will simply be talking about its history. It was said to have been born from humanity's wish for salvation, channeled through the keystone of a Draconid lore keeper. It can manipulate the weather to the point where it can completely change the weather and eliminate the flying type's weakness, which is the power of its Delta Stream. Remember the whole wish thing for later, because that is going to be pivotal to a point that I'm going to make. Like, way later. Inspirations range from the Chinese dragon and the lindworm in terms of its design, but apparently, while many sites state a couple different stories for the Ziz as one of its inspirations, I take the following from mythologyplanet.com to help me explain it better. Because while the appearance is nothing like the Ziz, its role is very familiar. Ziz is the third primordial being from the Old Testament, representing the sky and the ruler of all birds. Ziz is a humongous bird with a wingspan so wide that it was believed to cover the sun and protect the earth from harsh weather. Because of this, Ziz is seen as a benevolent beast with the well-being of Earth's creatures at the center of all its actions. So, while Rayquaza doesn't have a wingspan that covers the sun, living within the atmosphere allows you to be close enough to cover the sun from everyone else who would be below Rayquaza. Or, more aptly put it, Rayquaza creates the atmosphere which protects the people of the Earth from the sun itself. And that same site also had the next blurb. Ziz is one of the 3 biblical beasts, the others being Behemoth and Leviathan. Each of these beasts mean different things in Jewish folklore. Behemoth represented Earth, Leviathan represented Ocean, and Ziz represented the sky, like, literally 1-to-1 with our super ancient trio of 3 here. It's, woo! When the comparisons come this easily, it makes it that much easier for me to do research, and just, I get so giddy. The Ziz has even stood in the middle of an ocean as if it were shallow water, and sailors found that it was actually preventing sailors from sailing into that section of the ocean because it was a particularly treacherous area. And I'm sure you could imagine the sheer number of other stories that may spawn from this creature, though it rarely appears in the Bible by description. Rayquaza is also similar to the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl, and based on a couple readings from historycooperative.org, it seems that this god from the Aztec religion had many different iterations of its story and what it would do. Ultimately, though, while sometimes it was even a trickster god, it also served humanity, claims to be the one to create the first man and woman, while also being the representation of heaven and earth. I mean, Rayquaza can go into space and come down to Earth. It helps people, so on and so forth. It was a snake that lived among the clouds, not afraid of the world below, but saw Quetzal birds and wanted to fly among them. When it did, he caused the 5th eclipse of the world, grew wings, and in his promise of bringing heaven to beings that were living in hell, brought about humans, as he gathered bones of previous races that walked Earth from the underworld and added his own blood to create a new civilization. Quetzalcoatl is also linked to corn, or rather more specifically maize. When in need, Aztecs called upon him to bring the important crop to them, and he delivered. He's at one point depicted as a wind god via the decoration of a wind jewel, and in modern era it is often depicted as a dragon. Once again, Rayquaza served the people, was called down with a wish from the people, and saved humanity many times, and is literally a flying dragon type for the wind portion that controls the atmosphere when it can completely eliminate flying type Pokemon's weaknesses, which are basically wind Pokemon, which is literally just its delta stream that binds everything together. Legendaries, with all of their inspirations, make them so incredibly fascinating. To follow all of this, we have the markings on its body may be inspired from the Nazca lines. Its trait of being capable of inhabiting the skies and living there while subsisting on nothing but dew and particles for centuries also bears aspects of the legendary Chinese Zhan hermit sages and East Asian dragons, specifically Japanese dragons, who are commonly depicted with 3 claws as opposed to 4 in Chinese dragons. The Draconids that worship Rayquaza may derive from the Draco constellation or the comet that gave the name Pendragon to the legendary king of the Brightons. And in the final piece we have is the Greek letter Delta. And if you're in college classes, more specifically, in chemistry classes, the Greek letter Delta represents change or difference in various scientific concepts. But more apt to Rayquaza, the uppercase letter Delta represents defendant in law, which our dragon lays down the law of the world on the stinky whale and lava dino, so that also lines up. Finally, let's hit that name, as Rayquaza may be derived from Reku, skyrending, a word appearing in various media and merchandise that featured Rayquaza. The latter half may be derived from Za, seat, relating to compounds such as Seiza, constellation, and Oza, throne. It may also involve Rekia, Hebrew for firmament, Ray, and Quasar. Rayquaza's Mikado organ refers to Mikado, Emperor, another name for the Emperor of Japan. In the end, all I'm hearing is how Rayquaza is at the very tip top of the pyramid for a reason. Yeah, you can say what you want and claim that all the previous legendaries are theoretically or potentially canonically stronger, but we all know who really rules the ladders here. As far as our story goes, though, Groudon and Kyogre have been set down for their bedtimes, and Rayquaza is now spending time taking all of the new water that has evaporated into the air alongside the general turmoil of the weather, and is building up the atmosphere, a climate, and eventually, ozone. And just as a tangent, let's talk about what ozone even is. According to National Geographic, the ozone layer is one layer of the stratosphere, the second layer of Earth's atmosphere. The stratosphere is the mass of protective gases clinging to our planet. The stratosphere gets its name because it is stratified or layered. As elevation increases, the stratosphere gets warmer. The stratosphere increases in warmth with elevation because ozone gases in the upper layers absorb intense ultraviolet radiation from the sun. Ozone is only a trace gas in the atmosphere, only about 3 molecules for every 10 million molecules of air. But it does a very important job. Like a sponge, the ozone layer absorbs bits of radiation hitting Earth from the sun. Even though we need some of the sun's radiation to live, too much of it can damage living things. The ozone layer acts as a shield for life on Earth. Ozone is good at trapping a type of radiation called ultraviolet radiation or ultraviolet or UV light, which can penetrate organisms' protective layers like skin. This then may damage DNA molecules in plants and animals. There are 2 major types of UV light, UVB and UVA. So, to say that a little easier, ozone is made up of a molecule of 3 oxygen atoms bonded together, and that is not actually easy to make because of what oxygen prefers to bond with in order to fulfill its electron shells and actually be stable, and because of what oxygen prefers, when there are certain gases released into the air, it breaks down that ozone and creates small patches where ozone is missing and lets more UV light in, which is dangerous in more than what we receive. But I won't go into all of that because there's a lot more to explain and talk about, since we've had years of people claiming the wrong stuff, which has caused a lot of damage in regards to progress. Long story short, cow methane, cow fart is not the primary reason. Cow toots are not enough even in mega farms. It's the sheer amount of products that were used, i.e. aerosols, and the combined gas going into the air from like combustion vehicles or your cars basically, amongst many other things. I'll probably talk about it if I ever do a dedicated video to Zygarde and the ecosystem itself. Speaking of though, we're not done with the basic concept of gods on our planet. We have stabilized or have a stabilizing planet through its atmosphere, its water, and its land, but life doesn't exist just yet. Because before life can truly flourish, we need the concept of life. Because everything we have so far basically just has been pure gods. They can be recreated, they are immortal, they can only kill each other, whatever. So let's instill life, death, and balance through the ecosystem itself as Arceus looks down upon the Pokemon world and gives us our next trio. The world now being seen to sustain life is given the Tree of Life, a tall white tree bare of leaves. Though, as this tree continued to exist, seeds grew to grass, shrubs, and bushes puffed from the ground. Trees bore fruit. The world started to become a beautiful garden on land and in the water, and even the air itself contained floating seeds and pollen. But the world would become overpopulated in time, and suffering would exist for these plants were it not for the cocoon that would hatch soon. Rather, this cocoon does not truly hatch, but instead expands, widens, and opens up as it reveals that the shell was just 2 wings attached to a great red and black vulture. And as these wings widened, the land grew into gray and black, withering as death came to the world in the form of Yveltal. In response, the tree came out from dormancy, revealing a black and blue buck with a multitude of horns in rainbow assortment. And as it slowly approached Yveltal, there was an understanding of their roles. They may have fought briefly, but they did not become rivals. Instead, they knew that without one another, there would only be suffering and pain, that life would lose its meaning were it infinite for all. But the hard part was not taking or giving too much life to the world. And so, from the cycle itself existing within the planet as it developed, an ecosystem began. Plants that grew from the death of others as the ground grew rich with nutrients. Fires would erupt and sweep through the fields, but the seeds of some trees would only be able to crack in those extreme heats and allow them to plant and grow. Life and death came in many forms, and it is essential for the healthy future. And, as this continued, the first cells of life were granted a legendary sentience through the power of the ecosystem itself, serving as the guardian of the ecosystem, the one meant to balance it all, as Zygarde is born. Though it came in many pieces, and naturally knew its role as well. It took note of the beasts and vowed to keep balance. Were too much life or death to be given, the cells would begin to gather more and more, forming into higher percentage forms of itself when more dire circumstances came to the world, up to the point of its full 100% form, in which it would use the full extent of its power to fight against the one disrupting the ecosystem. But that time is not now, as all is becoming more and more stable, more and more balanced. So, instead, it keeps watch, hidden away from sight, invisible even, waiting for the day that the natural order of Xerneas and Yveltal are disrupted. Congratulations! For context on how far we are, we just began page 33 of the deep dive, and we still have about 77 more Pokemon to go through, not including the Aura Trio we're about to discuss. Help me. When the horns on its head shine in 7 colors, Xerneas shares the power of eternal life. It can use its life energy to create vast forests and restore life to them, making plants grow simply by touching them. And it can infuse humans and Pokemon with energy and vitality. Because of this, Xerneas is highly respected by ancient people of Kalos for its role in giving life. It can speak through telepathy, rescued wounded Pokemon during an ancient war, and it can also absorb the energy around itself, sharply strengthening itself as a result through its signature move, Geomancy. It's important to note the following for Xerneas and Yveltal. Xerneas and Yveltal have the power to transform evolution stones, the ones used for EV, for example, or evolving other Pokemon, into Mega Stones, as seen with the Ultimate Weapons Blast shot by AZ 3,000 years ago. Both are in charge of taking care of the land in a delicate balance between life and death. If it expends too much energy, Xerneas will transform into a tree and sleep for 1,000 years, can revive those petrified by Yveltal, and is capable of calming Yveltal down if it gets enraged. Xerneas is not confined to the region of Kalos, as it has been seen and worshipped in the Lental region as one of the 7 guardian Illumina Pokemon that saved the region from a meteorite 2,000 years ago. Xerneas is believed to be the originator of said phenomenon, and Pokemon Adventures, it and Yveltal did fight, causing chaos and destruction in Vanilleville Town, but then eventually stopped and returned to their dormant states. It is a bit confusing, as they do fight a few times in the manga, or almost do a few times, but they always just turn dormant afterwards. I mean, they even decided to do so just to prevent Lysander from using Zygarde for his own evil scheme at one point. And none of the inspirations. Of course, we have the letter X for our Xerneas here. It physically is also similar to Euclidocteros, which is Greek for well-branched antler, and is an extinct deer whose fossils have been discovered from Europe to China, and according to Outdoor Hub, the Euclidoceros, yes, genus, can be split into 12 tines per pedicle, and were up to 6 feet wide. It is believed that due to the shape of the antlers, they were used mostly for presentation than any actual fighting. Their antlers are huge. It's a web, which honestly matches Xerneas and its signature move not even being an attack. It's passive. And since I can't say it personally better than Bulbapedia has it, Xerneas may also be based on word and the full stages Dain, Valin, Dunir, and Durafror of Norse mythology. Ekpimir, well, I'm going to try and say it once at least, resides in Valhalla, eating the foliage of Leror with glowing horns that drip with dew. According to the poetic Edda, the four stags resided in the trunk of the world tree Yggdrasil and ate its branches and fresh shoots. Alternatively, Xerneas may be based on Cernunnos of Celtic mythology, a life-giving deity known as the Horned God and associated with antlers. And just in case you didn't know, Yggdrasil is the Tree of Life. And if we look at Ekpimir, it is known to represent fertility, abundance, and cosmic balance. They really know how to spell this stuff out for us, don't they? In name inspirations, Xerneas begins with the letter X. It may be derived from Cervus, Latin for deer, Cernunnos, a horned Celtic god as we've stated, Cernian hind, and Asu, which is earth. Even as we look at Cernunnos, it is a horned deity of nature, fertility, and the underworld, oddly enough. The antlers on his head symbolize strength, wisdom, and regenerative power. Sounds like eternal life to me. Additionally, Cernunnos is often depicted alongside various animals such as stags, bulls, and serpents. So I mean, seems to line up pretty well, and technically Zygarde is a serpent, but other stags and bulls, not so much. But the Celtic god is a guardian and guide of the animal kingdom, highlighting his connection with the cycles of life and death and his connections to Earth's vitality. Vitality, life, circle of it, Xerneas, nice and easy. Let's move on to the next legendary creature, the opposition to the life Pokemon, the Pokemon of Destruction, Yveltal. By simply spreading out its tail feathers and wings, Yveltal can absorb life energy. It does this in order to power up its own energy, even doing so to restore its own vitality, showing that it can even make plants wither away by simply touching them, and so it is highly feared by the ancient people of Kalos because of this. It is known to appear during conflict, draining countless people and Pokemon that it encounters, all through its signature move, Oblivion Wing. Just one little sweep of the arm and you are dead. Honestly though, this is a really funny way of saying, hey, the image of death appears when war occurs. When it reaches the end of its lifespan, it steals the life energy of everything around it, then transforms into a cocoon to... In Pokemon the series, any living creatures drained by Yveltal will turn into petrified stone, but it's unknown whether this action is intentionally malicious or not. As depicted in DNT and the Cocoon of Destruction, Yveltal can be very vengeful to anyone who disturbs its sleep and will seek to destroy it. Everything in the Pokemon world hates having their sleep disturbed, which I can understand on a very personal level. I need my time to sleep. I don't sleep very often sometimes. On to inspirations, other than the letter Y. Wow, how original. Daring today, aren't we? It also resembles the long-tailed Widowbird, and holy crap does it have a long tail. It really looks like Yveltal in flight, and I'm just gonna say this. I don't know if by the end of this video it'll be done, but I have some new art that I commissioned that I wanted to have a little bit more custom for each of the selected Pokemon, that it'll be for the outro and intro screens, for streams and videos and everything, and I told my artist, I'll actually just say it, I would say Mew's Art World, go, even if the art isn't done, if the art is done, I might as well say it, and it's gonna be here. If it's not, you're gonna see it eventually. My goodness, fantastic working with them so far. This is like a small shout out, because I don't know, I love working with my artists, which you can see in the description of my channel, but I referenced the Longtail Widowbird for Togekiss. So if you see that here, you see it here. If you don't, you'll see it eventually when it is done. Let's take a quick tangent, your next question should honestly be, okay, why does the widowbird have such a long tail? Simply because, as I assume with all other male birds, mating purposes, because all the female birds look drab in comparison, or a lot of them do, and this one is no exception. Evital also resembles carrion birds like crows and vultures. Evital may also be based on any number of avian-related figures from mythology, such as the Celtic death goddess Morrigan, which often takes the form of a raven, or Norse mythological figures such as Hrosvelgr, which takes the form of an eagle and sits at the end of the world, or the hawk Vilfenir, or the unnamed eagle that resides at the top of the world tree Yggdrasil. Additionally, it bears a striking resemblance to a species of fungus known as devil's fingers. Looking into all of these figures, Morrigan is also associated with war, prophecy, and fate, appearing before great battles, and is often depicted as a raven. Sorry, I saw my own script here and it said Photen, and I was trying to figure out if that was a word or not. Hrosvelgr was also thought to have perched on the highest branches of Yggdrasil, relaying messages between the realms of Asgard, Midgard, and Hel, which, if it isn't the bigger bird, I genuinely fear, how something would be bigger than Evital, something that would be more powerful than death itself. I say take what I have stated overall with a grain of salt, because mythology gets a bit messy sometimes and confusing between all the different potential sources as they deviate a bit. That's why I didn't direct quote anything. Finally, Evital begins with the letter Y. It may be derived from Evel, a Middle English spelling of evil, and Quetzal or Talon. The Quetzal returns once again, and it is rather iconic since they are said to represent goodness and light in their original forms, arrival of spring and growth of new plants, all of which signify birth and renewal. But, as said well before me, before creation comes destruction. But what if there's too much destruction, or not enough? Then the many cells gather and begin to form Zygarde. Split into cores and cells, these individual pieces of Zygarde cannot fight alone. Instead, once they combine their power and fuse together, they can become the being known as Zygarde, protector of the planet's ecosystem, deemed the guardian of the ecosystem due to its role to defend the world's order. It keeps a close watch on the planet and on its two counterparts, Xerneas and Evital, ensuring the equilibrium of the planet and the cycle of life and death are kept in check. It can reverse the effects of their abilities, turning their Fairy Aura and Dark Aura in on themselves, where instead of their own moves being amplified by their own internal power, they are instead suppressed. Zygarde will avoid getting involved in conflicts unless the ecosystem is in grave danger, for examples in battles between Xerneas and Evital, and invasions from Ultra Beasts. What? Zygarde played a notable role in the Sun, Moon, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon arc, having been sent to Alola to find it. Dexio and Senna hired Sun to gather the Zygarde cells and cores scattered around Alola. During the climax of the chapter, Zygarde used the reassembly units on Route 16 to transform into its complete form before joining the battle against Necrozma at Mount Lanakila. It even gets the freaking JoJo menacing effect in the shot! Okay, look, I've been holding back my opinions on Zygarde, but it has quickly become one of my top 10, maybe my top 5, I don't know, in terms of favorites, since I've learned about its attachment to the ecosystem and all the extra details that we're going to be talking about. Though it is a little bit funny that it isn't involved in the fights between Kyogre and Groudon, almost as if it knows Rayquaza has it under control. I suspect if Rayquaza were ever to be knocked out, then it might jump in. Zygarde gathers energy from the land, focusing it on foes and damaging them with it as its own weapon. It can also weaponize its own body by dividing its cells, using them as arrows or within waves. This all comes out with its multiple signature moves. Land's Wrath. The energy of the land is focused as a power against an opposing Pokemon to damage them. 1,000 Arrows. A ground-type move capable of hitting foes in the air, knocking them to the ground. This includes if the Pokemon uses a move like Fly or Bounce. 1,000 Waves, a move that sends a wave along the ground to hit the foe. If hit by it, they can't flee from battle. And finally, Core Enforcer. If the Pokemon the user has inflicted damage on has already used their moves, this move eliminates the effect of the target's ability. Meaning not only does it do great damage, it can also eliminate any Pokemon's ability through this, as if the entire world's power is being used to shut the Pokemon down. It honestly makes me think of Aang when he shut away Ozai's powers. There are, though, exceptions to this rule, of course, but they are very few and we won't go over them. Zygarde typically stays out of the sights of others, and this part's going to be a bit lengthy, as we not only have the cells and the cores to go over, but all of Zygarde's forms in terms of inspirations. Zygarde cores are the brains of the Zygarde. They can combine with Zygarde cells to make a whole being, and a Zygarde may contain up to 5 cores. They are small and green with a gelatinous body. They remain in watch of the region they reside in, usually living within caves. They have their own will and sometimes act on their own. They can send a signal to cells, commanding them to fly towards it to form Zygarde's body in order to protect the ecosystem. Really feeling like Captain Planet right about now. They are capable of absorbing sunlight to regain their strength, can speak telepathically, communicate with other cores, and use the cells to observe the ecosystem. The cores can even turn invisible. So, bending light, refracting it, making yourself invisible, also photosynthesis to some capacity, even though it's not a grass type. Okay. Cells make up all other parts of Zygarde and appear nearly identical to the Zygarde core, though they have a flat body and a head, an unhooked tail, and a darker green elongated hexagon in its midsection. They can only act on the core's orders, though they have the ability to fly at amazing speed, allowing them to reach cores quickly from anywhere when called. They are extremely hard to find despite being everywhere, as they are almost always invisible as well. Though, once they begin to gather, we can start making up the first form of Zygarde, when 10% of all the cells are together. We get Doggy Zygarde. Skilled at close range combat, it can run at speeds greater than 60 miles per hour, 100 kilometers an hour, and a single core acts as the brain for this form. This allows it to take action separately from Zygarde's 50% form, which compromises its main body. Yeah, you can have multiple Zygarde forms running around at once, although you can't have 5 Zygarde dogs because it takes half of Zygarde's cores to reunite in order to form its 50% form. But you can't have 2.5, so I assume you round up to 3. So maybe 2 Zygarde dogs and 1 main form? I don't know. The 50% form is thought to monitor those who destroy the ecosystem from deep within its cave. This form is known to be both ruthless and merciless, destroying anyone who stands in its way. It can summon and control massive roots, which it can use to attack and cover areas. But then, when every cell is combined, you get perfect Zygarde. I'm not joking though, by the way. It is known as its complete or perfect form. It contains separate cores for each of its wings and its tail. Each core can make decisions and act independently of others. It is capable of using the mouths of its tail and wings to propel itself by shooting beams out of them. God! I did not expect to see a superpowered Dragon Ball Z Medusa out here. I love Zygarde. I love Zygarde so much. It can restore an unbalanced ecosystem and the weather back to normal. Alternatively, it can just use the opening on its chest to radiate enough energy to destroy everything around it. This form only appears to neutralize huge threats to the ecosystem. For example, Lysander's own Zygarde-like creature and Ultra Necrozma. In this form, it is powerful enough to overwhelm even Xerneas and Yveltal. So, well, if we think about it, Rayquaza overwhelms Groudon and Kyogre. Zygarde overwhelms Yveltal and Xerneas. So, okay, I can kind of see it. But I would not be surprised if Zygarde is literally meant to overwhelm just about anything that would reside on the planet. By the way, the Zygarde-like creature is just called the Giant Rock. It was slowed down in research by Mega Rayquaza, had so much primal energy that it attracted Kyogre and Groudon, and was planned to be used to combine with a real Zygarde cell, transform into a copy of Zygarde, then release enough energy to wipe out all life on the planet in the anime. I'm gonna say it. This would have been really cool to see in the game. It literally took every gym leader, champion Steven, our protagonists, perfect Zygarde, and then destroying the control method as to how the giant rock was controlled before perfect Zygarde could come back in and actually finish it off. Also, while it's left unclear, Zygarde may have straight up just killed Lysander. So let's look at the inspirations. As we look at Bulbapedia, they have all the forms on lock and key. So while I'm going to quote all this, I'm actually not going to use the voice for once, because it's usually I use Bulbapedia as my main source, and then I find all my extra sources to confirm it, and then sometimes I quote those sources. So I make sure that my information that I get here is accurate, and then I try to do additional research that might not even be found on Bulbapedia whatsoever, because I feel like there's got to be way more than what's being said. So Zygarde's 10%, 50%, and complete forms may be inspired in part by the three children of Loki and Angraboa in Norse mythology: Fenrir, Jormungandr, and Hel. Zygarde's 10% form may be based on the wolf Fenrir. The green leash-like object around its neck could be based on Gleipnir, the rope that binds Fenrir. Its left front paw has a different color from the others, being green instead of black, which is possibly in reference to Fenrir biting off the god Tyr's right hand in reprisal for being bound by him. This form could also draw inspiration from Garmer, the watchdog that guards Helheim's gate. In appearance, it also resembles a Doberman Pinscher. And if you want to know more about Doberman Pinschers or canine Pokemon, canids in general, which includes foxes, then I highly recommend you go check out my video on who was the first dog Pokemon to ever exist. Yes, foxes are not dogs, but they are canids. I'm going to say that now. There's a lot of people who are trying to argue against me. Science. Anywho, Zygarde's 50% forms appearance is based on a serpent in the shape of the letter Z. Z, I guess, if you want to say it that way. It may also draw inspiration from Jormungandr, a sea serpent that encircles the earth, otherwise known as the World Serpent, or some people might compare it to the Ouroboros, the snake that eats itself and continues to grow for all of eternity, representing eternal life. And oh my goodness, how do you say that word? Nihilhogg, a dragon that gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Jormungandr is said to dwell in the World Sea, encircling the Earth, Midgard, which may allude to Zygarde's partial ground typing, Earth, and the 50% form being the middle form, Midgard. Its flat shape and wriggling movement may be inspired by the Tsuchinoko, a Japanese cryptid, and its snake-like appearance may be inspired by Naga, a class of snake entities in South and Southeast Asian cultures. Zygarde's complete form may be based on Hel, the ruler of Helheim, the realm of the dead in Nordic myth. The colors on its complete form's chest match the colors of the real-world flag of France, the country which inspired the region of Kalos. These three colors match Kalos' pentagonal emblem that is split between three sections, matching each section of Kalos' subregions. Blue on the left depicting coastal Kalos, red on the right depicting mountain Kalos, and white in the middle depicting central Kalos. The blue and red colors also match the colors of Xerneas and Yveltal. Design-wise, it resembles a humanoid giant mecha, despite its organic basis. Its light-up technological appearance, transforming, combining gimmick, and the face-like pattern on its chest are all tropes commonly used for fictional mecha. Zygarde cells and Zygarde cores may be based on cells as well as flatworms, specifically planaria, and single-celled organisms such as slime molds and members of Euglena. Some planarians, ocelli, also resemble eyes, which may have been or may have inspired the designs for the cell and core Zygardes. The hexagons within them may represent a cell nucleus. And finally, with name. Zygarde begins with the letter Z. Following the pattern established by Xerneas and Yveltal, X and Y, it may also be derived from the Greek word for join, or zygote, guard, French for guard, and garor, Old Norse for enclosure or wound. Zygarde may be one of the most detailed Pokemon outside of Arceus, and I am 100% all here for it. The stage is finally set. God, light, light of the sun, light of the moon, time, space, antimatter, groundwater, atmosphere, life, death, and the ecosystem itself. All of our primary gods have been established, and in time, we will see other legendary and mythical Pokemon spring into existence. But for now, life must truly begin, because true sentient mortal life can finally begin and be set to flourish, all starting with the ancestor of all Pokemon, the new species Pokemon. And Bulbapedia has this all perfectly put for Mew. Shown to be a playful, childish personality, showing signs of high intelligence, curiosity, shyness, playfulness, and even selflessness. It is said to have the DNA of every single Pokemon contained within its body. This causes many scientists to theorize that Mew is the ancestor of all Pokemon. It is an incredibly adaptable species, capable of levitation and teleportation. It can use almost all known moves, regardless of their types. It has also shown the rare power to transform into all known Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible at will, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. As seen on several occasions, it has the ability to create an orb of energy around itself for protection, which can come in many colors such as green, yellow, and pink. According to journals found in Kanto's Pokemon Mansion, Mr. Fuji is the one who discovered Mew deep in the jungle and coined its name. If you don't know who Mr. Fuji is, that is the Pokemon fan club Mr. Fuji. This goes deep. With other scientists, he managed to gather some of Mew's DNA and used it in his mansion to create a modified clone of it, aiming to be the most powerful Pokemon of all, which resulted in the birth of the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. Since Mew can make itself invisible, very few people have seen it, leading some scientists to declare it extinct and most to assume it to be nothing but a mirage. However, sightings of it are still being reported to this day, confirming its existence. Even though it's rarely seen, it will willingly show itself to a person who is pure of heart and has a strong desire to see it. According to Pokemon the series related radio drama, The Birth of Mewtwo, Mew was discovered by Jesse's mother, Miyamoto, who registered its cry in a forest 20 years before the events of the series. It was worshipped for its protection by ancient people who created a song in its honor and believed it appeared once a year with the rising sun. It wasn't rediscovered until 18 years after Miyamoto met Mew by sunrise on the peak of a high mountain. As depicted in the episode In the Palms of Our Hands, it is capable of splitting itself up and transforming into more than one Pokemon at the same time. It was also shown to possess a strong rivalry with its clone Mewtwo in Mewtwo Strikes Back. Mew is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z move Genesis Supernova, otherwise directly translated to Origins Supernova. Otherwise, what I would like to say is relating back to not just the Big Bang, but potentially the Cambrian explosion that occurred 530 million years ago as a wide variety of animals just burst onto the evolutionary scene. What's also fun is that Mew was designed after Mewtwo, which explains what we'll read in the following inspirations. Designer Shigeki Miyamoto stated that Mew's design was based on Mewtwo. Its design was made simpler than Mewtwo in order to take up less space on the cartridge. Yes, the old cartridges had minimal space. That's why you can only have so many letters. That's why only so many Pokemon existed. There's only so many things could happen in them, and Pokemon did not have original, individual icons for every single one of them back then. Mew's overall physical appearance appears to be based on domestic cats. Several of Mew's features, such as a short muzzle and large hind feet, are commonly found in cats. Its morphology is also vaguely similar to a jerboa, having large hind legs and a long skinny tail. Mew's earliest design in Pokemon Red and Green resembled a vertebrate embryo, featuring a large head and a small body. Mew was soon revised and became mostly mammalian with cat-like traits, while still retaining several embryonic features such as having short, fine hair and small forearms. Mew is believed by scientists to be the last universal common ancestor of all other Pokemon, which, along with its resemblance to an embryo, may be a reference to the recapitulation theory. And I had no idea what that last word meant, so of course I had to look it up, and I found out it's just a bunch of overcomplicated jargon. So it just boils down to this after reading like a really long paragraph or two of scientifically peer-reviewed article. You as an embryo represent what you will look like in your fully grown self. That's basically it. But let's take a tangent. Recapitulation theory also relates to a number of different things outside of this, including the neuroscience behind why children play what they play. Basically, you as a child played house or cooking or bank or hide and seek or whatever else, right? Because it is dug deep into the recesses of your human brain that these are necessary for survival in the modern age. So it's trying to get you to learn these things by doing them and learn to survive through playing. So we can kind of break the word down and see the word recap is in there, basically to just restate and oh my god. Recap is the shortened word of the full word of recapitulation. Or however the heck you say that, recapitulate. I am 25 years old and nobody has ever taught me that, but now you are aware of the full word of recap. Congratulations. Unless you're asleep and this is like your 4th time rewatching this, thank you for your support. And back to Mew at the studio. Mew's name inspiration. Mew may be a combination of mutant or mutation and new. It may also involve Mew, wonderful and exquisite. According to Julien Bodakov, the French localizer for Pokemon Red and Blue, he asked if Mew's name was based on the English onomatopoeia for a cat's meow, and was explicitly told it was not. I'm gonna say now though, I've seen and we have seen Pokemon Company lie before, not out of maliciousness, not in the slightest. It is simply because you don't want to say everything. Why would you say all of your secrets? Why would you say all the background information that you can? There's no point in it. I mean, it's the same thing as them explicitly stating that Ditto is not a failed clone of Mew, yet when you look at the Pokemon Mansion, and below it, what spawns in the Pokemon Mansion? Ditto. What also appears multiple times in other, like, containers. Actually, it doesn't appear in the cryo-tainers, but you can see that there are multiple attempts and failures, and again, there are plenty of Ditto down there. So, despite them saying that it's not the case, they are definitely leaning towards that theory as time has gone on, as you look at other things like even the Let's Go Pikachu. But ultimately, it kind of makes sense if they want to say and they don't want to lean towards that theory, because it wasn't originally intended to be so cat-like, but has leaned towards that as time has gone on. Now, Mew exists within the world with the ability to split into copies of itself almost as if it were asexually reproducing. Considering its nature and how childish it is, how much it likes to play, so on and so forth, I would not be surprised if Mew got lonely, made another Mew, and they started to continue cloning and transforming, accidentally creating Pokemon species. Alternatively, if we want to go a different route, Mew left behind traces of DNA throughout not only the Pokemon world, but also the universe itself. This would explain why DNA can be found in meteorites in the world in the form of Mega Stones, and even someone we'll talk about later, Deoxys, the DNA Pokemon. Either way, Mew is still the ancestor of all Pokemon, as long as you don't include Arceus, the Myth Trio, the Light Trio, and honestly, so many other Pokemon that we have yet to talk about. But now, the Earth can evolve alongside our Pokemon friends, and one day, the humans will be born. But we're still not there yet, and things might get ever so slightly messy from here, as this kind of becomes a very vague timeline. I will try to make it as clear as possible as we go along, in terms of what happens, but it's, again, a vague timeline. It doesn't help that many of our legendary and mythical Pokemon are effectively immortal unless they are killed by another Pokemon or a person, and only a handful of them are really related to a singular entity. As time went on, the world needed a representation for it in physical form. Dialga may be the god of time, but time itself is not tangible. It is not visible. This became valuable with day and night cycles, tides, mating season, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds. How do wild animals even tell? The sun may set, but the moon is our guide. Lunala serves as the full moon, but as it wanes and as it waxes, darkness overtakes the land on nights where the moon's light does not reach the Pokemon world. And so, through the existence of Palkia, Dialga, and Giratina, the new moon and crescent moon are born. The Lunar Duo, Darkrai and Cresselia, embodiments of not only moon phases, but also of dreams and nightmares, as their creation was further inspired through the influence of Mesprit, considering REM sleep is the stage of sleep where the brain processes emotions and memories. The two have a volatile relationship with each other. They share a similar purpose, but through the natural fear of darkness brought on by the nights of a new moon, Darkrai takes on a more sinister appearance to balance out the light that Cresselia brings. In some cases, they keep each other safe. In others, they quarrel. The major pinch point of their coexistence being the never-ending nightmares that Darkrai can curse upon others, opposed to the dreams of peaceful bliss that Cresselia bestows. Time to talk about their deeds. Known to inhabit dreams and cause the target to have unending nightmares, Darkrai actually uses these nightmares as a defense mechanism, not as an intentionally malicious act. After all, it just doesn't want to be seen. So, if it can cause enough fear, nobody will ever want to see it, meaning nobody will hunt after it. It is capable of flying at high speeds, can become a shadow in order to escape danger or contact with humans, and is capable of human speech in some capacity. It is clearly shown to be weaker than Dialga and Palkia, and its relationship with Cresselia varies between canonical stories being cooperative or antagonistic. I kind of just imagine them as siblings that just don't know when to stop fighting. Darkrai is also attracted to nightmares or anything that can cause them, considering it does feed on them. It can use an ability called Dark Power to either trap humans or Pokemon in a dark void dimension of total darkness, there's a lot of the word dark being used here, or teleport them to another location where they will be put to sleep, assumedly permanently, but you're not dead, don't worry. And it is active on nights of the new moon. Darkrai's inspirations include the concept of nightmares, the boogeyman, or even Greek god Morpheus, Jinn, or Phobator. Morpheus is the god associated with sleep and dreams, shaping or forming the dreams of receivers who he would bring messages to from higher gods. Meanwhile, Phobator was specifically the Greek god of nightmares, brother to Morpheus and Phattasos, specializing in nighttime fears and phobias. Get it? Phobator, phobia. That kind of just sounds like a Doofenshmirtz knockoff. First I'll take over Darkrai, then I'll take over the entire Sinnoh region! It may also be based off of Noknitsa from Slavic folklore, an evil spirit that torments children with horrible nightmares, slowly draining them of their life energy with each passing night. Supposedly, the only way to protect oneself from a Noknitsa is by placing a knife or special stone underneath one's pillow, similar to how victims of Darkrai's nightmares can only be woken up with the lunar feather. In contrast to its counterpart Cresselia's association with the crescent moon, Darkrai appears to represent the new moon. And of course, Darkrai's name can be broken down to Dark for dark and Kurai for dark, meaning its name is literally just Dark, and it's like that stupid meme of what's your name? Find out, like, it's like, okay, your first name gives you the first word, your second name gives you your wolf's second name, and this one dude was like, my name's Moon! I love it. It was, and so I stream some of my research, right? When I need a boost, and I need something, I need some level of help, I stream my research, and when this popped up, and I got to say this whole dark thing on stream, I remember people just saying, our boy Dark, we gotta rep our boy Dark 100%. And it brings a smile to my face. Speaking of lunar feathers though, why don't we talk about the origin of those feathers with the lunar Pokemon Cresselia. It is said to resemble a crescent moon and the woman who made the Milky Way, which, Hera in Greek mythology is said to have made the Milky Way because Hercules needed to feed and ended up biting too hard and ended up just all the milk ended up spilling out into the universe. So, you know, Milky Way. I didn't want to say all the details because I don't know how strict YouTube is going to be. And I've already mentioned a lot of different concepts that always make it a little scared about how YouTube feels on monetizing stuff. But here we are. Cresselia has the power to dispel nightmares. Holding one of its feathers is said to actually bring about happy dreams. It is also great at recovery and healing techniques, which is exemplified in its signature moves Lunar Dance and Lunar Blessing. Cresselia can also apparently unleash spores in the air to cause confusion on opponents while forming a shield to defend itself at the same time. That goes back to Legends Arceus. It tends to reside on an island or mountain that has a Darkrai nearby, so that way Cresselia can keep an eye on it. It is a female-only species, and here are Cresselia's inspirations. We have its shape based on a swan, the crescent moon motif added right in, alongside aurora-colored planetary rings around its body. It may also be based on the constellation Cygnus, which itself is the Latin name for swan. When researching, I was getting a lot of different stories as well. Some stated that Cygnus was transformed into a swan by Zeus to save another god, and was immortalized as the constellation for its final act. And in other cases, Zeus is disguised as a swan, and so the constellation is Cygnus, but it's actually Zeus. So that really brought me nowhere, and I couldn't find any extra details that really mattered anyway. The rings also resemble the Hagoromo gowns worn by the Tenin, spiritual beings in Japanese Buddhism, and its color scheme of pink, yellow, and light blue, which reminds me of Mew. This is the same as the dress worn by the Chinese goddess of the moon, Chang'e. Cresselia shares characteristics with Ceremonok, a legendary fowl with a profusely decorated head, feathered tail, and colorful wings that are said to be the symbol of good fortune. Its Hisui Pokédex states, Cresselia resembles the Heavenly Maiden who created the Milky Way. This Heavenly Maiden may be a reference to the Estonian goddess of birds Lindu, who is said to have created the Milky Way with her tears, or the Greek Titan Rhea, who is also accredited with creating the Milky Way, and is the naming inspiration for the avian genus Rheidae, as well as associated species such as the greater ray. Name basis comes from a combination of crescents, referring to the lunar phase, and Selene, Greek goddess of the moon. While streaming said research, one of my audience members, Nit, actually brought to my attention that Selene is often mixed with other gods such as Hecate, and while the name still likely refers to Selene, it is important and fun to note that Hecate does have some relation, as she was the goddess of magic, witchcraft, the night, moon ghosts, and necromancy. Kinda what we would get if we kinda combined Cresselia and Darkrai to some degree. But now, as time continues and can be visually measured, we find that nothing ever stays the same. And in fact, it is in the world's favor to change. As life began to flourish throughout the old continents, that same life changed water levels, eroded the lands, and drank oxygen from the air, resulting in the earth itself demanding change. And change it did. With the continent being ripped apart, torn from its own earthly flesh, water fills the cracks between the continents, and lava spilled, erupting as it represented the Earth's blood as it was let loose. Towing these continents to their new rightful positions, we find the colossal Pokemon Regigigas. I'll say now, I really did want to get a Regigigas plush, but they were all sold out, so I went with Regirock because how could you not? Regigigas is an extremely skilled craftsman. Long ago, it created 5 golems in its image and brought them to life. It used ice, rocks, magma, a cluster of electric energy, and crystallized dragon energy to create these golems. They'd be known as the legendary Pokemon Regice, Regirock, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago. If I say Regidraco, please forgive me. Regigigas is also capable of controlling these legendary giants even if they already belong to a trainer. It can also survive extreme conditions, as it is able to work with the boiling temperatures of magma as well as frigid ice, -328 degrees Fahrenheit, -200 degrees Celsius. When Regigigas is disturbed from its slumber, it goes on a rampage and shoots powerful beams of energy. When it is befriended, however, it'll become a calm and gentle giant according to an enduring Sinnoh legend. Regigigas' strength enables it to pull land masses together and bind them with ropes, although I'm sure these ropes are metaphorical or they are subterranean, potentially being the magma that eventually hardened. I'm not really sure. This is what created the regions of the Pokemon world, though, and at some point Regigigas transformed itself into a Stone of Life and fell into a deep sleep inside the Snow Point Temple. In order to protect it, Regice, Regirock, and Registeel transformed into 3 Guardian Pillars made of the basic elements Rock, Ice, and Steel, which were sealed as well. It can be reawakened by the reuniting of the legendary giants once again in front of Regigigas' resting place. Time for inspirations! One of them is simply the Golem of Prague, and I've talked about the Golem of Prague a number of times, primarily with Galar, so this is burned into my brain. Basically, Hebrew legend, Jewish legend, stated that the Golem of Prague was created in order to protect them from people who would do harm to those of the Hebrew faith. And I can't talk about what those potentials are, but I think you understand who they would likely be. Nevertheless, these golems were created, or the Golem of Prague was specifically created for that purpose. 6 days of the week, they would put a bandage, or a type of seal, rather, on it, and it would protect the people. It would guard them, it would walk around, and it would do what needs to be done, to say the least. On the 7th day, on Sunday, the Sabbath, they would take the seal off, and it would rest on that day. But there was a point where they forgot to pull the seal back off, and it continued to act, and it went on a sort of rampage. Thinking about this further, I would not be shocked if we get one more Regi. I don't think we're going to get multiple new Regi. I think we're going to get one more. And probably won't get another one for decades at that point. Because we have 5 Regis. We have Regirock. That's 6. Technically, if you really want to be specific about it, we could say that we're never going to get a Regi again, because 1 day for Regigigas, 5 days for one for each of the other Regis, meaning we have 6 out of our 7 days taken, and on the 7th day, what did Regigigas do? Turn into the Stone of Life, resting. So take that as you will. It also has inspirations in Braille, which was necessary to encounter the legendary giants for the first time in the Steel Chamber, possibly alluding to the writing placed on the forehead of Hebrew golems. Alternatively, Regigigas may be based on the Titans of Greek mythology, with it being sealed away, likely being a reference to the aftermath of the Titanomachy, which resulted in the Titans being imprisoned in the underworld. Which, mind you, not all Titans and Giants were actually absolutely schmassive. Regigigas also shares some similarities with the Daidarobachi, a gigantic yokai. Regigigas' Pokédex entries seem to reference the Kunibiki myth, which describes how Umitsunu, a demigod said to have had the strength and size of a Daidarobachi, pulled huge chunks of land via ropes to expand his kingdom. And looking into the Daidarobachi, also say that word. I've said it so many times, I don't know if it's fun to say anymore, but here we are. But according to yokai.com, we get the following. Appearance. Daidarobachi are colossal humanoids which resemble bald-headed priests. They have big, rolling eyes, long, lolling tongues, and pitch-black skin. They share a lot of similarities with other giants, like the Onyudo and Umibozu, but they are by far the largest giants found in yokai folklore. Behavior. Daidarobachi are so large that their movements shape the world. They wield mountains by piling up rocks and dirt. They even pick up and move mountains to other places. I immediately want to now imagine Regigigas as Patrick. Let's just take the Sinnoh region and push it somewhere else. It would be Hoenn, wouldn't it be? I'm pretty sure it's Hoenn. Gosh dang it. When they walk, they leave lakes and valleys behind in their footprints. Because of this, many places across Japan are believed to have been made by Daidarobachi. Some are even named after them. Origin. Because Daidarobachi legends are found all over Japan, they have countless local name variations. Legends include Mount Fuji is sometimes said to have been made by a Daidarobachi. The giant scooped and dug up all of the dirt in Kai province, the Yamanashi prefecture, to make the mountain, and that is why the area around Mount Fuji is a large basin. He gathered more dirt for the mountain by digging in the Omi province, Shiga prefecture, and the area he dug up became Lake Biwa. The towns of Daita in Setagaya Ward of Tokyo and Daitakubo in Saitama are named after Daidarobachi. These towns are said to have been created by them. Daisahoshi Pond in Nagano prefecture is named after a Daidarobachi and is believed to have been created by one. Senba Lake in Ibaraki prefecture is also said to be a footprint of a particularly large Daidarobachi, and the Takabochi Plateau in Nagano's Yatsugatake Quasi-National Park is said to have been formed when a Daidarobachi lay down to rest his back for a bit. Kinda funny to think that this massive dude just dramatically shapes the environment by accident or by general will. I want to see. We just got so many different references, so many different places that were shaped by it. I want to see other accidental lakes and everything that Regigigas may have created in Pokemon lore. Regigigas' 3 pairs of eyes might represent its servant golems that were introduced before it. The red for Regirock, blue for Regice, and gray Registeel. Its overall form also resembles that of a Blemis, otherwise known as the Headless Man. Let me tell you, those things look absolutely goofy. And finally, its name can be a combination of Regi, or Regis, Latin for royal, and Gigas, Latin for giant, so royal giant. As Regigigas toes the continent, separating them from one another, it passes through lands of all kinds, and lives throughout many ages of life. Rocky, sandy lands devoid of water, frozen tundras of bitter and biting cold, metals from deep within the Earth's mantle, roiling storms where bolts of lightning rain down, and crystallized energy of dragons, left behind as residue from battles within the stars. Each of these, and potentially more in the future as I stated, all were used to form the Regi. Regirock, Regice, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago. They all serve to protect Regigigas and fight alongside it for the purposes that it deems being their creator. When it gets damaged in battle, it will search for new rocks to repair itself. Because of this, the rocks it is made of come from several different places around the world, which contributes to Regirock's patchwork appearance. Recently, cutting-edge technology has found that Regirock is entirely made of stone and rock, as it does not seem to have a heart or a brain. It generally lives in caves or ruins where it was sealed away years ago by ancient people, and this is something we're going to hear time and time again when it comes to the Regis. From here, a lot of our inspirations are, though, along those lines, exactly the same, and follow the idea of the Hebrew legend. But there are a few smaller details to discuss, such as each of the legendary giants being themed after historical epochs. Regirock for the Stone Age, its name broken down to Regi for King and Rock. Who would have guessed? I am not saying the rest of the name breakdowns for the purpose of this, as I'm sure you can figure it out. As depicted in Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, Regice can move around by floating in the air. Regice cloaks itself in air that is negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 200 degrees Celsius, and anything near Regice will become frozen. It can even survive when submerged in molten lava or other extremely hot temperatures. Regice is believed to have been created by Regigigas and has slept in a glacier for thousands of years since an ice age. It was sealed away in ancient ruins by people in the past. This could mean that Regice could have also been related or formed from the original Never Melt ice, and all derives from possibly the first ice age. Finally, the geometric shapes that make Regice's body resemble naturally occurring crystals. While Registeel has been classified as a steel-type Pokemon, its body is hollow and made of a material that is harder than any known metal. However, this material stretches and shrinks despite its hardness. While one Pokédex entry noted that the material that forms Registeel's body is extraterrestrial, It is also theorized that Registeel was actually born inside of the Pokemon world's mantle, before emerging onto the surface 10,000 years ago. Further evidence supporting this theory is the fact that Registeel's body was tempered by pressure underground over thousands of years. As a result, it cannot be scratched. Another theory posits that Registeel was created by Regigigas out of magma. It is unknown what Registeel can eat. It was sealed away in the ruins by the people during ancient times. Who would have guessed, right? So let's try and break this down a little bit, right? If it was magma, magma carries like inclusions. Inclusions are pieces of other rock that it can grab while rising up to the surface. If it's not just the inclusions, then the magma or lava itself is melted material. It's melted rock, earth, you name it. And depending on what, materials are in it and are melted into it and what pressure it cools at, then, or even if it not even cools but solidifies that is what is going to determine what it is. More specifically, if it has, oh gosh, here we go. If it has a higher iron content, it is going to be found closer to the Earth's core. This is going to be your ferrous rock. I really hope, at least, because I'm going off of the cuff. Now, with it being such a dense iron, we can assume that, yes, Registeel likely came from closer to the center of the Earth. Now, whether it was from magma that it started out with or otherwise, I mean, it doesn't really matter at that point. Because whether it's from the mantle or deep within the earth or anything like that, or the magma itself, we all come to the same conclusion. Regigigas put Registeel together. What might have happened, ultimately, is it just used whatever material it had available to it and made Registeel, which is something we see later on. Without enough material, it left Registeel hollow. Although it would be really fun to see. Oh, it could have been a fire Regi. Like a Regi Pyro or something like that. That would have been actually kind of sick, not gonna lie. That would have been really, really cool. Nevertheless, if it hadn't cooled, that might have happened. But it cooled and ended up becoming the Steel type. Oh, the Age of Fire. See, there it is. There it is. The Age of Fire. It's all there. The first whoop, big moment. But nevertheless, I'm going to stop myself. Registeel, of course, represents the Iron Age. According to legend, Regigigas was created... Oh my fudging... Yeah! According to legend, Regieleki was created by Regigigas using pure electric energy. The blue rings are insulated and cannot conduct electricity and are believed to have been put on it by ancient people who were tormented by it in order to restrain its powers. It is said that if the rings on its body were to be removed, Regieleki would be able to unleash its latent powers. Regieleki absorbs electrons in order to stay alive and is said to have the greatest power of any electric-type Pokemon, being powerful enough to generate all of Galar's electricity. Chairman Rose, eat your heart out. It can trap its foes inside a cage of sparking electricity that inflicts damage over time. We have more to talk about with the inspirations this time, though. Regieleki appears to be based on the concept of an electric charge being restrained by electrical insulation. Its overall shape resembles an incandescent light bulb, its restraints resemble electrical coils, its arms resemble electrical arcs, and its legs resemble a power plug. As an electric generator found in ancient ruins, its inspiration may also have been drawn from an out-of-place artifact, Oop Art, which we'll bring back later, such as the Baghdad Battery. It also represents the modern age. By the way, the Baghdad Battery is basically like a super duper incredibly old battery cell that could hold 1 volt of charge or whatever. Pretty cool, honestly, considering, how old it is. Moving towards Regidrago, according to legend, it was created by Regigigas using crystallized dragon energy. However, it ran out of crystals after building Regidrago's head. Regidrago was then sealed away in a temple by ancient people who feared the destruction it would cause should it ever be completed. Due to its body composition, Regidrago is said to have the most powerful dragon-type moves of all Pokemon. I mean, if you're made out of pure dragon energy, yeah, of course, that makes sense. Along with the power of every dragon-type Pokemon. So not only is it the most powerful by theory, it is also comprised of the powers of all Dragon-type Pokemon that have existed throughout time, which Dragon Pokemon, they're ancient, they've existed for a long time. If you use a Dragon-type move, you probably leave some Dragon energy behind, because Dragon energy is derived from infinite energy, which is the life force of a Pokemon, and blah, 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 blah. I'm going insane and I can feel it in my bones. Regidrago can fire an attack made of intense Dragon energy by combining its arms to form a mouth. There is an unproven academic theory that posits that Regidrago's arms originated from the head of an ancient Dragon Pokemon. It can convert its life force into power, attacking its opposers. It seems to, of course, be based off of a dragon head and crystal ball as held by Asian dragons, and with the giants made and existing, finally, within the world serving under Regigigas, the actions of these golems and our original colossal Pokemon set off a chain reaction that would create the next generation of legendaries, derived from the major concepts that the progenitors represent and protect in their godhood. These are some of the more ancient ones that we'll speak of first. Years beyond the Cambrian explosion brought on by Mew, we find certain species beginning to make their mark as genetically ancient Pokemon. We find a funny little turtle in a mass of numbers existing, as its shell is encased in a gem of sorts representing the world turtle itself, Terapagos. Normal form Terapagos is said to have a splendid aura. It is a small and particularly weak Pokemon for that reason. It can assume a dormant state whenever its life is put in danger or it needs to hibernate, pulling its head, limbs, and tail into its shell and shrinking in size, which makes itself look like an ordinary jewel. It also has the ability to crystallize the energy in its own body to form around itself a green shield when necessary, even in its dormant state. Through this same ability, Terapagos will cause glowing hard crystals to form around it even as it slumbers, which gave Area Zero the distinctive appearance it possesses. It has also been shown to have an incredibly long lifespan, with one being known to have lived for millions of years while slumbering within its shell, i.e. the Terapagos we first saw and became familiar with. Terapagos inhabited the Paldea region in a bygone era. It was thought that this species went extinct, with it said to have been caught up in seismic shifts that occurred 2 million years ago. However, one of them managed to survive by crystallizing its own body and going into hibernation in the Area Zero underdepths, where it had laid low until the present day. So you're telling me that Regigigas may have made the entire Terapagos Pokemon species to go extinct, or at least endangered. Maybe the rest of them exist somewhere, who knows? According to Breyer, Terapagos is made of terrestrial energy, and it stays in its normal form while not battling, implying it to be its true form. With its power of its crystals, Terapagos can bombard its foes with countless star-shaped projectiles. It can also have the ability to alter timelines in some capacity, as seen in both games and anime. It is capable of bringing humans, Pokemon, and objects either from other points in the Pokemon's world's timeline, or from other timelines altogether, to the point in time and space it currently is in. While using this ability, a pink mist appears around the affected area. Once it disappears, whatever was brought is sent back. The true limits of this power are currently unknown, but it affects humans and objects differently, as the player was able to keep the copy of the Scarlet Book or Violet Book given by the professor after the encounter at Kitakami's Crystal Pool. It is responsible for the growth of the Herba Mystica, is the reason behind many of the advanced technologies working in Scarlet and Violet that allow Turo or Sada to go into the past or future. It can attract Pokemon to it with a specific energy signal, and it is the only current Pokemon able to terrestrialize into the Stellar Terra typing. It bears upon its shelled form the icons of the 18 Pokemon types. It floats in this form and enters this form when in danger or about to battle. Its shell is composed of crystallized terrestrial energy and holds the power of every type, absorbing attacks from enemies and transferring it back to Terapagos. Terapagos also serves as the opposite to the unknown creator of Laquium, which is only found in the anime. kind of want to watch the anime and do a review of that, even though I haven't watched all the other seasons. You know, it's completely different. Finally, we have its stellar form, Terapagos, as it has taken this form at least 3 times throughout history. In ancient times, during the Area Zero expedition 200 years ago, and in the present era. This form is said to resemble the world as the ancients saw it, supposedly due to the dome beneath it. Terrestrial energy becomes so abnormally amplified that it actually appears to lose control and lash out due to its energy output. Due to it having so much power, stellar form Terapagos may cause cracks around it during its transformation and even risks wreaking havoc to Paldea's ecosystem. While in this form, it was shown to resist going back into even the most powerful of Pokeballs, the Master Ball, destroying it in the process. Fun fact about the Master Ball, let's take a quick tangent. I don't know if it's the same case anymore, but in the past, the Master Ball had a like 99.9% chance of catching a Pokemon. The only difference and the only reason why it didn't fail as it theoretically could is because when you throw a Master Ball, the game is set to recognize what kind of ball you're throwing. Then it recognizes that you're throwing a Master Ball. Then it asks itself, do I perform an encounter catch check, yes or no? And it checks off no. In which case, it doesn't run the check, and even though there's a 0.1% or less than 1%, really, I mean, way further than less than that, chance of it failing, it doesn't fail because it just doesn't run the check. Stellar form Terapagos is capable of absorbing terrestrial energy from other terrestrialized Pokemon, causing their terrestrialized state to be undone earlier than intended. With it, it can create multiple Terra shields and even change its type amidst battle, though this seems to be limited to only 3 times per battle. You know, it's because it's a game. The hidden powers within stellar form Terapagos are capable of reducing to 0 all effects of weather and terrain. It has shown to be capable of shooting huge beams of pure terrestrial energy at its foes. When using specific beam-like attacks, stellar form Terapagos will use all of its hexagonal gems in a certain formation to shoot the beam from it. In this form, it is also known as the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero, due to its status as the secret treasure that was sought by the Paldean Empire. Time for some inspirations, one of them being the world's turtle, which is basically like, hey, the world sits upon a turtle's back, and on that turtle sits on another turtle's back, onto another turtle's back, and so on and so forth. We also have inspirations likely from Lonesome George from the Pinta Island, which is the subspecies of Galapagos tortoise that this Pokemon seems to represent through the Galapagos green turtle, and Lonesome George is the last of his species. I just got sad because I don't know if he's still alive or not, and now I need to check. Oh, he's been dead since 2012. Oh, my heart. Oh, that actually hurts. Wow. That sucks. Oops. Getting off of that sinking ship, oh, that hurts. Terapagos may be inspired by the rainbow-shelled turtle from the Japanese folktale about a fisherman named Urashima Taro. And Yokai.com, thank you for the following. And I'm not going to say this all in the voice because it's a bit of a longer one. The Urashima legend is one of Japan's most famous stories. The oldest recorded versions of the Urashima legend are found in the 8th century works such as Nihon Shoki, Manyoshu, and Tango no Kuni Fudoki. Early on, he was known as Musunoe Urashima, but by the Middle Ages, the name Urashima Taro had become widespread. His legends has changed considerably throughout the ages in various details, including his name, how long he spends away from home, the location he visits, and so on. Despite this, they all follow the same pattern of a boy who rescues a turtle, visits a magical land, and returns to a world he no longer recognizes. The Urashima Shrine on the Tango Peninsula in Kyoto, founded in 825 CE, is dedicated to him. And the story is basically this, as it is a longer story, and I'm gonna go off of my memory for it. He basically saves a turtle, it goes off to sea, turtle comes back, turns out it's a bigger turtle, and it's like, thank you for saving my son, allow me to take you to the Eastern Dragon's, land, which is well below the water. He goes there, meets the princess there, because I believe at this point the Eastern Dragon is long dead, if I remember this correctly, and he spends his time there. He eats good food, he lives his life, he lives in riches, It's fantastic. But he eventually gets homesick, wants to visit his family, just be home. He's like, my visit is done, I want to go back. And at first, Princess Lady is like, no, you don't want to go home, trust me, it's not worth it. And he's like, but I want to go home, I miss my family. She goes, all right, bet, fine. You want to go home, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to stop you, I just didn't recommend it. So, how about this? I'm going to send you with a parting gift. I'm going to give you this box. You are not to open this box. It's a very pretty box. Do not open it, okay? No other rules, nothing else to it. You can go home. Thank you for visiting. And so he rides this turtle back, which has a long seaweed-like tail looking like Terapagos. And when he goes back, he starts talking to people there. And he's like, hey, I don't recognize what's going on here. I feel like I've probably been gone for a bit, but I don't think I've been gone that long. Hey, can you show me where the, my family is? And they're like, well, what's your family? Here's the last name of the family. He goes, oh, yeah, we have no idea who that is. It's like, what do you mean you don't know who that is? And he eventually finds out that his entire family lineage is gone. He is, tens of hundreds of years in the future at this point, and he is mentally just like, oh my god, he is lost. And so he does the one thing he feels like he could do, wanting to maybe try and return to the princess or find some answers, and he opens the box. And when he opens the box, out comes this mist that envelops him, and I don't remember if it's pink or blue, but either way, when it eventually goes away, all of the years that he had spent with that empire underwater and that palace caught up to him, and he was suddenly a balding old man with long locks of hair on the sides flowing behind him. And yeah, I mean, he died after that, of course, because I mean, he was super mega old, but that I read that on stream, and I was so excited. I highly recommend just looking at the story yourself. Look at yokai.com for it. Just type in the Urashima legend, yokai.com, and you'll get it, I'm sure. Phenomenal little tie-in. Now let's talk about its other inspirations. It's the terrestrial form's hairy kind of appearance, maybe reference to Japanese legends of Minogame, a type of turtle that lives for 10,000 years and grows a tail made of seaweed. There are multiple Minogame. In addition, Terapagos, especially in its stellar form, may also reference the world turtle, as we previously stated, a mythical turtle found in various mythologies that was said to carry the world upon its back. This is further connected by the stellar form's Pokédex entries, which state that it resembles the world as the ancients saw it, and a planet floating in space. By extension, this could also be a reference to the expression turtles all the way down, as it has a crystal in the shape of its normal form above its shell, and it floats on top of a larger dome shaped like a tortoise shell. The expression turtles all the way down refers to that idea I expressed earlier, that the world turtle rests on the back of a larger turtle, and that one on the back of a large turtle, and so on and so forth. The tessellation on Terapagos' shell contains type icons and could be based on the unique pattern on the back of the diamondback terrapin. Terapagos' crystalline composition may also take inspiration from chitons, marine mollusks with flat disc-shaped bodies and eye-like peripherals composed of rock. Its turtly name inspirations may derive from the culmination of terrestrial, terrapin, and Galapagos. Ultimately, Terapagos is the end of a line with no other Pokemon directly being related to it, but instead being the origin of the Terra phenomenon that other Pokemon use for their own power. It does have some power over time, as we have seen, meaning that it likely has some relation far estranged from Dialga, while also being influenced by Mew and having its life changed by Regis. But what of our other Pokemon, ones that descended from the powers of Earth, Water, and Air? Let's begin with the branch under Groudon and its influences. Deep below the Earth's crust, Pokemon dwell, made of pure and untarnished liquid metal. Another, which is manifested from the magma that melts all rock and stone, metamorphizing the world below. And the third, created from magnitudes of pressure over millions of years. We have Meltan, Heatran, and Deontay. Technically Carbink too, if you want to think about it that way. With a body made up of liquid metal and a hexagonal golden nut with a black sphere inside of it, which serves as its eye and head, we have the liquid metal itself of Meltan being made of gallium, and apparently it can also cry gallium tears. Which, what even is gallium? Gallium is a soft, silvery white metal similar to aluminum. Gallium arsenide has a similar structure to silicon and is a useful silicon substitute for the electronics industry. It is an important component of many semiconductors. Thank you, Royal Society of Chemistry. That will all be important in just a moment, but let's add to that, as gallium can easily attack and absorb other metals. Meltan can stretch its arms or legs to be longer or shorter and is one of the smallest Pokemon. Meltan's body can corrode various metals, which it feeds on by absorbing them. The absorbed metals are circulated within Meltan's body to generate electricity, which it uses as an energy source. Gallium can easily attack other metals and absorb them, and it generates electricity, or is a good conductor of electricity rather. Meltan can also use this electricity to attack by firing it from its eye. According to Professor Willow, Meltan has been described in ancient texts in the same place the Mystery Box was found. The Mystery Box was created by Melmetal's followers to store away the Meltan created after its death, until one day they could create a new Melmetal, which we'll talk all about Melmetal soon enough. The hexagonal nut on Meltan's body can be removed. It has also been seen working in packs and can spin its head, creating a sound that calls others of its kind. Its head spinning can also be used as a sign of affection. In Got Meltan, it's revealed that it can be tamed if fed metal-like treats. In Living on the Cutting Edge, Meltan is shown multiplying in numbers over time. It evolves into Melmetal only when one strong Meltan absorbs the rest of the group. You have no choice. You're being a part of this group project whether you think the rest of your teammates are idiots or not. Learn to work with it. Which, I also have to say, why is it such a cute Pokemon? Like, we straight up attribute so many emotions and cuteness to inanimate objects all the time, and I'm really feeling it with this one in particular. The other inspirations that really come from its name are pretty simple, since everything else has kind of been covered. Meltan may be a combination of melt, metal, and tan, diminutive Japanese suffix. Its name also be derived by the word molten. So let's talk about its evolution, Melmetal. According to Professor Willow, Melmetal lived in a secluded area deep within a wooded land that was full of sedimentary rocks rich with magnetite, and its shed metal was used by ancient people to create unique metal tools. Mind you, magnetite is named that because it is magnetic, which would help with the binding of all the metal together in each of Melmetal's various bodily sections. The process of evolution is hard in its body, making it incredibly sturdy. However, it is still in a liquid state and has some flexibility, particularly in its heavy hex nut arms. Melmetal applies centrifugal force on its arms, allowing it to have the strongest punches of all Pokemon. When it attacks, the nuts encircling its arms slide down as if to bulk up its fist. Feels very Popeye. When it reaches the end of its life, it will rust and break down to smaller shards, from which new Meltan will be born. In ancient times, Melmetal was worshipped for its ability to create metal from nothing. After its death 3,000 years ago, its worshippers placed the Meltan born from it inside mystery boxes as a way for Melmetal to return in the future, which kinda works, kinda doesn't work. I mean, they're not like airtight or anything like that. It's not a way that it's good. It's oxidation. Oxidation is what broke this Pokemon down. So I mean, I don't know if that would have really helped. It really wouldn't have. But you know what? I commend them. As Gigantamax Melmetal, it becomes a large cyclopean giant toad in Legends. In its Gigantamax state, Melmetal can use its elastic and flexible body to land punches at foes while keeping its distance. By bringing the hex nuts on its fists together, it can create gigantic fists for an even bigger punch. Gigantamax Melmetal can also release tremendous electric beams from its belly, capable of vaporizing opponents and even an entire hill. The electricity is generated by the flow of liquid metal stored in Gigantamax Melmetal's body. So, all the electrons and general electricity and everything all together is being weaponized by this Pokemon through just pure conductivity. Melmetal and its Gigantamax form may have been based on the Cyclops. Additionally, its Gigantamax form could be based on Galar, described as a giant being with an eye that can destroy everything when opened, which any other ties to the Galar is pretty loose by comparison, considering that the Galar is a chief of a chaotic race of demons within Irish folklore. It is also a golem of sorts, but I don't think we can appropriately relate it back to the Golem of Prague. You could try, I mean, small pieces, you know, it's the type of body it has, very amorphous or whatever. You kind of push it together, create a golem, whatever you want to say, whatever. Oh, gosh. And I will say it is at this point that in writing, I was losing my mind, as we have hit 56 pages with 66 more Pokemon to cover! By the power of pluming lava bursting throughout the regions, a new Pokemon is born. The lava reaching its peak in the power of liquid flame, it flows outward and down once more, forming a lava dome, and birthing from the solidifying molten rock with a mask of iron is Heatran. Boiling magma-like blood circulates throughout its body. While its body is rugged steel, certain parts of it are partially melted due to Heatran's own intense heat. It is a fierce guardian, and were it to lose the magma stone that it guards, it would rampage and cause the volcanic crater where it dwells to erupt. Heatran's claws allow it to dig deep into walls, and its feet allow it to stick to the surface, so it can hang and climb from walls and ceilings. According to legends, Heatran was said to have been created from the magma hidden beneath Mount Coronet. The body of Heatran is said to hold many unsolved mysteries. Heatran itself has the ability to form a shield around itself in order to protect itself from harm. It can even turn this ability against an enemy with its signature move, Magma Storm. There are 2 Heatran confirmed to exist, with one also existing within Stark Mountain, so there is the possibility that there is a Heatran in every single volcano. Heatran may be based on volcanic remains, its steel typing may reference how the Earth's inner core is made of solid metal under immense pressure, and may also be based on a personification of magma. In the ancient mythologies of most cultures, the eruptions of volcanoes were explained by the presence of a fire monster living within it, often a dragon. Heatran's name may be derived from heat transfer. Its Japanese name may involve dragon. And so, protectors of each volcano existed, the plumes of lava rising within the earth, granting heat that could melt the metals within, that would serve to not only potentially help create future Meltan, but also provide them with future meals from deep within the earth. But one specific Pokemon continues to reside under incredible pressure and heat exactly how she prefers. Her brilliant gems shining in the darkest of caves as she leads her posse of simps, Diancie. Born from a carbink that undergoes a mysterious mutation, we have the perfect princess cut diamond herself. Also, carbinks sleep for millions of years, and it can take about as long for carbon to turn into diamond, though it is not super likely, which would explain why it takes so long. After all, it is also not the most stable in every way, so carbon kind of resists being turned into diamond. Carbon, Diancie, diamond, kind of break that in there. I talked about this way more in my video explaining every single Mega Pokemon, so I won't talk about it all here, which also means I won't really be discussing its Mega here either. Though, by extension, this also means that Groudon is potentially responsible for Carbink as well, just for posterity's sake, because I really highly doubt they have any blood in their body. It can instantly create diamonds by compressing the carbon in the air, meaning your lungs are also forfeit. The diamonds are used to attack and defend, and we'll read the next quote because it simply feels like Diancie wrote it herself. Diancie's pink glimmering body is said to be one of the most loveliest sights to experience in the world. Diancie is also said to be one of the most beautiful Pokemon seen in the world. Yeah, you, Melodic, Primarina, all getting into fights over who looks the best. Who cares? Actually, a lot of people care because they are all pretty Pokemon, I have to admit. They've got great coloration. Just give me the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other, but just with these three. Diancie can speak telepathically and is found in the underground caves, specifically within ones such as the Diamond Domain, a crystal kingdom where it reigns as queen over many Carbink. Honestly, pretty clear that without Groudon, Diancie would not exist. So the illustrious and rare diamond sits deep beneath the surface, strongly separated from the world around it, caring for the many Carbink that live under her care. But let's move back up towards the surface. As an earthquake rocks the land, we move faster, passing the Larvitar sleeping deep within the earth, passing by the liquid metal that would feed or become Meltan, that is carried by the lava plumes in which Heatran itself is also born from and erupt from the volcano. The magma, now on the surface, spills forth as lava extends down the crags of the volcano and through the valley. We then see steam erupt as the lava slows and solidifies. The resulting steam densely blankets the land until it finally subsides and we see Volcanion. I will at least note now before we continue, it is not official whether or not Volcanion is man-made. Because of this, until further notice, we assume it is not man-made. If in the future that it is, then we can move it to the made by humans part of the tree that we'll talk about later. But ultimately, once again, this will not change anything else other than who possibly influenced its creation. Because with a fire-water type dealing with steam, this is a perfect Pokemon to sit firmly as a descendant connection between Groudon and Kyogre. And no, that doesn't mean Groudon and Kyogre did the dirty and had an egg together. No, this just means that, as with many of our other god Pokemon, concepts clashed or were so strong as a singular concept that a new concept or creature was then born. We will see this time and time again. Volcanion has an organ that allows it to vaporize the water it absorbs instantly with high temperatures. The arms on Volcanion's back expel the resulting steam from inside its body, allowing it to disappear into a dense fog. It can expel steam of a superbly high pressure and has the ability to blow away mountains. Volcanion is capable of creating explosive shockwaves, all of which are exemplified by its move Steam Eruption, which immerses the target in superheated steam and may leave a burn. Gotta say, steam burns suck pretty bad. This power also allows Volcanion to gouge out the earth and change the land by reshaping it. It's said to live in the mountains where humans do not tread. Volcanion can run out of water within its body to use, as depicted in the movie Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel. When it does, a sound similar to a bell is heard. The lines and dots on its cannons turn red, and it is unable to use any water-type moves until it refills its water supply from another source. It was also shown that Volcanion can live for several centuries. So once again, it might be man-made, and if it is, then it doesn't change anything other than the idea that it is the conceptual love child of Groudon and Kyogre. Given Volcanion's mechanical appearance, type combination, and ability to boil water into steam, it may be based on steam engines and other boilers, kind of a no-duh, while its arms function as artillery weapons. It may also pull inspirations from the Brazen Bull, a hollow bronze statue of a bull that would be heated over a flame to kill a person locked inside. Pretty brutal. Or the Ryukyun Shisa and Komainu, mythical creatures inspired by lions, tigers, and dogs. Its signature move may refer to geysers. So, I mean, again, the Brazen Bull inspiration's a bit strong, but, I mean, its body shape I can understand. And of course, for its namesake, we do have the possible combinations of Volcano, Lion, and Cannon. Simple and fair. Before we bridge the gap between Kyogre and Groudon, I just want to say now, there are 30,000 of you that return to my videos and somehow have not subscribed yet. Most of my watch time coming from people who are not subscribed. If you're not subscribed, please do. There's some specials I have planned in store that torture me but entertain you, are embarrassing for me but will bring you laughter and maybe make you cringe just a little bit, because it's gonna be painful for me. But let's move on. We now find ourselves over the sparkling seas brimming with life. Water serves as a sanctuary for all life, a necessity, a place of tranquility. That is, until the tides turn with the phases of the moon, the winds shift, and the storms begin to brew in fierce destruction. Hurricanes, tornadoes, water droplets whipping at speeds capable of making harmless moisture now a stinging pain as it swings through the air alongside the whipped up splinters of trees. All as though a bird were creating these large gales as it flew through the sky, flapping its wings. And you wouldn't be far off with that assumption. As the Great Wall reveals itself, Lugia, representing the sea and storms. It is important to remind you that Kyogre and Groudon are also capable of changing the weather and atmosphere to some capacity, technically to a very large capacity. So Rayquaza is not actually necessary to be related to Lugia in order for Lugia to have been created. Though it is fun to think that Rayquaza would be like an uncle to Lugia and the 3 legendary birds would be like the great nephews or something. Rayquaza is the Grunko Stan of the 3 legendary birds. Back to Lugia though. The plates along its back can be folded to increase its speed, and while the gender of Lugia is unknown, a young Lugia has been shown in the anime, showing that there are more of them out there, which makes sense for minor gods like Lugia. After all, storms occur everywhere, whereas things like time are singular across the board as a concept. There is only one timeline, well, excluding multiverse theory, but by those standards and how Pokemon seems to work, it doesn't matter. Dialga is god of all time. Palkia exists between parallel dimensions, so Palkia is the god of all space, so it should be fine. Lugia leads the legendary birds, and when they fight over territory, Lugia is the only one that can quell this ceaseless fighting. And just like the birds, Lugia possesses the ability to control the weather, but more specifically, it can calm and give rise to storms. It is said that a light flutter of its wings is capable of causing winds powerful enough to tear a regular house down. If it were to flap its wings, it could hypothetically spawn storms lasting as long as 40 days. I just realized that's also a biblical reference, and I'm gonna just quote it here. God reveals his final deadline for the flood to Noah, 7 days. In 7 days from this moment, the rain would start. It would continue for 40 days and 40 nights, a deluge that would end all life from the face of the ground. Lugia is the biblical storm, baby. Lugia is capable of splitting islands into smaller islands, and with its signature move, Aeroblast, it shoots a vortex of air at its target. Basically, it's firing an entire tornado at you. Lugia is highly intelligent, and because of the devastating power it could accidentally inflict, it isolates itself deep underwater and tends to sleep in solitude. It is extremely rare and is hardly ever seen. In ancient times, the former Brass Tower in Ecruteak City was once Lugia's perch. However, after its destruction 150 years ago, Lugia moved to the Whirl Islands for the safety of others from its own power. It can be summoned at the Whirl Island through one of its feathers, tidal bells, and the dance of the Kimono Girls. Lugia has been referred to as the Guardian of the Seas. There are rumors Lugia would appear during the night of a storm. And don't worry about Shadow Lugia, by the way. It was basically just Lugia, but its heart was shut to compassion and kindness due to mistreatment, which can happen with literally any Pokemon except for theoretically Celebi, but even then, it kind of happens. I don't know. Lugia's aquatic tendencies could relate it to plesiosaurs and aquatic birds. It is also possible that it may be based on Ryujin, a dragon who lived at the ocean floor and was the Shinto god of the sea. The two have similarities in mythology, and Lugia's shiny colors, red and white, are the same colors as the coral Ryujin's palace, which that it was made of. In addition, it is worth noting that dragon, yang, male symbolism, and Chinese phoenix, yin, female symbolism, duality is prevalent in Eastern mythology, and Ho-Oh is the Japanese name of the Fenghuang, the Chinese phoenix. And of course, don't worry, we'll talk about Ho-Oh later. In keeping with this, Lugia resembles a wyvern, a variety of dragons with a single set of forelimbs that serve as wings. Its avian body, coloration, and face markings suggest that it may be somewhat based on the gray heron. Its rounded feet resemble those of grebes, a family of diving birds. The beluga whale, a white whale with similar body shape and coloration to Lugia, may also be basis for its design and name. It might also be based on Bahamut, which translates to giant fish, and Bahamut is often being portrayed as a dragon-like creature in modern fantasy, hence its fish-like and dragon-like appearance. Now, Bahamut is seen in a lot of media, and I immediately think of Final Fantasy because of it, even though I don't play Final Fantasy. Though, because of all this, there are a lot of conflicting sources. The only one that I could find that kind of lines up is that Bahamut resides beyond the east winds and is surrounded by water and mist, as it is a fish that supports the earth, possibly even the universe in Arabian myth, which you could kind of relate to storms, their great wind walls, and the idea of it existing on Whirlpool Island, where it takes a lot of energy to get past. Lugia may be derived from the ancient Greek word for silver. It may also involve beluga, deluge, Luna, and Lutea, which is the early name that was used for Bahamut. And that last one gets pretty close to the Lugia name. As these storms raged on in the world, they spawned other creatures, and that even opposed each other, Dragonite and Kingdra, and I want to talk about them briefly. Dragonite is the guardian of the sea, rescuing drowning people and Pokemon, while Kingdra can create destructive whirlpools with ease, similar to how Lugia creates them with ease. The two clash on sight whenever they meet, but as we step away from them, we see another small blue, almost jelly-like Pokemon that is accompanied by a similarly blue Pokemon, both being about a foot in height on average, as the Seafaring and Sea Drifter Pokemon are moved and shifted with these roaring waves created by the conflict between these two Pokemon, Manaphy and Phione. With Manaphy, 80% of his body is made of water. It is highly susceptible to its environment and swims long distances to return to its birthplace. Manaphy prefers to live deep underwater on the cold sea floor, and has been known to visit the coastal waters of Hisui, occasionally with Phione following it. Just take a little trip over to a cave and get surrounded by a mob of them. Luckily, they're cute, or I'd be far more terrified. It is born with a special power that allows it to bond with any Pokemon. Manaphy can switch the perspectives of people and Pokemon with each other using Heart Swap, one of its signature moves. Despite Manaphy's appearance, it is confusing whether they are male or female, as they have been described as the princess or the prince of the sea, depending on the game that they're in. Though, considering that it is likely based on jellyfish, Manaphy is probably just hermaphroditic, as we've seen in some other Pokemon like Staryu. It is capable of learning and speaking the human language, and can breed with another Pokemon to produce Phione, even producing a very unique egg in the process. Though, despite familial resemblance and links that may exist, or inferences of which, there is no other connection known, and Phione does not evolve into Manaphy. Manaphy may be based on sea angels, tiny translucent ocean mollusks. The Manaphy's egg design is similar to Turritopsis dorni, the immortal jellyfish. Which, yes, of course I'm gonna take a tangent and talk about the immortal jellyfish, because how can I not? Also, slight note, sea angels are really cute. Regarding the immortal jellyfish, according to the American Museum of Natural History, these tiny transparent creatures have an extraordinary survival skill. In response to physical damage or even starvation, they take a leap back in their development process, transforming back into a polyp, basically a baby form of themselves. In a process that looks remarkably like immortality, the born-again polyp colony eventually buds and releases medusae that are genetically identical to the injured adult. In fact, since this phenomenon was first discovered in the 1990s, the species has come to be called the immortal jellyfish. The cellular mechanism behind it, a rare process known as transdifferentiation, is of particular interest to scientists for its potential applications in medicine. By undergoing transdifferentiation, an adult cell, one that is specialized for a particular tissue, can become an entirely different type of specialized cell. It's an efficient way of cell recycling and an important area of study in stem cell research that could help scientists replace cells that have been damaged by disease. Just imagine you're about to die and you just transform into 100 of yourself. Now, there are more problems in this world. creepily reminds me of when you like kind of squash a spider and thousands of their babies run out from under it. I have that happen when I was like, I don't know, 13 or 14 in the middle of the night, and I was sleeping on the floor that night. No, I was not happy. Back to Manaphy. Manaphy's trait of only being able to produce Phaeon as offspring may be inspired by eusociality, a biological phenomenon which usually manifests in a colony of animals having a sole breeding female or queen tended to by her usually infertile offspring. And that would be exemplified in like bees. You know, beans, you have the queen bee, you have to feed royal jelly, otherwise you don't get another queen bee, and they just can't have babies. It could also be referencing other highly rare and unique mutations such as albinism or polydactyly. And for the last part for its name goes to Manaphy may be a combination of mana, spiritual life force in Polynesian culture, and Fae, fairy. So as we get Manaphy to spawn out some Phaeon, let's talk about our little sea drifter. Phaeon inflates a sack on its head to drift in the water and search for food. When the water grows warm, it will drift in packs with other members of its species. No matter how far it has drifted, it will always return to the place where it was born. Sometimes, it will be seen with Manaphy visiting the Hisui region on rare occasions. Against natural predators, it uses a defense mechanism that allows it to blend with ocean waters. When we look specifically at Phaeon, the sea angel comparison is made clearer with the Cleon species, which, again, tell me I'm not crazy by thinking that they're cute. Cleon are remarkably popular in Japanese documentaries, especially in Hokkaido, on which Sinnoh is based. This may also have inspired their appearance in Chocovine Town. What makes this all very strange, though, is that Pokédex entries, however, suggest that Manaphy are born in cold waters and are easily affected by their environments, while Phaeon live in warm waters and come back to their place of birth. Which, when you think of it further, I guess it's not all that uncommon. There are creatures that have to migrate or do migrate to warmer waters or different regions in general in order to have a safe birth, but then leave the offspring behind as they return home. And of course, Phaeon's name is just Manaphy and Cleon mixed together. Honestly, these two feel as though they represent migrational mating patterns and the waves themselves, so they don't hold much power over anything. The migrational mating also assists with the whole heart swap thing that they have that allows them to breed or stay safe in an easier manner. But why don't we turn back around and face the storms once more? The freezing ice that pierces the earth and creates frozen tundras, the lightning that crackles above fiercely before striking from the heavens, the flames that spring forth from the power of pure heat, making the air shimmer as though it were about to faint. Before us are the three legendary birds, directly under Lugia: Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Uno, dos, tres, get it? Now, we will be specifically talking about the original legendary bird trio. The Galarian versions come later. Starting with the freezing Pokemon Articuno, it is said to have feathers and wings made of ice. It has the power to control ice at will, and when it flaps its wings, it can chill the moisture in the air around it. It flies from icy mountain to icy mountain, and according to legend, it appears before doomed travelers lost in icy regions. As seen in Freeze Frame, Articuno sometimes aids travelers and guides them to safety. Articuno primarily lives in cold, isolated locations, such as snowy mountains filled with permafrost, which, I mean, it kind of helps create that permafrost, to be fair. These old Pokemon entries feel so much shorter than, like, the modern ones, by the way. Articuno seems to take inspiration from various mythical birds, such as Persian Simurgh, Huma, Roc, or the Chinese Fenghuang. Many of these rare birds were said to live on high mountain peaks and are symbols of good fortune. Tales of their benevolence might be the inspiration behind Articuno's reputation for rescuing people. Anatomically, it is very similar to the white-throated magpie jay, and its streamer-like tail feathers are similar to the resplendent Quetzal. Quetzal coming back over and over again, but it's a pretty bird, so how could I say no? Now, as I looked at all the myths that I just kind of mentioned here, and even tried scouring through other sources, I could not find any gods or goddesses of winter or cold or weather or anything else that felt properly fitting towards Articuno. There's tons. There's tens, probably hundreds, maybe even thousands that, you know, we might not even actually know of in the modern age that used to be worshipped in the past. Nevertheless, none that I could find were fitting, because I just refuse to take, you know, the surface level information and be okay with it. As suggested by the Pokédex entries, the 3 legendary birds appear to be the embodiment of the seasons. Articuno represents winter, Zapdos and Moltres represent summer and spring respectively, but autumn, or fall, is however unrepresented, which is kind of interesting considering we got the Galar birds and not a 4th bird. Articuno is a combination of Octic and Uno, Spanish for one, indicating that it is the first of the Kanto legendary birds. And its Japanese name is literally freezer, like freezer, in that it freezes, which only makes me think of Dragon Ball Z and the mistranslation that they had for Frieza early on. Theoretically, if there are multiple Lugia, and we know that there are multiple of all the other creatures that we've talked about that are under it, Manaphy, Phione, we have, you know, all the Dragonite, Kingdra, and of course, now we're looking at the legendary birds. Maybe there are multiple of the legendary bird trios, which would explain a lot in lore. I mean, they appear in a couple of different places while also being the Pokemon of some trainers, and with so many mountain ranges, someone has to help keep the permafrost around somehow. Though, if we were to take their ability to bring an early winter, spring, or summer as literal ability, as they're rumored to, then maybe that's not strictly the case. Either way, we can move safely down the mountain, that is, until we see another sort of storm rising and bursting with dark and tumbling clouds that loom menacingly ahead. Electricity snaking under the cumulonimbi before they decide to snap down to the lands below. We welcome in the electric Pokemon, Zapdos. When Zapdos flaps its glittering wings, it releases electricity that can potentially cause thunderstorms. It produces massive crackling and snapping sounds when it flies, and these are attributed to the lightning bolts it sheds when airborne. Zapdos reportedly appears only during thunderstorms and gains power when struck by lightning. It is said to live among thunderclouds, but is rarely seen. It basically self-generates, creating electricity that can cause thunderstorms only to get hit by lightning, becoming supercharged and creating even more thunderstorms. It's an endless cycle. Zapdos seems to be based on the Native American legend of the Thunderbird, a spirit of thunder, lightning, and rain that took the form of a giant bird. The beating of the wings was said to create thunder. It may have also been based on the lightning bird, a bird created from whenever lightning hits the earth. Aesthetically, it may be based on hummingbirds due to it having a long beak, the rather simple wings, and described violent behavior. Which, I wouldn't think hummingbirds are super violent, but they can be incredibly territorial towards each other, primarily, because they literally have to find their food all the time in respective sources of their food to get the calories they need constantly in order to live. I feel like being a hummingbird is a living heck. Like, it's just terrible. Also, here's some good info on the Thunderbird while we're at it. Described as a supernatural being, the enormous bird symbolized power and strength that protected humans from evil spirits. It was called the Thunderbird because the flapping of its powerful wings sounded like thunder, and lightning would shoot out of its eyes. These Thunderbirds brought rain and storms, which could be good or bad. Good when the rain was needed, or bad when the rain came with destructive winds, floods, and fires caused by lightning. Thank you, Legends of America. And of course, for English name, it's literally Zap, and Spanish for two, or its Japanese name is just Thunder. Literally Thunder. I mean, come on, for once the French have a much better name than other languages, all the other languages. It's literally called Electhor. It's electric and Thor mixed together. It's stupid, but I like it. But when fire erupts from too much lightning, when the heat of the day makes the world warble and wave, and when lava pops and sizzles from it, we may see the lava part like water as the flame Pokemon emerges, Moltres. Moltres sheds embers like, well, oh my god, why'd I go southern? You know what? Screw it. We're already here. Moltres sheds embers with every flap of its wings, creating a brilliant flash of flames. By dipping itself into the magma of an active volcano, this Pokemon can heal itself. It migrates from the south with the coming of spring, and is said to bring an early springtime to cold lands. There have been stories of Moltres using its wings to assist those lost in the mountains. Moltres is rarely seen. I feel a little bit bad as our rubber chicken of a bird gets a real bad rep because of its design sometimes, but in the right art, they look just majestic, as absolutely fantastic as one would imagine seeing this flaming bird appear before you. Moltres seems to be based on the legends of firebirds such as the phoenix, the Slavic firebird, or the Bennu. It may also be based on the vermilion bird of the Chinese four symbols, which represents the elements of fire and the direction of south. In addition, it may be based on a heron because of their similarities in body shape. Looking into the Chinese four symbols, we have the Azure Dragon of the East, the Vermilion Bird of the South, the White Tiger of the West, and the Black Tortoise, also called the Black Warrior of the North, which we don't have the rest of those, technically. I mean, the Azure Dragon is represented in a number of different ways, potentially even Kyogre, but White Tiger, nothing like that. The closest we could get was Arcanine, but that isn't the West, and the closest to Black Tortoise is Terapagos, which I guess could be north, but I am pretty sensitive about all those. Says writing Acrylic, as current Acrylic knows that writing Acrylic was terribly incorrect. Can you guess how Moltres got its name? Molten as in melting, or molt as in shed feathers, and Spanish 3. Moving on. The sky itself is primarily under the domain of Rayquaza, though this serpentine dragon resides high in the upper atmosphere, and even within space itself. Who would be there for the lower atmosphere? Who is there when the storms subside and warmth can be returned to the sky as the cold storm passes? What should be the symbol of clear skies above? Well, no other than the rainbow Pokemon Ho-Oh, residing firmly under Rayquaza as a Pokemon that represents the sky and rainbows. And I'll say this now, I have a very soft spot for Ho-Oh and Lugia since Pokemon Crystal was my very first Pokemon game. And you can imagine who else I have a very soft spot for in terms of legendaries. That guy right there. He's literally right there. If you can't guess it, he's literally right there. Literally right. If you can't guess it, you need to open your eyes. Nah, it's okay. You're fine. Don't beat yourself up. When Ho-Oh flies, its huge wings create bright, colorful rainbows. The rare few who bear witness to Ho-Oh are promised eternal happiness. Thank you to everyone who says Ash is dead and is dreaming. Everything ever since he saw Ho-Oh in the first season of Pokemon before Ho-Oh was revealed. Please tell me how every other character is dead or in a coma when it comes to your fan theories, because that's so original. Once again, I'm gonna quote Squidward, daring today, aren't we? Ho-Oh is capable of raising its target with a mystical fire of great intensity with its move Sacred Fire. I'm sure some of you heard raising, not as R-A-Z-I-N-G, but as R-I-S-I-N-G, and you just imagine Ho-Oh as a very doting father, but like as a very benevolent, good version of the Emperor from Avatar: Last Airbender teaching Zuko. In ancient times, the Bell Tower in Ekutik City and the former Bell Tower in Goldenrod City were both once Ho-Oh's purchase. Ho-Oh has the mythical power to resurrect the dead, as seen with 3 unnamed Pokemon. When the Brass Tower was burned down 150 years ago, Ho-Oh descended from the sky, reviving 3 unnamed Pokemon into the legendary beasts. It can be summoned at the Bell Tower through one of its feathers, Clear Bells, and the Dance of the Kimono Girls. Ho-Oh has been referred to as the Guardian of the Skies. So there we go. Not God of the Skies, simply the Guardian of the Skies. We do have a hidden level of hierarchy within the legendaries, as I've mentioned, and this just helps establish it further. Also, if we get Legends Johto, we better officially learn the names of those unnamed Pokemon. Who were they? Because some people are like, oh, they were probably Eevees, and I'm sure maybe they were Eevees. I could totally believe it, but that's not good enough for me. I want to know the truth. I mean, we have so many mysteries. The Substitute Doll, which might be a Rhydon. Volibee and Mandibuzz wear bones from other Pokemon, while their primary hunts that they go after and decorate their homes with are Cubone and Marowak, but the bones on the Pokemon themselves look nothing like Cubone and Marowak bones. The freaking Scarlet and Violet imagined Pokemon that you see in the books, and then finally, the original versions of the Loyal 3. I don't even want to talk. I don't want to talk about the unnamed Pokemon in the anime or the fusions we see in the Pokemon Adventures manga for that matter. There's so much here. I mean, there's also the unnamed dragon that was part of the Tao Trio while we're at it. So I didn't say that for some reason, but we'll get to that later. I will now collect myself, and we shall talk about the inspirations behind Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh may be based on the legend of the Phoenix, specifically the Feng Huang, the immortal phoenix of China from which it derives its name. It may also be based on the Huma bird, a legendary bird that is said to never rest, living its entire life flying continuously, and resurrects itself and others in its ashes and flames. It is a symbol of fortune and friendship and will bestow happiness to anyone who simply glimpses at it. Many cultures view the Phoenix and Huma as symbols of resurrection. All of this is seen in Ho-Oh, which was reborn, rising from its ashes, and had a hand in resurrecting Suicune, Raikou, and Entei. Additionally, this is also reflected by its hidden ability Regenerator. Given its category, it may also be an embodiment of the rainbow, very likely inspired by the multicolored aspect of the Feng Huang, or by the rainbow-feathered bird god Akialabopa. Okay, I said it right. It could also be inspired by many other firebirds. Some notable examples are the three-legged bird Cymerg and the ember bird. Ho-Oh and Ho-Oh, which is its Japanese name, may be derived from Ho-Oh, Japanese reading of the Feng Huang, Chinese phoenix. It may also be derived from O, emperor, or O, king. And after all, it does have a big old yellow crown. Fun fact, yellow was originally banned in the past because only the emperor was allowed to wear yellow. Yellow was also associated with light and sunshine, as one would expect. And alternatively, it is said that red is the royal color of Imperial Japan, as it is used to symbolize power. It is a lucky color used in Japanese architecture and Shinto shrines, and we see all of this on our Ho-Oh here. This honestly lines up with a lot of Johto's architecture, or at least Ecrutique's architecture, and the bell tower itself alongside our little fire rainbow bird we have here. So that's really cool. Once again, I want to note that we have started to stray from the direct timeline of events, because it is important to understand that humans became before our next trio of subjects, while many of our other subjects existed long before humanity. To make things easy, assume all other Pokemon that we speak about existed long before humanity, unless I say otherwise. Because now, standing from the ashes and rubble are the revived forms of the three legendary beasts, fit with a new purpose in return for their lives being restored. The three stand, but they don't shakily rise to their feet, no. They are stronger now, more agile, more dutiful, as they are now under service of the Rainbow Emperor. When one moves, it shocks the surrounding public, as they had watched helplessly as the tower burned down. Its speed brings about the boom of thunder and a flash of lightning as a storm begins brewing above the tower while Raikou makes its escape. A second one finds a new comfort in the flame. It provides a strength unlike any other, that which cannot be contained by its new body despite its rebirth. And so it roars, and the world outside shakes while a volcano erupts in unison. A mourning of lost life before Entei leaves the past behind as a form of ashen funeral. The third bears ribbons that flow like water from its body. It gazes at the flames for a few moments after its companions have left, then howls into the ceiling, beyond it, through each of the floors, past the roof, and into the sky above, as it calls for a deluge of water to rain down and douse the flames of death and rebirth. And so the sky did, though the tower had been burned down to the point of disrepair, while the last beast is easily seen by the public before it departs, Suicune. the three wander the world with revitalized spirit and bodies. 150 years ago, Brass Tower in Johto was hit by a lightning bolt, causing it to catch on in a huge fire, and would be later put out by a sudden downpour. 3 unnamed Pokemon perished in the fire. However, the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh granted the trio new life. One of those Pokemon was revived as Raikou, which represents the lightning bolt that struck the now burned tower. Because of this, it is claimed in proverb that Raikou descended from the sky with the lightning bolt, which is not true as we now know. Raikou is able to fly by creating storm clouds, as depicted in the Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs animated special. In The Legend of Thunder, Raikou is shown to be distrustful of humans, though it may form some friendship with those who help it. Raikou tends to appear during thunderstorms and when other electric-type Pokemon are in danger. It represents the speed of lightning and can control storm clouds at will. It races across grasslands while barking cries that sounds like thunder. These same cries can send shockwaves in the air while shaking the ground at the same time. Even while sleeping, its breath makes a rumbling sound similar to distant thunder. The moment it awakens, it will quickly travel the lands with a roar similar to crashing thunder. And I will say now, it looks vastly different from its demo sprite, as it looked a lot more like a Jackal or Keelan back then, which is very vital, otherwise I wouldn't bring their beta sprite and the other 2 beta sprites that we'll talk about up. Raikou may be partially based on a tiger. Its long upper fangs bear a resemblance to those of the Smilodon, commonly known as the saber-toothed tiger. It may have also been inspired by thunder and lightning gods of most cultures surrounding the world. Mostly the Raiju, a thunder demon of Japanese lore, and is said to be Raijin's companion, which is often depicted as a sort of tiger. It is said to be a creature that could take the form of various animals. Similarly, it may also draw inspiration from the Nue, a legendary creature that is depicted with the legs or body of a tiger and a snake for a tail that can shapeshift into a black cloud. The flowing purple cloud on its back seems to be based on a cumulonimbus cloud, which is most often associated with thunderstorms. Speaking of the Nue, from Yokai.com, appearance. Nue is one of the oldest yokai recorded, having its first appearance in the Kojiki, 712 CE, an account of the early histories of Japan. It also appears in the Heian period encyclopedia Wamyo Ryujusho, 938 CE, and again in the Heike Monogatari, 1371 CE. A record of one of Japan's bloodiest civil wars and most tragic family clans. It has the head of a monkey, the body of a tanuki, the tail of a snake, and the limbs of a tiger. In ancient times, it was thought to be a kind of nocturnal bird. Its call is supposed to sound like that of a white thrush, and thus its name is written with a kanji that contains the meanings night and bird. And this story should begin to sound familiar very quickly. One famous Nue attack occurred in the summer of 1153 in Kyoto. Emperor Konoe began to have nightmares every night and grew very ill. Neither medicine nor prayers had any effect on his illness, and the source was attributed to some kind of evil spirit which was visiting the palace every night, early in the morning. These events climaxed some days later in a storm which appeared over the Imperial Palace around 2 a.m. Lightning struck the roof, setting it on fire. The Emperor summoned the legendary samurai, Minamoto no Yorimasa, to deal with the evil spirit. Yorimasa brought his trusted companion, Ino Hayata, and his legendary bow, which he received from Minamoto no Yorimitsu, to hunt the best. During the night, a strange wind came over them, followed by a black cloud. Yorimasa fired his arrow into the clouds above the palace, and out from the sky came a horrible scream as a Nue dropped to the earth. Ino Hayata leaped upon the body, dealing it a finishing blow. The Emperor immediately recovered from his illness and rewarded the heroes with the legendary katana Shishio for their service. This event has been immortalized in numerous paintings and ukiyo prints. Really stumbled on the end there. After the Nue was slain, the inhabitants of Kyoto were afraid of a retaliatory curse for killing the beast, so they loaded its body in a ship and sent it down the Kamo River. The boat with Nue's body eventually washed up on the shore near the village of Ashiya in Hyogo Prefecture. the good citizens of Ashia removed the Nuate's body, built it a burial mound, and gave it a proper funeral. You can still visit the mound known as Nuazuka today. Hello, Raikou descending from the heavens, being an electric beast, striking the tower of an emperor, in which Ho-Oh was an emperor. Boop! Pokemon has a very strong tendency of taking normal stories and flipping the protagonists and antagonists. I mean, we see this even in Ogerpon and Pecharunt, and don't worry about looking them up. Don't worry, we'll talk about them later. But again, role reversals are constant in Pokemon. Let's finish out Raikou, though. Raikou may be derived from Rai, thunder, or Raikou, lightning, and Ko, lord, or Ko for emperor as well, where the former forms a reference to Leigong, god of thunder in Chinese mythology. We now do the Magma Merengue over to the volcano Pokemon Entei to talk about its info. It is said to represent the fire that destroyed the burned tower. It is said that an Entei is born whenever a new volcano appears. Okay, there it is. Multiple Entei. Boom. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, it could be the truth. It could just be myth. It could be rumor. But hey, we could attribute it to the, adding collection of reasons why there are likely multiple of so many different types of legendaries. And that whenever Entei roars, a volcano erupts somewhere in the world. Entei races across grasslands at high speeds. It does this due to being unable to contain its extreme power. Entei is believed to represent the passion of magma, and is claimed to be the bringer of the summer's warmth. Entei can unleash massive bursts of violet fire, capable of destroying anything it touches. Its fire is said to be hotter than the magma of a volcano. When Entei sleeps, it sometimes leaks flames from its mouth. Once it awakes, it will sweep across the land, expelling waves of fire similar to an erupting volcano. When I was little, Entei actually used to be one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Not above Gengar, not above Gengar. Nobody's ever above my goofy boy right there, but still, I loved Entei, and it's probably because I saw it in the movie. Just for the short bit that I did. Its demo sprite also looked vastly different, and when asked if Entei was based on a particular animal, Mineo Saito described the creation process behind the Pokemon as a hairy, rock-like body, volcanic smoke rising from behind its head, a king with a dignified beard. Entei's design was coming together. You could say it was basically like a lion, but I didn't want it to be simply an animal. So I settled on a silhouette that could look like a dog or a cat. In final design, Entei has characteristics in common with lions in traditional East Asian art. These include a human-like face, a crown resembling eyebrows or horns, and the back half of the flowing smoke resembling a fluffy tail. In many countries, the lion is regarded as a symbol of power and strength. Lions are also popularly known as symbols of fire. Entei's lion-like appearance and masses of fur make it appear similar to the Balinese lion spirit Borong, a guardian spirit who kills the wicked witch Rangda in order to maintain the balance of good and evil. However, it also represents or resembles large, short-muzzled dogs such as a mastiff. Its brown shaggy fur and white paws and muzzle are similar to a Saint Bernard, a large dog known for its strength. The connection with Borong could be tied further with its shiny color. Alternatively, the darker color could simply be the hardening of lava into rock. And Entei visually resembles an erupting volcano. Its red faceplate and yellow crown resemble lava. Its neck shape and brown coloration are reminiscent of the base of a volcano, and it has a cloud of flowing smoke. Its face also resembles a kabuto, and the back plates resemble mountains. And no, not Kabuto like the Pokemon. It's like the helmets that is seen kind of on some Shoguns. The name Entei may be derived from En, flame, Te, emperor, forming a reference to Yandi, flame emperor, legendary ancient Chinese ruler in pre-dynastic times. It may also involve Enten, which is translated to blazing heat. Raikou and Entei will be very important for the creation of another Pokemon later on, because these two very directly represent lightning strikes and volcanoes erupting specifically. And we'll get to that Pokemon after we round out the trio with the Purifier of Water, Suicune, representing the sudden downpour that doused the flames of the burned
tower.
Suicune has the power to walk across water and purify dirty water with one touch. It travels across grasslands in search of water to purify by following the north wind. Northern winds always seem to blow stronger in its presence. In Pokemon Crystal, Suicune is said to be the closest of the legendary beasts to Ho-Oh and shares a cooperative bond with the Unown. The reasoning behind these connections are unknown. No pun intended. Suicune's personality is said to be heroic, serious, and calm during dangerous situations, and is believed to be both the embodiment of the north winds and compassion of pure spring waters. It sleeps deeply in locations where the water is clean. When Suicune awakens, it will start racing around the world once more, following the north wind to purify fouled water. The north wind itself can represent the calming presence of God and the manifestations of heaven's glory and rain. So maybe since Suicune represents water and purification, that is why Suicune is so close to Ho-Oh and even the Unown, which are closely tied to Arceus. This is all my theory. By far, in addition though, the demo sprite for Suicune is the most wildly different looking one. Kinda looks like it belongs at the Weenie Hunt Jr. of Emo Hot Topic. Suicune may be partially based on a leopard. The concept of a leopard combined with the idea of Suicune representing the north wind may have been derived from the Fujin, the Shinto god of the wind who wears leopard skin. Additionally, numerous Shinto themes are seen across Johto, such as mediums, known as Itako in Japanese. Fujin was also brothers with the Raijin, which would make sense with Raikou considering with storms you get rain and lightning. Its mane also looks similar to Aurora. Its build, crest, and ability to walk on water bear similarities to the Qilin, which is actually one of those 4 sacred animals we talked about. It's also known as the Chinese unicorn, representing great power and wisdom as it brings good fortune. Suicune may be a combination of Sui, water, or Sui, water, and Suisho, which is crystal, and Kun, which is monarch. And if I haven't said it enough, Suicune is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon, top 3, I think number 2, depends on how I feel, because that little cute thing right there, I actually pointed it to right, that Ogerpon right there, love me a Ogerpon. But as time goes on, and the trio continue to cross paths, there comes a point where a storm brought on by Raikou and an erupting volcano may occur at the same time, in the same area, in a seemingly impossible scenario. Yet it happens anyway, and when the lightning strikes said erupting volcano, the result is an explosion of life bursting onto the scene as the Thunderclap Pokemon is born, Zorora. So once again, we have Rayquaza, which makes Ho-Oh, which makes the 3 legendary beasts, which Raikou and Entei end up creating Zorora. You can try and claim some of our other volcano-based Pokemon do, but they are related to the volcano itself, not the eruptions of a volcano. They are different domains, even if they're interconnected. Zorora was born from an explosion caused by a bolt of lightning striking an erupting volcano. It lacks an electricity-generating organ, so it gathers and stores electricity from outside sources. This Pokemon can create a very powerful magnetic field through the strong electric currents emitted from its paw pads. Using this magnetic field allows it to levitate and move at high speeds while airborne. Zorora can travel as fast as a lightning strike. It's first known to stand on end whenever it is using massive amounts of electricity, and it can tear its opponents apart with its high voltage claws. Even if the opponent dodges, they can still get electrocuted by the flying sparks through its move plasma fists. Lightning flashes and thunderclaps can occur when Zorora starts running. Zorora's feline appearance may take inspiration from cats and tigers. Its electric type may allude to Kanehakili, the Hawaiian god of thunder. Its design may also reference the Oni, a supernatural creature often associated with tiger pelts and lightning, or even the Raiju again. Based on its swift movement and slicing up its opponents, it may also draw inspiration from the Kamaitachi, which are literally just weasels that ride the winds, have learned to ride the winds, and hold sickles that they then swirl around in the whirlwinds as they hunt within cold regions, floating through the air and cutting down their prey. If you like D&D, you can see them as the Wind Weasel in the Creature Codex. I love the Creature Codex, by the way. Its shiny coloration may be based on white tigers. Zorora's name may be derived from Zeus, Greek god of thunder, Zara, Arabic for to beam, glitter, or shine, or to encroach upon one's enemy, and Tora, Japanese for tiger, or Tora, also meaning feroci for thunder. I have to admit, Zororo is pretty low on my radar until I saw some of the shots of it fighting against Guzzlord, and it all just started to click how cool this Pokemon actually is. I mean, it comes from one of the darkest moments in this series, in my opinion, and it doesn't know how to take compliments. Of course it doesn't. It's a Pokemon that exists at the end of the world, so it's a little bit like, oh, you're complimenting me? Shut the heck up. I don't care about you. But that's the end of the line for this grouping, as Zorora incidentally falls under the final rung below Rayquaza, the final rung, and at least technically, because we do have one other pair that is directly under Rayquaza and could theoretically be related to a couple of other legendaries, though they are primarily considered guardians of the skies similar to Ho-Oh, but they are very much separate from our rainbow bird. The two I speak of are the yin and yang of each other, bearing red and blue coloration as they jet through the skies above, Latios and Latias. The two are very closely together, tied in lore, so we'll be covering them both fairly easy and quickly. Latios has a gentle nature and will avoid fighting whenever possible. It can fly faster than a jet by tucking in its arms. In the 5th movie, Latios had the ability Sight Sharing, which in Japanese directly translates to dream analysis, which allowed Latias and people around it to see exactly what Latios was seeing. Oakley also mentioned that it can shapeshift. It prefers compassionate trainers to whom it opens its heart, uses telepathy to detect locations and the emotions of others, and can understand human speech. It lives by the water's edge. Alternatively, Latias ruffles its feathers, yes, it has feathers, and cries loudly when there is hostility toward it. Its glass-like downy feathers can enfold its body and reflect light, which allows it to become invisible or alter its appearance. So basically what you're telling me is that when it turned into a human and was around Ash, it shouldn't have been able to get that close unless it was standing straight up while pushing or being on the swing or something like that. Because if it's refracting light to change how its appearance looks, or how its appearance looks, oh my goodness, then that means it doesn't actually change its true physicality, it just changes how we perceive it. It is highly intelligent and can understand human speech and use telepathy as well. In the 5th movie, Latias had the ability Sight Sharing, which allowed Latias and people around it to see exactly like what all Latios is seeing. It normally does not make contact with humans or other Pokemon, and disappears when an enemy is nearby. It forms herds with several members and is usually found near water. There are a lot more abilities that are not talked about in the Pokédex or anything like that that we see in the anime movie, the 5th movie, but it's a toss-up as to what was fully intended and what was just an expression of a Pokemon's power. I mean, a lot of Pokemon have a lot of different powers, so who's to say these legendaries just don't have souped-up versions of what those are. But this duo is also strongly tied in terms of their inspirations as well, so let's get into those. Latios and Latias appear to be a cross between a jet plane due to their wings, shape, and speedy flight, a dragon, a griffin, and a bird. In particular, their lack of feet and continuous levitation might be inspired by the common swift, a bird with tiny feet. Its Latin name Apus means without feet, that spends most of its life in the air. Latias in particular shares the physical trait of down feathers that birds also have. Similarly, they both might be inspired by the martlet, a mythical bird in English heraldry that never roosts and is usually depicted with tufts of feathers in place of feet. Their red and blue plumage might be based on parrots in the genus Eos, which that is pretty close to Eon as the Eon Pokemon that they are. They could also be based on jungle fowl due to their possible shared origin with Blaziken, and due to their classification as Eon Pokemon and their connection to the Soldu, Latias and Latios might be inspired by the Aeons and Gnosticism, which are said to be emanations of God. In Valentinianism, these Aeons form male-female pairs called zyges. Aeons are also considered eternal beings, and since they are Eon Pokemon, Eon just means a very long time, usually a billion years. They may also be loosely based on the Chinese philosophical concept of yin and yang, which is fairly obvious, but are opposite and interconnected natural forces. Latias being female and the more passive of the two would represent yin. Their names and Latias' ability to refract light may also be a reference to Eos, the Greek goddess of dawn. In name, Latias may be a combination of lateo, Latin for I conceal, I lie hidden, and os, Latin masculine suffix. They both might also reference Eos, the Greek goddess of dawn. It's possible that Latios' name, in particular, is derived from Plato's dialogue Timaios. Whereas with Latias, the name Latias may be a combination of lateo, Latin for I conceal, I lie hidden. Whereas with Latias, it also references lateo, but has os suffix, as, which is the Latin feminine suffix. And it's possible that its name is derived from Plato's dialogue Critias, which is paired with Timaios. Timaios and Critias relate back to the accounts on the formation of the universe and an explanation of its impressive order and beauty, according to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. All very fitting, as these two are tied to the item Soul Dew, which Latios could sacrifice its life and turn into, and with its relation to water, it could simply tie into the idea of life-giving water, purification, or even the earth itself. These two go back to ancient times and were worshipped by people after they had saved a child, so we can at least say they existed in great numbers even before humanity came around. Though, let's take a trip over the waters again to a grouping of islands, four in particular. These islands live prosperously in clean waters and bright skies, where the heat may be strong but a cool ocean breeze brings some cool relief and the smell of salt. We arrive in Alola, but we aren't the only ones, as Ultra Beasts are randomly dumped here against their will, confused and ready to attack all that is unfamiliar in an act of self-preservation and safety. But, luckily, there were 4 individuals that were bested in battle by Solgaleo and Lunala, forcing these 4 individuals to become guardian deities of Alola's islands. And so they strike back in full awe-inspired power, blowing back the intruders from beyond the stars as we see the guardian deities, the Tapus, in full form. And before we continue, I want to let you know right now, I am currently developing a D&D Pokemon one-shot with a small group of people within this setting of Alola 10 years after Lucamine reawoke from her coma in the anime. If you've enjoyed the storytelling that I've told so far for this video, I can guarantee you will enjoy the show when it releases. It is just something that I wanted to do for a while now. It's a one-shot. It's just, you don't need to know anything about the anime in order to really enjoy the one-shot. It'll be fun. Just keep your eye out for it. Pokemon star signs, okay? Let's get back to the Tapus now. What's interesting about the Tapus is that they are considered the land spirit Pokemon. They have the common moves of Nature's Madness and Guardians of Alola, and all of their shells, when closed, represent different animals. They can also all transform Z-Rings into Z-Power Rings. They can even summon giant forms of themselves in the form of energy when using their Z moves, and when the alternate universe version of Melee Island's nature was ruined by excessive destruction, Tapu Koko, a shiny version of it, abandoned it, resulting in further destruction when Guzzlord arrived. Now, we usually consider shiny Pokemon to be like albinistic or melanistic versions of these Pokemon, and when in reality, some of these shinies are just alternate versions from alternate realities or whatever else you might take it. The shiny, quote-unquote, Tapu Koko was dulled in color. It lost color completely, almost as if it was losing its touch with nature since it was destroyed. We can see the same thing for the other Tapus when it comes to their shiny forms. So, these Pokemon are very directly tied to nature. They draw their power from it, their color from it, and serve to keep balance in the ecosystem against those that would threaten it. Though, it seems they gave up when humanity was the one causing immense destruction. Because of all of this, and that in each translation they are guardian deities, insinuating that they may be minor gods, I will say they are created under the umbrella of Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. Though they do draw power from ocean, land, nature, whatever it is, they are primarily nature guardians, nature spirits, land spirit Pokemon, which really falls under these three. And why Xerneas and Yveltal, that will become very clear as we go through each of these 4 Pokemon, as they seem to have more than just nature applied to them. With a mask resembling a rooster and guarding Melee Island, which literally just translates to Yellow Island, we have Tapu Koko. While it will protect its home, it is fickle and will not necessarily help people in need, though it is very curious and may come out to play or battle with people or Pokemon that interest it. It is able to store electricity by closing itself inside the shell in its arms. It does this by summoning thunderclouds. Tapu Koko has an explosive temper, but it instantly forgets what enraged it in the first place, like a good sim. Due to this, it has been referred to as a malevolent deity should it get provoked. And I'm sure it fought people in the alternate universe many times alongside the other Tapus based on this info. It can move lightning fast in order to confuse enemies that fight it. Its overall design is also similar to a tiki statue, as all 4 of them will be. And additionally, it may be inspired by Kuka Ilimoku, one of the 4 major Hawaiian gods and god of war and conflict, who is often represented by feathered idols. As an electric-type Pokemon inspired by a bird, it has some potential of being inspired by the Thunderbird, which, yeah, sure. I want you to remember these gods that they are likely based on as we go along, because that will be very important for who we talk about after the Tapus. In name, Tapu Koko may be a combination of Tapu, Hawaiian for sacred or holy, which we'll see with all 4 of them, and Koko, Hawaiian onomatopoeia for a rooster's crowing. Kapu Kokeko may be a combination of Kapu, Hawaiian, again, for sacred or holy, and Kokekoko, Japanese onomatopoeia for a rooster's crowing. Going back to Kuka Ilimoku, otherwise known as Ku, Snatcher of Islands, from HawaiiAlive.org, we have the following info, and bear with me please, if I butcher names, I will do my best. The early Polynesians who came to the islands of Hawaii eventually created full and often distinct communities on each island. While there was contact, interaction, and exchange between the islands, as a general rule, political control was at the moku, large land division within an island, or sometimes island level. During the 18th century, however, one of the most renowned kaula, prophets or seers, from Maui, predicted the coming of one who would bring all of the islands under his rule, who would bring peace through unification. During this era, in the court of Kalani Opu, was a young boy named Kamehameha. Wait, God, I can't say that without thinking about Dragon Ball Z. Yes, I'm trying. He was a strong and brave youth and was soon assigned to the renowned warrior Keku Haopio to train in the arts of battle. He was also assigned Kahuna to teach him the way of the gods. The powerful god Kuka Ilimoku, Ku, Snatcher of Islands, was one important path to power of the Ali Inui at this time. Prior to his death, Kalani Opu'u bequeathed care of his lands to his son Kiwali-o, but significantly left this god of war and politics to Kamehameha. Kamehameha and his kahuna cared for this god with the utmost austerity and were rewarded with great success in battle. Seems relatively familiar to all of this, doesn't it? Different islands run by each of the kahuna being picked to lead by the Tapus, and the only reason they are working together is because Lunala and Solgaleo unified them. Though instead of there being one leader that would unify, there was Necrozma who had caused incredible problems, or alternatively, the Aether Foundation was a singular unit that created incredible problems through Lucimine's obsession with the Ultra Beasts and caused Solgaleo Lunala to unify themselves and unify the Tapus, so that way these islands and just the world ultimately could stay safe. Let's continue through our quartet and see what the other similarities are, as we might find them between Pokemon and the Polynesian gods as we turn to the butterfly-like Tapu Lele. With its mask resembling that of an insect with large antennae and a proboscis, Tapu Lele is worshipped on Akala Island. It is known to scatter glowing scales, which affect others by stimulating and healing their bodies. However, these scales are also dangerous if too many are touched at once. Some consider it to be guilelessly cruel for the way it destroys others as it scatters its scales for its own amusement. This has resulted in Tapu Lele being described as an incarnation of nature. The reason being, it does not feel remorse for its cruel actions. Now, one person did ask me how come Tapu Lele didn't get an honorable mention or at least some sort of placement in my video on the most evil Pokemon, and my response is, I forgot it. I kind of forgot it existed. Honestly, godlike Pokemon across the board draw from our world and our perception of gods and their own selfishness as some may be portrayed, so it gets weird, but that's just me making an excuse if I have to be honest. Just for posterity's sake for that video, I'll put it at 2 pumpkins. How about that? Because the Pokemon looks adorable and it's kind of funny and it doesn't always inherently do evil stuff. Anywho, an old legend says that Tapu Lele ended a war between Alola's islands by healing the tired warriors with its scales. But rumors point to a more disturbing truth behind this story. And I tried to figure out what these rumors might be, but I couldn't find anything definitive unless it was relating back to those scales. So unless Tapu Lele was basically breaking the bones of warriors, then reviving them with her magic as long as they swore to fight for her sake, I have no idea what those rumors could be. Actually, while it's really, really messed up, that would be an incredibly effective tactic in war against anyone desperate to live. Revive them right before they die, make them switch sides, just swearing an oath to you as long as you protect their family and leave them alive, and you just win the war. You turn the opposing armies into your army. Alternatively, it could have also just been breaking and healing the bones over and over and over again until they agreed, maybe even going a little too far with the revitalization and healing sometimes just for good measure, since you can basically overheal via these scales and it hurts you. Lele could just be a living devil for all we know, but I don't know. Its strength comes from the energy stored within its shell. If Tapu Lele finds itself at a disadvantage in battle, it will prioritize not outright losing as opposed to trying for a decisive victory. It is said to gain energy from the scent of flowers. Tapu Lele appears to be based on a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis. When its mask is closed, it resembles a stylized butterfly head. It may also be inspired by Kane, one of the 4 major Hawaiian gods. Kane is a creator god, bestowing life into the first human in Hawaiian mythology. And, according to ulakau.org, Kane was the leading god among the great gods named by the Hawaiians at the time of arrival of the missionaries in the islands. He represented the god of procreation and was worshipped as ancestor of chiefs and commoners. According to the possibly late edition of the Jumu Honua legend, he formed the 3 worlds: the upper heaven of the gods, the lower heaven above the earth, and the earth itself as a garden for mankind. The latter he furnished with sea creatures, plants, and animals, and fashioned man and woman to inhabit it. And you're gonna love this next part. An account of the creation of the world, which appears in the genealogical legend of Kumohohuna, the first man fashioned by the gods, represents Kane playing a dominant role as creator, but assisted by Ku and Lono, a trilogy called Union of Gods. We already talked about Coco and Ku, we have Lele and Kane, we just need Lono and one more, which we will get soon enough. But let's finish up what we have about Lele before we jump the gun. Tapu Lele may be Tapu, which we were talking about, and Pulelehua, Pulelehua, Hawaiian for butterfly. Then we have Kapu Tetefu, which may be a combination of adding the Kapu part, and Tefu Tefu, an old way of writing butterfly. So just steer clear of those strange little heart scales and we'll be just fine. Let's swim on over to the next island, Ula Ula, and meet the bullish guardian deity Tapu Bulu. Resembling a bull with a ring through the nose, the guardian of Ula Ula is able to command vegetation to grow and shape to its will. Despite its fearsome power, it is largely inactive, leading some to consider it a lazy Pokemon. It has a peaceful disposition and does not like to cause unnecessary violence. so it rings the bell on its tail to alert others of its presence. However, it is merciless to those who offend it, and it is said to have once repelled thieves from its ruins by swinging trees like clubs. The ruined Tapu village stands as another example of the Guardian's wrath, and after it has hit you a couple of times with those trees, it will finish you off with a final blow from its horns if you're somehow alive. Look, I've cut down trees with chainsaws. There is always just a little bit of fear and awe as they fall down. Just a beautiful sound, I have to admit. I did it. I worked with the DNR for some time. I was approved. Do not use chainsaws without proper training and approval. I'm just gonna say that now. You should be slightly afraid, but I have to say, again, there's a lot of fear as you watch which way it's going down, so you make sure praying that it goes the way that you directed it to go. I never want to see a tree swing down at me in full force motion because someone else is holding it. You should already know they all look like tiki statues, so I'm done saying it, of course, but now we have the inspiration of Lono, Hawaiian god of agriculture, abundance, and peace, which again, it doesn't like to fight. Kauai Ola News states, many natural phenomena represented our ancestors' gods. These aspects of nature surrounded and embraced our ancestors with their mana, and those natural wonders continue to embrace us today. Rain clouds, heavy rain and thunder represent Lono, the god of plants and planting. Our ancestors depended on rain to water the mela, gardens. Thus, in old Hawaii, prayers to Lono for adequate rainfall, abundant harvests, and protection from droughts and famine were constant. In old Hawaii, prayers to Lono for rain and crops were offered at community heiau mepele, built by Maka'inana, citizens or commoners. Prayers offered during Makahiki, the annual festival that welcomed Lono's return to Hawaii, were offered at Hea Ipu Olono or Hale Olono, built at the boundaries of Ahupuia. It's a lot of Polynesian Hawaiian words. I really hope I don't offend anyone for trying. And honestly, educate me. I don't necessarily trust everything that the internet says on how to pronounce it. So if you actually speak it and know it, please educate me in the comments. I will read entire paragraphs. It's what I've done. I can't respond to all of them anymore, but I at least heart it if I've responded or I've read it. Martha Beckwith writes that our ancestors recognized Lono's powers over plentiful harvests with daily prayers as well. Each home kept a special ipu, gourd, for family prayers by the kuahau, altar, in the halemua, men's house. This ipu Lono held food offerings, and at the beginning and end of each day, the man of the house sat before the gourd of Lono and offered prayers for the well-being of the chiefs, commoners, and for his own family. Then he ate the food from the gourd before leaving to work in the mela, the gardens. It's too bad we don't see a lot more of this exemplified in Bulu, as it would be incredibly interesting to see. I will also say, I mean, Bulu, at least right now, didn't write this, Bulu in my head kind of looks like a gourd. You can kind of see the two parts of it, so maybe. Now, Tapu Bulu has bull, and Bulu, which is also bull. And of course you have the Tapu and Kapu part. I don't know why I have to keep saying it. Finally, we reach the last of the Tapus though, guardian of Pony Island and resembling a swordfish, Tapu Fini. As the guardian of Pony Island, Tapu Fini can freely manipulate water and it gains energy from ocean currents. Tapu Fini is both respected and feared. To avoid harm to itself in battle, it shrouds itself and its surroundings in a mysterious fog that sends its opponents into a self-destructive trance. The Guardian also unleashes this fog as a test for those who seek the special water it can create, which is said to purify anything it touches. Many humans have attempted this trial, including those with ill intent. Disgusted by this history, Tapu Fini does not care much for humans. Despite this, it is still willing to help those who prove themselves worthy. As seen in Run, Heroes Run, Tapu Fini has shown to be able to make water clocks out of water and bridge the world of the living with the world of the dead using mist. As stated in Memories in the Mist, long periods of exposure to this mist can trap people within it forever, specifically targeting those who cannot endure the pain of seeing a deceased loved one again. which is insane to think about. It's very interesting to think that since water is the ocean, and space is often seen as fluid for some reason, then by controlling water, you could potentially reach into the world beyond our own through dimensions into the heavens, or the world beyond. When its shell is open, it resembles a mermaid or a siren. The hinged shell itself is similar to many bivalves, clams. It may also be inspired by Kanaloa, one of the 4 major Hawaiian gods and god of the ocean. Kanaloa's association with the underworld may inspire the Ruins of Hope, Tapu Fini's shrine, said to be where life ends its journey, and is called the Ruins of the Other Side in Japanese. Look, all I'm saying is that Japanese names hit pretty hard when they're not being censored, because you can't tell me that's not a censorship. Do not change that name. There's no reason to do so. Though, it is rather cute and heartwarming to be called the Ruins of Hope, since we can only hope there is a life after this one. And I give thanks to the University of Hawaii as we get the following information. Kanaloa is a great god. He is associated with the deep ocean, and especially regarding sailing on canoes in the deep ocean. He is also associated with fishing and fish ponds. His bodily forms include the octopus, the squid, the banana, and the porpoise. Wait, that's the banana? Okay. He is often seen in stories traveling alongside the god Kane. In these theories, they travel all over within the Hawaiian archipelago and are often seeking out water sources. They drink awa together and are associated with it. The moon phases, oh my gosh. The moon phases, which I'm gonna butcher, I'm sorry, Kaluakukahi, Kaluakulua, and Kaluakukolu are so called for this god. Another name for the island of Kaho'olawe is Kanaloa, presumably for this god as well. And just like that, we have all 4 of our deities and their respective gods set in place. But let's round out Fini's information. Tapu Fini may be a combination of Tapu and Fin. It may also derive from finish or final, referencing the fact that the Ruins of Hope are where life ends its journey, the final journey, and also possibly that Pony Island is the final island in the Island Challenge. Kapu Rehire may be a combination of Kapu and Hire, which is Fin. As the 4 guardians deities serve the islands of Alola in the modern day, we know for a fact that they did not serve the islands in their entirety from the beginning. Sure, they may have decided that they would protect nature, but they also draw power from it, so it's a little bit selfish, which lines up with their personalities. And they could have decided to leave at any time and draw their power from any other form of nature, assumedly. They could have abandoned the people of Alola. They could have drawn power from nature from any other sunny-shored place throughout the world, as long as they were feared and worshipped like they kind of liked. And they were worshipped, because you see, there used to be an army that existed under the 4 gods. An army of incredibly skilled individuals that served them, protected them, and marched through the night in their honor from sunset to sunrise. These night marchers worshipped and honored Kane, Ku, Lono, and Kanaloa, each one represented by our 4 deities here. These night marchers were said to come forth from their burial sites or to rise up from the ocean and to march in a large group to ancient Hawaiian battle sites or other sacred places. And so you may ask, who are the night marchers? Well, that would be the legendary Gloomdeller Pokemon, Marshadow. And I will say now, this is exactly why I create my own family tree, because every other person likes to put Marshadow under Ho-Oh, which is wrong. And I'm gonna say that, and you can clip this and put this to any other Pokemon YouTuber or whatever out there. Sure, I don't care. If you say Marshadow is under Ho-Oh, unless Pokemon Company says it themselves, I'm sorry. They spelled it out for us. They flat out spelled it out for us. Marshadow is a night marcher under the 4 deities of Alola. Boom. Although I do enjoy other theories, and I'm just being overdramatic, so don't take it too hard. Very few people have seen it, so its existence is the stuff of legends and myths. A cautious Pokemon, Marshadow, sinks into the shadows to ensure it is not noticed while it observes its surroundings, like a good little introvert. While hiding in the shadows of others, it can understand their feelings and copy their abilities. Through mimicry, it will eventually become more powerful than those it imitates. It can even learn the ultimate technique of martial arts masters that it copies. Basically, we are talking a literal copycat that can take everything you do and do it better, replacing you. When angered or attacking, Marshadow's fighting spirit will begin to burn, causing it to turn into Zenith Marshadow. In this state, its headgear, wrist bumps, and collar flare up, resembling green and yellow flames. Marshadow's eyes also flare up when in this state, but do not change in color. Zenith is basically like the peak of power. In the movie I Choose You, Marshadow is also capable of causing nightmares. Now, in terms of inspirations, it may be based on the shadowboxing exercise, as we can see it multiple times, just kind of punch in the air, in addition to sharing traits with, as I've stated, the Nightmarchers and Menehune from Hawaiian mythology. Nightmarchers are ghostly apparitions of a band of beings who move with purpose to the beat of primitive pounding drums. Some say they are armed spirit warriors en route to or from battle, toting archaic weaponry and clothed in decorated helmets and cloaks. Other accounts tell of high-ranking alii, ruler spirits, being guided to places of high importance or to welcome new warriors to join in battle. Perhaps these restless souls are looking to reclaim rightful territory, replay a battle gone awry, or avenge their own deaths. Some say the Nightmarchers are searching methodically for an entrance into the next world. Nightmarchers are said to roam through very specific locations and are often recognized by their raised torches and repeated olis, or chants. Although there have been a few scattered reports of daytime marches, these operations appear to be most active at night and are said to march on certain nights designated by the moon. So, if we really wanted to be weird about it, and you really wanted to say, oh, it has to be Ho-Oh, still, not Ho-Oh. It would have to be, if anything, Lunala. And although the Nightmarchers allegedly float a few inches off the ground, some local accounts tell of seeing mysterious footprints in their path after they have passed. Matches pretty well to Marshadow, even with how it floats sometimes instead of walking. Everything is looking good. Regarding the Menehune part of all of this, the direct translation of it was said that they are small people, but that may also mean that they were people of low status, as some people have argued in these sites that I was looking at. And while we have no skeletal remains of proof that they even existed, there are other forms of potential proof, such as those found in archaeology, like urns and everything like that. And as per AncientOrigins.net, we have the following. In Hawaiian mythology, the Menehune are said to be an ancient race of people small in stature, who lived in Hawaii before settlers arrived from Polynesia. Many scholars attribute ancient structures found on the Hawaiian Islands to the Menehune. However, others have argued that the legends of the Menehune are a post-European contact mythology and that no such race existed. The mythology of the Menehune is as old as the beginnings of Polynesian history. When the first Polynesians arrived in Hawaii, they found dams, fish ponds, roads, and even temples, all said to have been built by the Menehune, who were superb craftspeople. Some of these structures still exist, and the highly skilled craftsmanship is evident. According to legend, each Menehune was a master of a certain craft, so we're gonna start paying attention, this is a big part, and had one special function they accomplished with great precision and expertise. They would set out to dusk to build something in one night, and if this was not achieved, it would be abandoned. So I mean, while they're not as related, the idea of building something in a single night or abandoning it and being masters of their own craft could all be small tie-ins. Theoretically, by these standards and the legend of the Nightmarchers, there could be hundreds of Marshadows, technically even thousands, if people are in the modern world passing away and then being recruited into the Nightmarchers army. There could be literal millions, billions of people in these armies, meaning there could be literal billions of Marshadow, and somehow the Marshadow we know is just the only one that was curious enough to come out and actually end up seeing people. It's, what is it, neophilia? Here, let's take a tangent real quick, because I've been watching some animal stuff recently, and one of them was like a raccoon was climbing up a building, and they were investigating, okay, why do raccoons climb up stuff in the city? Well, it turns out over time, raccoons have started to like diverge in terms of their species, creating a subspecies within the normal raccoon of city-dwelling raccoons. And what helps is that these newer ones, or these city-dwelling ones especially, whereas normal animals are neophobic, they are afraid of new things, they don't take risks, they are afraid, they do what is safe for them. Raccoons are neophilic, meaning they are attracted to new things. They are willing to take risks. They are willing to just, oh, what could be in here? Open it up, take the risk. It could be a good reward. It might not be, but that's fine by me. So I wonder if like this one Marshadow we are aware of is just less afraid of new things. Alternatively, another thing I thought of that isn't in my script here, neither was that, I guess, is that what if all the Nightmarchers are just one entity now? That's why Marshadow is an expert at, like, literally everything if it wants to be. Instead of it being hundreds of thousands, it's just a singular, strong, legendary entity in the Pokemon world. That's also pretty cool. But let's go back up the family tree through this branch again as we step back up from Marshadow through the Tapus and back to Zygarde, because from a different branch off of Zygarde, we see a couple of other individuals. In fact, we see 4 additional beings that take flight and speed over the oceans between continents of the world, regarded as the Kami Quartet, the Cloud Quartet, or even the legendary genies, as they represent the ecosystem in their own way: Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, and Enamorus, directly translated in name as the forces of nature. Now, some common things across all 4 of them: they have 2 forms, Incarnate and Therian. It is theorized that the Therian forms are their true forms, especially as they are the forms they assume while traveling long distances between continents or anything else. The Incarnate forms are the assumed images they take when they reside within a region, and these forms were first discovered by the Celestica people who resided in Hisui and worshipped them. Their names were coined by Professor Burnett and can be revealed through the use of the Reveal Glass, and it is in these Therian forms that they inhabit the Inter-Dream World, which is basically the zone between reality and the dream world. They are all reminiscent of Kami and even have horns dignifying an order of sorts, Thundurus having 1 horn, Tornadus having 2, Landorus having 3, and Enamorus having 4. So, let's just start with Thundurus first. It is known to be disliked and feared by people and farmers for its destructive rampages, which include fierce thunderstorms. It tends to cause forest fires whenever it flies around, shooting lightning. Thundurus's lightning bolts can enrich the soil of any ground that it hits. What's interesting is a number of different sources, I had to scatter myself between them because they got a little bit shaky in terms of reliability, but a couple of different sources state that lightning can actually enrich soil. But the one that I trusted the most, based on how they worded everything and just where their information seems to be leading, was from Gardening Know-How, as they have a kind of concise and clear version of the events. Thinking back to your school days, you likely learned that the Earth's atmosphere is made up of 78% nitrogen. This gas is comprised of 2 strongly bonded nitrogen atoms. Except for a few species of microorganisms, this nitrogen is largely unavailable to plant life. This is where lightning comes into the picture. Each bolt of lightning dispels about 108 joules of energy. This is equivalent to the amount of electricity a modest-sized house uses in 3 to 6 days. Yet, a bolt of lightning only lasts about 100 millionth of a second. This creates a burst of energy strong enough to break the bonds which hold nitrogen gas, N2, molecules together. So, each time lightning strikes, nitrogen atoms are released. This process is called nitrogen fixation by lightning, making nitrogen available to plants. When nitrogen gas molecules are split apart by lightning, they quickly bond to oxygen atoms in the atmosphere to form nitrogen dioxide. This water-soluble compound dissolves in rain droplets to make nitric acid and reaches the ground as nitrates. Lightning-split nitrogen atoms can also bond with hydrogen to form ammonia. Either way, rainwater containing these compounds seeps into the ground, and the nitrogen is now in a form in which plants can use. So, Thundurus is actually helping with the environment and agriculture through its lightning strikes. How effective is it? Lightning can still cause a lot of damage, so, I mean, sure, you can have the lightning hit the ground and cause an explosion, but at least the area has some more nitrogen, I guess? It's also important to note that it's not incredibly significant. Like, you're not gonna have a farmer out here going, "Alright, here's my lightning machine," and it just works. No, that's not how that's gonna work. The amount of damage, the amount of energy, I don't even know how you would manage to do that first off, but the amount of effort and damage that it would take, it would not make sense. Any area visited by Thundurus is marked by charred remains of areas it destroyed. Thundurus has been known to get into violent conflicts with Tornadus ever since the beginning of time, and it can unleash mini thunderstorms while surrounding itself with a cloud shield to protect itself from harm, which is what we see in Legends Arceus anyway. Thundurus lives in the sky and around the oceans of a region. When we look at its Therian form, Thundurus can shoot thunderbolts from its tail. It uses these lightning bolts to annihilate foes into nothingness. Thundurus can move so fast it can materialize without warning. So, theoretically, it's faster than the speed of light since it can quote-unquote materialize. Again, that's another Legends Arceus thing, but, you know. In incarnate form, Thundurus is based on Raijin, the kami of thunder and lightning. It may also have drawn some inspirations from Jin or an Anemoi. For the latter, it may be specifically inspired by the south wind Notus, one of the 4 directional Anemoi, who is a Greek god and brings summer storms, which is shown in the Pokemon's connection to lightning and its signature move, Windbolt Storm. We'll see more of this with our other 3 genies. In addition, Thundurus may be derived from Thunderous, like something's very thundery, and possibly Aeolus, ruler of the winds in Greek mythology. Japanese name comes from Voltlolos, which may be a combination of Volt and the Greek name for Aeolus. So Aeolus is there no matter what we do, nice and easy. And I'll make it clear nice and early here. I don't know what it is about the 4 genies. I never really cared about their designs. I mean, they seem kind of ugly. Like, I don't know if they were meant to be. At least their Therian forms are kind of cool. I will say that. They do look more unique, and when they're in their 2D forms, it helps a lot. Like, I mean, a lot. I think it adds a little bit more mystique that they're in their 2D form. I know that Enamorus specifically I have some problems with across the board, but 2D form is great, and in theory it's great. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about the 2-horned one next, Tornadus. Tornadus can travel at speeds of 200 miles per hour, 320 kilometers an hour. It can also whip up frigid storms with its tail and is able to blow away houses. This also has the effect of changing the seasons. I mean, yeah, when you push enough wind, you're changing, like, the actual, oh gosh, what is it called? Now it's gonna bother me. Okay, I can't find it. I want to say it was the vortex. It's not the vortex. Whatever it is, it's literally the flow of the actual weather itself, where it's like, it flows like this in the northern hemisphere, and then it kind of flows like this in the southern hemisphere, and ultimately, it's the way that weather generally moves throughout the Earth, or at least as far as all I can see from what I've looked at on, I want to say my side of the planet, but that's incredibly contentious. Well, either way, I think you get what I mean. I can't figure out the name of it. I can't even find it because it's probably a more specific name or less specific name than I'm looking for, and it's going to drive me crazy. But of course, if you're putting enough air pressure and moving winds through that, yeah, of course you're going to change the weather. You're just pushing it further. Tornadus is feared and despised by people and farmers for the destruction it causes with its ferocious gales when unleashed. Honestly, though, if we look at the enhanced Fujita scale, that's where the EF ratings come from. I didn't know that. In regards to tornadoes, 200 miles per hour lands Tornadus at EF4. And if it goes any higher, then it breaks into EF5. An EF4 will cause most homes to be destroyed, vehicles and objects of vehicle size are thrown considerable distance, medium-sized objects become flying missiles, retail buildings are destroyed, and cars are flown far from where they are parked. EF5 leaves nothing behind, and on May 5th of 2007, 95% of Greensburg, Kansas was destroyed and was the first EF5 on record, being strong enough to even rip pavement off the road. The EF scale is limited to observable damage. So if you see a super powerful tornado off in the distance and it just doesn't hit anything, doesn't destroy anything, you will never know how strong it was unless there was something there for it to mess up. Tornadus can also summon mini whirlwinds, put itself in a shield, blah blah blah, Legend Arceus, so on and so forth. But it does live in the sky and usually around snowy regions. Now, there's nothing really new here in the Therian form other than it turning into a bird, and in incarnate form, Tornadus is based on Fujin, the kami of wind. As for the Anemoi, it is likely based off of Boreas, we're gonna go with one of those, who brings winter, which is shown in the Pokemon signature move, Bleak Wind Storm. In Therian form, Tornadus resembles a bird of prey. It is mostly similar to an eagle, vulture, or other large avian species. It is also loosely inspired by the vermilion bird of the Chinese 4 symbols. And okay, I get it. We're slowly getting into those 4 symbols that I had mentioned long ago that I said, oh, there's nothing else there. There's nothing that represents them. I get it, okay? And they also draw inspiration from other avian mythological figures, such as Huitzilopochtli, a god from the Aztec mythology that resembles a hummingbird, or from Garuda, a mythical bird-like creature with both zoomorphic and anthropomorphic features. So the Garuda portion is a good tie-in as we get the following from oldworldgods.com. The Garuda myth holds significant importance in Hindu mythology, representing strength, power, and courage. Garuda, depicted as a majestic bird, is considered the mount of Lord Vishnu. In the famous story of Garuda and the Amrita, he battles demons to retrieve the divine nectars and emerges as a hero. Breath of the Wild much? Almost 1-to-1, baby? Furthermore, Garuda's symbolism extends beyond mythology, as it is revered as a cultural and national symbol in countries like India, Indonesia, and Thailand. This sacred bird continues to be worshipped as a protector against evil, highlighting the universal themes of triumph over darkness and the preservation of the sacred. They also state that the Garuda is a divine mount, symbolizing the connection between the heavens and the earth, which, if we look at this quartet, we get the connections between the heavens down to the earth, as Tornadus is the heavens, Thunderous is the connection between heavens and earth, Landorus is the land itself, and Enamorous seems like the odd one, but we'll get there. Its name also involves Aeolus alongside the simple word tornado, so big shocker in terms of its name inspirations. As a small tangent, I will say it is really cool to think of the quartet, Gerudo, extend that into Gerudo Valley, thinking of the mounts or the great machines that were in Breath of the Wild and going from there. I haven't played that since it first came out, and I plan to start streaming that after I finish Small Saga. So, come on, join the stream, say hi. I enjoy talking with you. Get ready for another big brother that comes in to just stop all the fighting, then takes all the credit for bringing good to the people of the land. Landorus. It's funny I say it that way because I'm the eldest of my siblings. Landorus is considered the guardian of the fields due to helping crops grow. Its tail causes the soil to gain nutrition. The energy from the tail is created by combining lightning and wind, almost as if Thunderous and Tornadus were already here. It can also create powerful sandstorms on the few occasions it does fight. Landorus seems to live above the sky. Sometimes it stops on the Abundant Shrine in the Unova region or the Hisui region, but only when Tornadus and Thunderous are in the same place. Strategic credit taking. Once again, almost as if without the other two, it would not be able to actually just do anything. In Hisui, it also tends to reside on islands surrounded by water. Landorus can also stop and calm the other two forces of nature whenever the two fight or cause destruction, thus being referred to by the grateful people as Great Landorus. In Hisui, it had the title of God of Fields due to it bringing life to the region along with Enamorous. It is specifically known as the God of the Fields when in Therian form, in which it resembles a feline. In incarnate form, Landorus is based on the deity of the land, perhaps specifically Inari Okami, the kami of fertility and agriculture. It could come from the Anemoi East Wind Eurus, who is sometimes depicted with crops and said to bring dry winds, connected with signature move Sansia Storm, or the Southeast Wind Apeliotes, who is often depicted carrying fruits and grain. In Therian form, Landorus mostly resembles a predatory mammal, such as a tiger or the large feline. It is also loosely inspired by the white tiger of the Chinese 4 symbols. This inspiration is alluded to in Pokemon Legends Arceus. The white tiger represents the west, and in Hisui, Landorus roams the western Obsidian Fieldlands area. Additionally, Landorus may draw inspirations from Tezcatlipoca and or Tepeolotl, gods from the Aztec mythology that resemble a jaguar. When we look at Tezcatlipoca, the ruler of the north, it is associated with the night sky, hurricanes, obsidian, and conflict, and is one of the 4 sons of Ametecuhtli and Amekehuatl, the primordial dual deity. So, we at least see obsidian and conflict included in there, though the hurricanes and night sky and everything else seems to kind of derive from a little bit of everything else. I mean, I guess Landorus technically rules over, like, hurricanes because it can calm and control Tornadus, so it's kind of there. With Tepeolotl, 8th Lord of the Night, it is translated to Heart of the Mountains, and was god of darkened caves, earthquakes, echoes, and jaguars. So, earthquakes and jaguars are covered there at least. In name inspiration, Land Aeolus. Done. Before we talk about the last of the 4 genies, I want to state this. Before understanding the background of it or seeing, more about what it might be based on, my initial thoughts are as follows. I do not like Enamorus. I actually hate Enamorus. Not because of its design. Yeah, it's a little ugly, but whatever. Who cares? It's conventional attraction, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Nevertheless, I did not like it in Legends Arceus because it was stated to be a being that does not like to fight, will not fight, blah, 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 blah. What does it proceed to do? Murder me about 17 times consistently after I could catch the other 3 genies with ease. I am not being sarcastic for the first time. I know usually I'm very, very sarcastic, but I just don't like it. And it might be the only Pokemon I genuinely did not like. So, with that out of the way, let's see if learning about it can actually change my mind, as it has with many other Pokemon, and garner some more love for this creature in particular. Enamorus is known as the Herald of Spring and God of Spring. The reason is that it arrived from the sea into the Hisui region. This usually signals the end of winter and the rise of the spring season. Enamorus tends to reside in the Crimson Mirelands. Therian form Enamorus, which looks like a turtle with a snake on its back, is known to be vengeful to those who disrespect any form of life. It will descend from the clouds and deliver a wrathful, ruthless punishment in the process. I mean, I know I caught a lot of Pokemon, and I fought a lot of Pokemon in the wild, so maybe that's why I got my butt handed to me. Its inspirations could vary across the board in where they originate from, so get ready for this ride. In incarnate form, Enamorus may be based on Ugajin, a harvest and fertility kami represented with the body of a snake and the head of a man or woman. Enamorus appears to be based on the female deity, which was syncretized with Benzaiten, a Japanese Buddhist deity who originated from the Hindu goddess Saraswati. In addition, it may be inspired by other snake-bearing goddesses, especially Manasa in Hinduism and Bodhisattva Janguri in Chinese esoteric Buddhism, who symbolize the triumph over evil, snakes, or dragons, and were worshipped for the cure of snake venom and patronage of fertility. Its association with spring may also draw inspiration from the ancient Mesopotamian goddess Inanna or Ishtar, who represented the planet Venus and the transition into spring in Babylonian astrology. The Anemoi may be based on the west wind Zephyrus, who is associated with flowers. You may remember or may recognize Zephyrus as Zephyr, wind Zephyr. They are also associated with springtime and procreation, which is shown in the Pokemon's ability to bring life and its signature move, Springtide Storm. It also shares some of the similarities with the Mayan depiction of Kukulkan at Yaxchilan, which is associated with the sky, wind, and life-sustaining rain. The way Enamorous' snake-like tail is wrapped around its neck may be a reference to constriction, of course just a hunting method used in like boa constrictors, or the feather boa, which is an accessory worn around the neck, of course. In Therian form, Enamorous may be based on reptiles, namely a soft-shelled turtle and a snake. It may also draw inspirations from the black tortoise of the Chinese 4 symbols. Like Enamorous, the black tortoise is usually depicted with a snake wrapped around it. However, despite Enamorous being associated with spring, the black tortoise represents winter. Therian form Enamorous' Pokédex entry, which mentions it punishing those who disrespect life, may be inspired by stories of turtle eaters being revenged by demonized soft-shell turtles in Edo-era literary sketches, such as Hokuetsu Kidan and Kaidan Tabi no Akebono. Its form difference could also draw inspiration from the Edo-era superstition that soft-shell turtles are capable of shapeshifting. I'll be honest, it won me over. It kind of wins me over. I like the inspirations. Also, the whole idea of, like, I am a little bit of a sucker for guardian deities in general. That's why I like the Tapus a ton. That's why I love so much of Alola in general. There's a lot of guardian deities or guardian Pokemon in it. I love guardian deities. I also love trickster gods as well. I love depictions of the moon. I am when I look between, I don't want to talk about Alola too much, but when I look back at Alola, there was a lot of it that was like speaking to my heart. And honestly, you know, the more I think about it, it might be number 3. I should really rank the games on how much I love them. Maybe I'll do that. But I will at least say, video game Enamorous can just get caught and stay in a Pokeball for the rest of its life. I do not care. I do not like video game Enamorous. I love everything else about Enamorous now. I will say I enjoy it. I think it's cool. Enamorous enjoyer. Enamor and Aeolus give you Enamorous. Otherwise, we have a Japanese name, Lovetolos, which uses love instead. Otherwise, it could also be taken to mean love and loss. These 4 deities of nature provide both enrichment and destruction in balance with each other as they travel throughout the world, being closely related to crops, harvest, and the life cycle. They fall very well under the umbrella of Zygarde, though there is one that has been shown directly to control them. For on the winds a song is carried, and melody sweet in an aria, otherwise known as a long accompanied song for a solo voice. That song emits from a creature of both song and dance, that may pirouette in fields alone. Meloetta. Born, oddly enough, from our 3 Lake Guardians, serving Zygarde by controlling the forces of nature, same as Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf served Arceus and controlled Dialga and Palkia. The reason for this is that song and dance are derived from emotion, intelligence, and I guess you could say willpower. According to artist Unova, Meloetta's beautiful music and dance inspired many works of art, music, and songs. This made the Pokemon popular among both musicians and dancers, especially as it makes use of its aria and pirouette forms. Meloetta's melody has a special vocalization method, and the melody can control the feelings of those who hear it. Again, if you don't want to say all 3 Lake Guardians, you have to at least say Mesprit, you know, the god of emotion. It can make both humans and Pokemon feel happy or sad through this method. The song can also unseal ancient ruins, such as the Abyssal Ruins. At one point, Meloetta can lose its signature melody and ability to dance should the world be filled with sorrow. Like many other legendary and mythical Pokemon, Meloetta is capable of flying and temporarily turning invisible. Meloetta's song can be channeled to summon and control the original 3 forces of nature Pokemon in connection with Reveal Glass. However, this process can cause Meloetta agonizing pain in the process. Meloetta may be based on a muse, a goddess in Greek mythology with the ability to inspire artistic creation. Meloetta may also be seen as a personification of music since its design has multiple references to musical notation. Its headpiece resembles a stylized treble clef, its fingerless hands and slim arms are shaped after musical notes, and its hair resembles staff lines with bar lines. Meloetta's aria form resembles a typical singer, with the black headpiece resembling a headset microphone. Meloetta's pirouette form resembles a ballerina wearing a tutu, with its hair curled up in a bun, or possibly the headdress worn by Nefertiti in her namesake culture, though it is also just, in my opinion, very reminiscent of some African headdresses as well, in, again, my opinion. This form may also take inspiration from Spanish flamenco dancers, which have the very flowy dresses that are accentuated through dance as they twirl and flow. Its transformations between forms, particularly anime, is reminiscent of a magical girl. The guitarist who teaches Meloetta Relic Song in Gen 5 games mentions that it lost its red shoes at the same time that sorrow darkened the world, and it lost the song it had danced to. This may be a reference to the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale, The Red Shoes. And of course, let's take a tangent and see where that story goes. In the story, we get a lady named Karen, adopted by a blind rich shoemaker who made her beautiful dancing Morocco shoes, right? She became so obsessed with the shoes that she did not say the Lord's Prayer at church, and as she left, an old soldier, he complimented her, saying, "Pretty dancing shoes." Now, she danced for a moment because he asked her to dance and she obliged, and once they were home, she was still obsessing over these shoes, like over months from the sounds of it, and the person who took her in, the old lady that she was supposed to tend to, started getting sicker and sicker, and she was supposed to wait as like a nursemaid would come in and actually take care of the old lady. She instead decides, you know what, I'm not gonna watch over her. I'm gonna go ahead and put my shoes on and I'm gonna go to the ball. Then everything hits the fan. She couldn't stop dancing once she started, and the shoes took her out of the building through the front, and that same soldier still looked at her and said the same line of "pretty dancing shoes," and then she was forced to continue dancing because of these Morocco shoes out of the ball, through the graveyard, and back into the church where she did not say her prayer, and waiting in there was an angel with wings who stared sternly upon her form and stated, "Dance you shall," said he. "Dance in your red shoes till you are pale and cold, till your skin shrivels up and you are a skeleton. Dance you shall from door to door, and where proud and wicked children like you live, you shall knock, so that they may hear you and fear you. Dance you shall, dance!" So she basically danced and danced through highways, fields, everything, until basically she ran into an executioner, and she then begs him, like, "Do not kill me, please do not kill me. Don't cut off my head, cut off my feet instead, so that way I may repent for what I have done, so that way I may repent for my sins." And he obliged, he did so. And not only that, but they also carved her some wooden feet to replace the ones that she had just lost. And so, over the years, she repented for those sins, and eventually she was forgiven by God's angels until she went to heaven, where no one was there to ever ask her about the red shoes she had ever again. And I'm not really sure that's a massive tie-in outside of red shoes and Meloetta's constant dancing and that tiny reference, so I leave the opinions to you. Meloetta may be a combination of melody, pirouette, a type of movement and ballet, operetta, and the Italian feminine diminutive suffix etta. Aria is a term now used almost exclusively to describe a self-contained piece for one voice, usually with orchestral accompaniment, and is commonly used in opera. A pirouette, French for to twirl, is a controlled turn on one leg, starting with one or both legs in plie, and rising onto demi-point, usually for men, or point, usually for women. And so, the song on the winds carries through, born from the three gods above: emotion, willpower, and intelligence, all three of which were stewed together to create Meloetta. Song is not of human architecture. After all, it is vital to life itself. Mating in birds, the sounds of a storm, the whistling of wind through the trees, the rumble of the earth even has its own song, as we look at the singing sands in real life. Song is everywhere we look, and Meloetta serves as its representative. We now stare off into the distance, and into lands well preserved, fit with the timeless woods and celebrations of the past. We see a festival bright and exploding with fireworks. Salt sits in the air, not from water this time, but from meats and vegetables being grilled. Sweet fragrances linger in the air, and people are dressed in a rainbow of kimonos. They smile, they cheer, they pay respects to the statues of the past, and shrines holding the history of Kitakami in secret. We then stare at Pecharunt and Ogerpon. The two tied together in their history, we find one resembling a peach and its pit, and the other drawing upon the power of nature in the form of an Oni. In this, we can safely state that they are smaller deities of nature brought on by Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. Which, if you really wanted to branch it out, it would literally be Xerneas, Yveltal, Zygarde. Then we'd scroll down, you'd get Tortoise, Landorus. It would get the 4 genies, then you get Meloetta off of a branch of them, and then going down from the 4 genies, we get these 5 characters. Let's start with Momowaru itself, which is just the play on the word or name Momotaru, the Peach Boy, Pecharunt. This will also partially include the stories of the other 4 friends we have here, as they are all very much bound together in legend. Pecharunt is a childish Pokemon with a young mind, coming from lands far away from Kitakami. It will use its power to gain as much attention and love as possible from friends and family. Pecharunt enjoys granting others' wishes and requests in order to receive the affection it craves in return. However, this also makes it a greedy and spoiled Pokemon, determined to have what it wants no matter the cost, even cursing its caretakers so they love it even more. Timid and cowardly by nature, Pecharunt tends to flee or cower in fear should its allies be defeated. Despite these deceptive traits, Pecharunt shows a deep attachment for its retainers and family. It reacts negatively when any of the loyal 3 are used in battle against it, perhaps angered or shocked by their apparent betrayal. It's still a good Pokemon at heart, reviewing the ones it brainwashes as its friends, as seen with the loyal 3. Pecharunt acts mostly out of fear and loneliness, as it is not capable of defending itself very well. One very big thing that I will say is, sometimes when you are afraid, you act out of anger instead, because your brain doesn't know what to do other than to defend itself. And it's something that I've had to catch myself many times, and I've had people who help me with that, where, you know, I've been very scared about certain things, and I have to stop myself because I realize I might be raising my voice, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do that. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize for raising my voice. I need to think about why I'm feeling angry, and most of the time, I find that if I'm angry, it's because I'm scared of something negative happening, or scared of something that has happened or might happen. It's just a weird thing the human brain does. Now, I will also try and give the history of Pecharunt in the modern day, but it's important to know that this history does take place after humanity was born, whereas the original birth of Pecharunt and Ogerpon could potentially be extended to before the days of humanity. This history will also be my own words for the most part, the Cliff Notes version of it, because you could go watch the entire story of Pecharunt and Ogerpon and Loyal 3 on the Pokemon channel if you haven't, and I highly recommend it because I personally love it to pieces. Pecharunt itself, though, as we get into its story, was born to an old couple who did not have any children of their own. They showered Ogerpon with love and affection, and in return, Ogerpon gave them the gift of its binding mochi, which it created from toxins within its shell, placing them under its control, quote-unquote, cursing it. The mochi poisoned their minds and brought out their greed, so in turn for affection, Pecharunt kept giving them gifts in hopes of receiving more love in return, and this began the chain of command. Chain. Pecharunt took a small and weak Pokemon that desired strength and fed mochi to it to transform it into a physically powerful brute now known as Okidogi. who was now changed to Pecharunt's will and was commanded to deliver gifts to the couple as well. This included the mythical Pecha berries and some clothes, and so their love for Pecharunt grew. Then, the couple wanted a set of brilliant masks rumored to exist within the lands of Kitakami, and so Pecharunt and Okidoki set off into the wilds to attain the masks. On their travel, they met with a clumsy and dim-witted Pokemon who longed for cleverness, who was transformed then by Pecharunt into an intelligent and mentally stimulated Pokemon that could even see into the future with psychic power, Munkidori. Though Pecharunt still feared failure and being hurt by the world in its own weakness, and sought out another individual to join their band. Landing upon a bird with short, dull feathers who wished for beauty, and beauty in both feathers and voice did this Pokemon got, alongside the ability to scatter beguiling pheromones to captivate people and Pokemon, as Pheasantipity was brought new life. Then and only then did Pecharunt feel safe. They traveled through many lands before arriving in Kitakami during the Festival of Masks, where they spotted Ogerpon and its human partner wearing 2 of the masks. They were then tracked down in their home in the dreaded Den, at the top of what would later be named Oni Mountain, where they then tried to sneak away with the masks when Ogerpon and the humans' guard was down. A brawl ensued once the man realized what was happening, and only 1 mask was saved by the man as the other 3 masks were taken. Pecharunt was elated with 3 whole masks. Surely the couple would shower it with love. That was until Ogerpon confronted them, and despite the powers of the trio under Pecharunt being so advanced and expanded in terms of their abilities, Ogerpon's rage and power was then used to not only defeat, but slay them all. I'm not even joking, it flat out says slay them all. Except for Pecharunt, who before the final blow clasps its shell shut and rolled away deep into the forest, falling into a deep slumber. To the villagers, it seemed as though they had fallen to an evil Oni, as Ogerpon was left standing, and had seemed to be the antagonist arriving on the scene, at least from the public's perspective. And so the mountain would then be named Oni Mountain. It wasn't until many hundreds of years later that another old lady would confuse Pecharunt for a simple decoration and bring it into her home, serving as a dirty pillow, where we now find the DLC of Scarlet and Violet to make its appearance. The only notable information about Pecharunt before we get into the other inspirations are as follows. It smells incredibly sweet and acts like a baby in order to get sympathy. It is known as the never-rotting peach because of its shell, which peaches themselves do have incredibly poisonous pits, that should absolutely not be eaten whatsoever. Yet, what is Pecharunt? The actual peach pit itself that serves mochi from within. In inspiration, all 5 of these Pokemon are representative of the Japanese folktale of Momotaro, the Peach Boy. And the stories have changed over the years, some saying he wasn't born from a peach, others making him younger and younger as time has gone on for some weird reason, but the story is pretty much 1 for 1 in the end. Except we have an antagonist and protagonist role reversal again, because Momotaro met the 3 creatures that would be our loyal 3 on his own journey to defeat the Oni that ruled the lands. The loyal 3 were beloved and seen as heroes. Stone statues were put up within a shrine in their honor where they were buried. Also, yes, buried. They were dead by all means, the loyal 3, which makes me a little concerned how they were brought back to life. And don't give me the, oh, maybe they weren't dead. I'm going to assume that there was at least 1 person who had some level of medical expertise who could officially state that they were dead. Moving forward, though, in our case, the loyal 3 and Pecharunt are greedy and immature, making them seem ill-intentioned as they take what they want. And do not get me wrong, I'm not going to be every single other YouTuber out there that likes to state that my lovely Ogerpon is actually evil, because dear God, that is incorrect. I hate when people actually do that, because then nobody might actually watch the video, see that there are 300 thumbnails saying, Ogerpon's actually evil, blah, blah, blah. When in reality, no, it's just the real life story of it would make it so that the Oni in the story of Momotaro were evil, but we have a role reversal. I don't know. I just don't like things being said wrong on purpose. It bothers me. I know I make mistakes in my videos. I try to make sure I don't misspread incorrect information or spread incorrect information. Mistakes happen. But doing it on purpose irritates me. Anywho, in the original story of Momotaro, yes, Oni were evil and warlords as they are in every other classic Japanese tale. But here, Ogerpon was just trying to live a happy life with her partner. Yes, Ogerpon is specifically designated as female, and is one of my favorite, like, top 3 favorites. There's a reason there's a plush right over there, and I'm sure I have mentioned it before, and I just have to say it again. Back to Petrant, though, as this is his section, or its section, it matches Momotaro as well, since Momotaro recruited companions through feeding them kibidango, a type of mochi that are millet dumplings. You can make them if you'd like, and there's no meat involved. Not that I don't eat meat, it's just I can't get as strong as I have gotten by just eating beans, personally. Its ghost type could reference the Shintoist myth of the creator deity Izanagi no Mikoto's descent to Yomi, the Shintoist underworld, in which Izanagi threw 3 peaches to drive off his pursuers and escape the land of the dead, declaring the peach a divine fruit. Given its moniker of never rotting peach, Petrant could also be based on the peaches of immortality in Chinese mythology, which confer great longevity to their consumers. Its habit of acting like a baby to gain the sympathy of people is similar to the behavior of a certain yokai like the Konaki Jiji, and hello yokai.com. The Konaki Jiji comes from the mountain folklore of Tokushima Prefecture. It is thought to be a yokai that was invented by combining 2 different folktales into a new form. One tale tells of a mountain-dwelling yokai that mimics a baby's cry and crushes to death any who try to pick it up. This pattern of behavior, tricking passerby into helping a crying baby and then crushing them like a stone, is shared by several yokai across Japan, such as Obarion, Ubume, and Nuriona. The other tale tells of an old man who supposedly actually existed, who walked around mimicking a baby's cry, because that's not terrifying in the slightest. He was disliked by the locals, and parents would warn children that if they didn't behave, he would come and get them. Some folklorists believed these local superstitions mixed together and eventually wound up as the yokai called Konaki Jiji, which Jiji is usually used as like a moniker for old man. Petrant may also draw inspiration from the Hinagami, a doll-shaped yokai that will grant its owner's wishes, but will always demand more and more requests, and that will possess their owner until their death. Petrant's myth shows how its adoptive family becomes greedier over time, and the loyal 3 are all said to have had a grish granted by Petrant. Hinagami are built using soil from a graveyard, which could also contribute to Petrant's ghost type, and I'm pretty sure the final place where you fight it is right by a grave, or at least by the shrine. We did talk about its name origins a bit early, but let's fully address it. Petrant may be a combination of peach or pechaberry and runt or petulant, which would describe, it's a little runt, it's a weak little guy, and it's a petulant child. Momowaru, its Japanese name, may be a combination of Momotaro, which is, of course, the tale of Momotaro, Momo for peach, and Waroshi, bad or inferior, the classic Japanese form of Warui, or Waro for boy. And let's round out the loyal 3 next with what details we may have missed. Okidogi transformed as the chain enhanced its capabilities, granting it a powerful physique by stimulating its muscles heavily. The toxic chain, when thrown, is powerful enough to let Okidogi pulverize anything it hits. It is a ruffian with a short temper. According to locals, worshipping Okidogi will grant kindness and help ensure things are okie dokie between both sides. Even with its greedy and mean personality, Okidogi has good relationships with its teammates, talking to them in private and acting together to defeat their opponents. By consuming the Kitakami Mochis, any of them, of the three, can become titanic Pokemon similar to those who consume Herba Mystica. Okidogi seems to be based on a dog, specifically the Shiba Inu or the Japanese Akita, as it shares a bulky appearance with the latter. The similarity is further pronounced with its shiny variant and its association with Kitakami, which draws inspiration from the real-life Tohoku region of Japan, which contains the Akita Prefecture. Which, if you want to hear more on them and the real-life dogs, go check out my video on the first dog Pokemon that ever existed, which also tells you about the first canines to be domesticated in real life, tying them together. The chains binding the loyal three may be based on Shimenawa, woven ropes used in Shinto purification rituals. On Okidogi, the chain visually resembles a dog's leash. Okidogi may be a combination of Okidoki, variant of OK of course, and dog. Dogi may also be a reference to training uniforms used for martial arts, hence the fighting typing, though I will say, in my personal opinion, based on the information that I was able to find, is that it is primarily based on the fact that Akitas were bred for fighting and hunting only in the past, which the real-life Inu was bred to just be literally bigger and more muscled so that you have the two different types, fighting or hunting type dogs that would be good for those things, which is exactly what happened with Okidogi. Inenu may be a combination of interjection or to express approval through ine and inu, dog in Japanese. Now it's big brain time with Munkidori, as it prefers to keep itself somewhere safe while toying with its enemies, using its psychic powers to induce intense dizziness. According to locals, worshipping Munkidori ensures one is successful in life and that everything will be hunky-dory. Even with its greedy and manipulative personality, it too has great relationships with its teammates. Munkidori may be based on multiple monkeys, particularly the Japanese macaque, or even more specifically, the northernmost Japanese macaque population from the Aomori prefecture of the Tohoku region, which again Kitakami draws inspiration from. This is partly reflected with Munkidori's shiny form, which gives it a slight tanned fur coat similar to Japanese macaques. Meanwhile, Munkidori's regular coloration, together with its short stature, may reference chimpanzees. Munkidori's hair resembles the chomage, a traditional Japanese top knot worn by men, while its two toes are reminiscent of sandals. Its mischievous personality and psychic typing could be a reference to the Satori, a yokai that takes the form of a mind-reading monkey and torments travelers, which, I'm gonna be real, it's kind of ugly in terms of a creature. Like, I'm not talking about Munkidori. Munkidori's kind of goofy, but like, I mean the mind-reading monkey here. But here's the yokai.com reference again. Appearance. Satori are strange, intelligent ape men found in the mountains of Gifu. They are roughly man-sized and appear similar to larger versions of the native monkeys found in the region. Interactions. Satori appear to travelers on mountain roads, or folks living in a mountain hut far from civilization. If the opportunity presents itself, they gladly dine on anyone they can get their hands on. In cases where they encounter a lone human female, they often take her away into the mountains. Oh my god, I should have read that better. I'm gonna stop that right there. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Do I keep that in? I'm gonna keep the reaction in. I wasn't ready for that. Wow. You can imagine what happens with that. Wow. I'm gonna be real. Sometimes I read these ahead of time. Other times, when I find that there's enough of a draw line, I'm like, okay, I will let myself have a genuine reaction by just drawing the story, pasting it right into my notes as the direct quote. That one caught me off guard. Classic storytelling, yay. Satori are most well known for their uncanny ability to read people's minds and then speak their thoughts faster than the individuals can get the words out themselves. This makes it very difficult to hunt, trick, or escape from a hungry Satori. However, should something unforeseen happen, such as being unexpectedly hit by an object, Satori grow very frightened and run away. One of the only ways to avoid being eaten by one of these yokai is to completely empty one's mind. With no mind to read, the Satori grows bored and wanders away. I'll be real, and this might be the weeb coming out from me, but this is very much a real thing that I kind of use very often. Emptying one's mind is something I am able to do, and I feel like most men can do it with ease, though I wonder if everyone does it on purpose. Because I'll do it when I'm exercising. I will do it when I go to bed at night. I actually had to do it last night, otherwise I wasn't going to get any sleep because I'm mentally obsessing over this. And it honestly just makes me think of Jujutsu Kaisen with Itadori. The Shumanawa on Mukidori resembles a Hachimaki, a Japanese headband, particularly the twisted variant. I feel a little bit bad because this is probably my least favorite Mukidori of the Loyal 3, probably because it's one of the Pokemon that in 3D, it needs to be in motion at all times, because some Pokemon look great in 3D, but only when they're consistently moving, and there are some Pokemon that we'll talk about later that are perfect examples of that. Mukidori may be a combination of monkey and hunky-dory, slang for meaning things are good. Mashira, its Japanese name, may be a combination of mashi, better and improving, and mashira, an archaic word for monkey or ape. And finally, we have the last of the Loyal 3 before we step up to the big one of Ogerpon. According to locals, worshipping Pheasantipity leads to both good luck and serendipitous things happening. Even with its greedy and arrogant personality, it still gets along with the rest of its group, and there's nothing else about its personality other than that. But hey, we can still talk about its inspiration, because for a very vain Pokemon that we have here, we have a lot more to talk about regarding its appearances. What a coincidence. Pheasantipity may be based on the copper pheasant, Yamadori in Japanese, a pheasant endemic to Japan, meaning it is only within Japan, and chosen as the prefectural, goodness gracious, bird of Akita Prefecture of the Tohoku region. Both the male and female of the copper pheasant have a similar brown color, but the male has a brighter hue with coppery luster. Pheasantipiti's plumage resembles a kimono, its crest resembles a collection of kanzashi, and its white face is reminiscent of oshiroi. These, combined with its looks being described as beautiful and its voice being described as lovely, could point to geisha, female Japanese performance artists, as a possible inspiration. Given that Pheasantipity is male only, its design may also hint at male kabuki performers who assumed the role of female characters, particularly Unown, on stage and also used oshiroi. This was also done during Shakespearean times in general, like women just weren't allowed to do jack squat, so men played a lot of women as well, or men played all of the women as well in the past. Although I think it changed somewhere in the middle of Shakespeare's time. He might have been a reason for that, because he just did not care what people thought. Its crest and plumage also bears resemblance to the Hotsin, whose consumption of toxic plants and emission of malodor may in turn inspire its poison typing. It may also have been inspired by the mythical Zenyao, a colorful bird with poisonous feathers from southern China. The Shimenawa represents the obi here, which are used to tie kimono, such as a knotted maruobi. Pheasantipity may be a combination of pheasant and serendipity, an unexpected but auspicious happening. And its Japanese name, Kichi Kigisu, may be a combination of Kichi, fortune, and Kigisu, archaic reading of pheasant. Very fitting that all of them have the archaic readings of their names, because of the fact that these are very ancient Pokemon. By the way, before we talk about Ogerpon, we're on the end of page 100 of my script or notes for this video, and I'm very lucky that there's just a slight dam still here with links of sanity coming out that's causing me to just, it's holding me together. It's holding me together, and I'm very happy we get to talk about Ogerpon next. It's gonna seal the dam up just a little bit like it needs to, and hopefully hold me together like I need to be for the rest of the... How many pages do I have left? No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Note-taking Acrylic was wrong. This is the end of page 96. I still have like, not 100. I still have 30-something pages left to go through. Yay. I'm just going to say it. I would forfeit all possessions to Ogerpon. And now we're going to learn about its biology first, which is a little different than what we normally do. Its long legs are black in the front and white in the back. And its 2 toed feet each have 2 green leaves sprouting between the toes. Its torso is mostly covered by a large green multicolored cloak-like structure that extends from a stem on top of its head. This cloak frames its face with a large black thorny vine, the 2 uppermost thorns representing horns, while the cloak's sleeves move as if Ogerpon has arms beneath them and actually has no arms or even shoulders for that matter. The cloak itself is prehensile and serves as its arms, with the sleeves, quote-unquote, able to grasp and manipulate objects. Ogerpon can also extend a prehensile branch and vine from its torso. Yep. No arms, just legs, and a body with a really cool cloak. Ogerpon is a very intelligent Pokemon with a playful, mischief-loving side. It's full of curiosity about the lives of people and other Pokemon, usually spending time with humans while wearing a mask to blend in with them in Kitakami's Festival of Masks, usually causing trouble, such as by stealing snacks from the village's food supply or making off with items that caught its eye. It fights by confusing its opponents with its nimble movements and kicks. It draws type-based energy from its masks, imbuing its Crudgel with different elements. Ogerpon becomes weaker if its masks are taken away, and its full power can be restored by returning its masks. By using any of the masks, Ogerpon is capable of terastallizing itself without the need of a Terra Orb, supposedly due to the masks being made of Terra Crystals, just like Terra Orbs are. This species is known to have a very long lifespan, with the Ogerpon that we know being confirmed to have been alive for hundreds of years. Ogerpon is mortal enemies with the Loyal 3 and their leader Petrons, mainly due to the group's actions towards it in the past. In Kitakami myths, it is described as the Ogre. And you bet we're going to talk about all the different masks and forms, because they have some immense power behind them related to nature itself, and helps reinstate or at least show why Ogerpon just belongs under the umbrella of Zygarde. Ogerpon has 4 different forms, corresponding to each of its 4 masks, which accordingly change the color of its cloak, its vines, and the aura of its Crudgel. Additionally, the way that Ogerpon attacks from both close quarters and as well as a long distance range with its vines differs depending on the forms. Each standard form also has a unique terrestrialized state that causes the mask to transform, gain ogre-esque crystal horns, float in front of Ogerpon, and grow to such an immense size that it hides all but Ogerpon's legs when viewed from the front. Ogerpon's unique terrestrialization comes from the intense emotion it feels, filling its heart and boosting its own body. I loved the boss fight so much. I think it's probably one of the best DLCs I've played in a long time, and I feel spoiled by the Teal Mask DLC specifically. The Teal Mask is primarily teal and green in color, and sports a mischievous expression that is sometimes described as fearsome. The Teal Mask draws upon the power of grass, when while wearing it, Ogerpon's Terra type is always grass. It is said to have the power to restore life to withered plants. Teal Mask Ogerpon will also toy with its opponents with swift movements and kicking attacks. The Wellspring Mask is predominantly blue and white in color, and sports a somber expression. The Wellspring Mask draws upon the power of water. While wearing it, Ogerpon's Terra type is always water. With this mask, Ogerpon excels in both offense and defense, its unrelenting kicks and ivy strikes resembling the ceaseless gushes of spring water. It is said to be able to stop the flow of a river. The Hearthflame Mask is mainly red and orange in color, and sports an angry expression. The Hearthflame Mask draws upon the power of fire. While wearing it, Ogerpon's Terra type is always fire. True to the mask's expression, Ogerpon becomes more aggressive while wearing it, mercilessly spearing its enemies with thorny ivy and bombarding them with the intensity of an hearth's fire. It is said to be capable of rousing a candle's flame into a raging inferno. The Cornerstone mask is mostly gray in color and sports a joyful expression. The Cornerstone mask draws upon the power of stone. While wearing it, Ogerpon's Terra type is always rock. Ogerpon's defense brims with the solidarity of the cornerstones that support houses. Its body becomes rock solid and easily absorbs impact, protecting it from all manner of attacks. It is said to be able to even break the hardest of stone in two. We literally have the dominion over all 4 elements here with these masks. And so, why don't we dig into inspirations? Because other than the Oni from Momotaro and the Cudgel being a Kanabo, which are often wielded by Oni, by the way, Kanabo literally just translates to metal stick or metal club, not as cool in English. And while I would love to paraphrase our inspirations, Bulbapedia just has this really nice one-for-one all over again. The overall design of Ogerpon may draw inspiration from local festivals and folktales about Oni in northeast Japan. It may also be inspired by Oni Kenbai, or Devil's Sword Dance, a traditional Buddhist ritual dance and festival from the real-life city named Kitakami in the Iwate Prefecture. Another inspiration may be Namahage from Akita Prefecture, where performers in Oni masks and Mino received mochi from households in the 20th century, but nowadays give away mochi. It just lines up, it's just lining up. This also ties to the Ogre Oustin minigame and the mochi which can be gotten there. The terrestrialized states of Ogerpon may be inspired by Nebuta floats of the Aomori Nebuta Festival from Aomori Prefecture, which feature large papier-mâché, wow, I really just said it that way, paper-mâché, thank you, half statues of mythical or historical figures with exaggerated facial expressions. The 4 masks may also have local inspiration from the Tohoku region. The leaves on the teal mask may be inspired by the Maru ni Sasarindo Mon on the attire of Kitakami Oni Kenbai. The Wellspring mask may draw inspiration from the folktale of Lake Tazawa and Tatsuko, where a maiden longing for eternal beauty is turned into a dragon and dives into the lake with much regret after parting with her mother and fellow villager. The item in the plot of the teal mask was brought by Munkidori to Wisteria Pond, Pokemon World's equivalent of Lake Tazawa. The association of Oni on the Hearth mask may be inspired by a local legend of Watanabe no Suna in Ubagafutokoro. Did I say that right? No, I did not. Ubagafutokoro, Miyagi Prefecture, where the demon of Ichijo, Modorihashi, retrieved its severed limb from the residence of the hero and escaped along the pothook Jizaikagi of the Iori. The cornerstone mask could be based on Onigawara roof ornamentations with the face of an Oni. Early examples of Onigawara with Oni faces have been excavated from the Isawa Castle site in Iwate. The 4 masks worn by Ogerpon appear to be based on masks used in Nogaku theater, including No and Kyogen, with strong ties to Buddhist and Shinto rituals. Together they may represent joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, otherwise known as fulfillment, actually. The 4 moods of Eastern Asian theater from the Confucian Book of Rites. Specifically, the teal mask resembles the Okinamen, a genre of masks that represents old men with a smiling or grinning face, commonly used in Shiki Samba performances at temples and shrines. The Wellspring mask resembles the Onamen, masks of female characters that usually depict sorrowful or weeping faces, and in its terrestrialized state, the Namanari mask, Oni masks, with short horns and painful face, but less fierce than the more iconic Hanya mask. Ogerpon's terrestrialization in this state may be inspired by the transformation of sorrow, vengeful, or envious women into Onryo, a common trope of the No theater. Onryo are just another type of demon, basically. The Hearthflame mask resembles several genres of furious Oni men, such as the Shikami, lion's frowning face, or gaze rather, or the Shishiguchi, lion's maw. This is further evidenced by the mane-like flames around the mask in its terrestrialized state. The Cornerstone mask resembles the now rare Butsumen genre of No masks, including Tenshin and Fudo, used to depict resolute and powerful deities who facilitate unworldly achievements or bring forth Vipeka. The fact that it has 4 masks could be inspired by the 4 Oni summoned by Fujiwara no Chikata, a feudal lord who plotted high treason with the help of demons in a legend passed down in Mie Prefecture and Iwate Prefecture. Well, I know, it's a lot, but you know what? This is my opportunity to talk about Ogerpon, and it really solidifies where Ogerpon belongs. Ogerpon's plant-based body and orange fruit-like face may be based on a citrus shrub, like its name suggests. Its face specifically resembles Dekapon, a hybrid between Ponkan and Kiyomi. It also appears to be based on ivy, although its thorny appearance is more similar to plants like bramble bushes. Its thorns may be also a visual pun on Ibaraki Doji, a mountain-dwelling Oni whose name includes Ibara, briar, thorn, and who is synonymous to the aforementioned demon of Ichijo Morohiyashi. That's right. Its green face and its shiny coloration makes it resemble that of an unripe orange, or Dekapon, which are typically a shade of green rather than the usual orange color. It may also draw inspiration from the yuzu, which has a larger variant called Oni Yuzu. Its vines and the ivy cudgel could also be based on grapevines. The Japanese name of the move includes the name of a few kinds of grapevine. The inspiration from citrus fruits and grapes may be a reference to Naranja and Uva Academy, of course. And Ogerpon also seems to draw inspiration from Yamanba or Manba styles that originated from Ganguro, a fashion style that derivates from Gyaru subculture. The makeup worn in these fashion styles resemble Ogerpon's orange face. Sparkly eyes are also commonly associated with the Gyaru subculture, just like the use of the suffix pon presented in Ogerpon's name and cries during the teal mask dialogues. Yamanba, mountain hag, is also a yokai that, just like Ogerpon, dwells in a mountain. Finally, we sit with Ogre and Ponkan, or Dekopon, which are varieties of oranges for its name. Alternatively, the suffix pon is a cutesy wording used as a form of endearment. But we're done with Ogerpon, done with the Loyal 3, done with Petrarch. And let's take a skip over the pond, past Blueberry Academy, and into a region that is actually rather close by, as hinted within Blueberry Academy, the Unova region. We're turning back the clock once more and drawing upon concepts of reality again, because from Arceus, Zygarde serves as the balance of nature through the ecosystem, but we need a form of balance in yin and yang, truth and ideals, a balance of life within one's own mind. Descending potentially again directly from Arceus, but potentially even simply from our Lake Guardians once more, we have the original dragon that Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem once were. According to legend, Reshiram and Zekrom were once a single powerful dragon Pokemon used by twin heroes in order to create the Unova region. However, the brothers each sought something different in life, truth for the older brother and ideals for the younger. And they began to argue, then fight, over whose side was right. The single dragon in response split into 2 Pokemon, Reshiram, who sided with the older twin, and Zekrom, who sided with the younger twin. The 2 dragons were equally matched as they battled, and neither conquered the other. As a result, the brothers set aside their differences and equally declared that there was no right side. But the sons of the heroes resumed the fight, and Reshiram and Zekrom destroyed the region with their fire and lightning powers. They subsequently disappeared afterward. It is revealed in Pokemon Black 2 White 2 that when the single dragon split into Reshiram and Zekrom, a third dragon, Kyurem, was quote-unquote created from the leftovers, meaning that it was not from space as initially theorized. The Pokédex entry for Kyurem also states that it is waiting for a hero to fill in the missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. Kyurem can be fused with Reshiram or Zekrom to form White Kyurem or Black Kyurem, respectively, using the DNA splicers. But the appearance of the single dragon Pokemon's complete form is unknown. In The Lesson Ends Here, the single dragon is briefly seen as a winged silhouette alongside two heroes. So maybe one day we will learn about this dragon, but for now, we know nothing other than what has been stated regarding it. So let's move on to the dragons we know, starting with the vast white Pokemon of Yang within Taoism, upholding the concept of truth, Reshiram. Reshiram has a jet engine-like tail, which it uses to accelerate itself when flying at high speeds. It can send flames from its tail into the air to incinerate everything around it through its move Blue Flare. By flaring its tail, Reshiram can move the world's atmosphere and change the weather. This tail generator is also activated when influenced by Zekrom's signature moves, which in turn powers up Reshiram's and vice versa. Honestly, when you are sending such incredible flames into the air, it makes sense that it could move the atmosphere and change the weather. I honestly believe that with any fire type with enough power, they could do it. It's important to note that while it does have this quote-unquote power, it is not representative of the weather or nature itself. Rumors and myth also state that it will burn the world or even arrive in kingdoms consumed by greed and burn them down. So again, we get a lot of the truth being brought about. Fire is another thing in like biblical sense that is a purification, a purifier. So it burns away the doubt, it burns away the darkness, and reveals the truth. Reshiram and its counterpart Zekrom are based on the concept of yin and yang in Taoism, directly referenced by Reshiram's Japanese category name, the White Yang Pokemon. Reshiram's design was made to be light, airy, graceful, and feminine, to contrast Zekrom's tough and masculine design. Its feminine design, however, contrasts the traditionally masculine characterizations of Yang in Taoism. In both versions of the 14th movie, however, it speaks with a distinctly male voice. Its tail, the center point of its design, is based on an electric turbine. Another points to Pokemon flipping roles in history, as we see the more feminine dragon represent the male or masculine side, and the more masculine looking dragon represent the feminine side. Appearance-wise, it resembles a wyvern with characteristics of other animals such as birds, pterosaurs, and canines. The crest on its head and its feathers resemble smoke trails as well as white fire, which can burn up to temperatures of 1500 degrees Celsius or 2730 degrees Fahrenheit. The mythology about how Zekrom and Reshiram came about regarding two brothers infighting also bears some similarities to Romulus and Remus or Cain and Abel, both being very biblical stories. There's also some resemblance to the Zoroastrian belief of two equally powerful deities, one representing light and truth, and the other representing lies and darkness. In this case, Reshiram can resemble Ahura Mazda due to its light and winged appearance and the fact that it sided with truth, but also the fact that it is a fire-type Pokemon, and Ahura Mazda was associated with fire. Though if we look closer at Ahura Mazda, we get the following from worldhistory.org. Ahura Mazda is the creator of the universe and all the things in it, being at the same time wise and good. As with all supreme deities, Ahura Mazda carries a long list of titles and characteristics. He is the supreme being and Garthman Heaven, the uncreated spirit. Beyond, apart, and without him, there is nothing in existence. He is changeless, moving all while not being moved by anyone, has no equal, and no one can take the heavens from him. He favors the just man, upholding the truth and proper behavior. Ahura Mazda created the twin spirits Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, and Spinta Menu, the good spirit. Ahura Mazda was revealed to the prophet Zoroaster Zarathustra through a vision he had when he was 30 years old. When Zoroaster was 15, then, according to local custom, he was considered an adult and took up adult duties. Because he was born during violent times, he grew up questioning the concept of righteousness and the conflict of good versus evil. As a result, he left his home, living in a solitude between the ages of 20 to 30 on a mountain. When he was 30, he participated in a spring festival as a member of a priestly family, and one of his duties was to draw water from the deepest and purest part of the stream for the morning ceremony. Here, at the Dachia River, he met the angel Vohumana, the entity as Zoroaster, who he was and what was the most important thing in his life. To which Zoroaster answered that he wanted most of all to be righteous, pure, and wise. By this answer, he was granted a vision of Ahura Mazda and his archangels, from whom he learned the principles that would lead to the religion known as late Zoroastrianism. Does this not remind you, even ever so vaguely, of our very own En, living in the forest alone, seeking out ideals or truth depending on which game that you do play, speaking to animals and receiving receiving or searching ultimately for his enlightenment as he then receives it, although it doesn't say where En receives it from, just in general kind of gets it. Now, the only downside is that before an angel of Arceus could reach En, we got Getsis reaching him instead and kind of ruining things. Back to Reshiram though, Reshiram is derived from Shira, white. Ken Sugimori has also stated that Re was used because it was a softer sound than Ze from Zekrom, as Reshiram is a less physically powerful character. So I mean, more Taoist idealisms implanted right here in the femininity and masculinity of these two Pokemon. Though, let's say that you are one to reject the truth, making your own path through sticking to your ideals, then maybe you'll find yourself aligned with Yin, otherwise known as our more masculine Zekrom. Zekrom's tail consists of a large, round, conical, and spiked formation, likened to an electricity generator. With a black inner portion and bands on the tip of the outside portion, this tail produces energy for its attacks, such as its own signature move, Bolt Strike, and emits an anti-gravity field, allowing Zekrom to fly through the air with minimal effect from aerodynamic resistance and gravity. It can cause several thunderstorms in one area, and it normally hides in thunderclouds. I was not ready to learn that Zekrom is less electricity. Yes, it uses plenty of electricity, but has the power of anti-gravity on its side. Very interesting that we have atmosphere changing and gravity between the two of these Pokemon. We'll see what Kyurem brings to the table later. Zekrom, as stated, is the yin portion of Taoism, Japanese category name simply being the black yin Pokemon to accentuate that fact. Ugh. It also goes against the traditionally feminine nature of yin. Appearance-wise, it somewhat resembles a mid-sized to large theropod dinosaur, such as an Allosaurus or Tyrannosaurus, and a European dragon. The crest on its head seems to be based on a thundercloud. Zekrom could be taken to resemble Angra Mainyu, as opposed to Reshiram resembling Ahura Mazda. Although Zekrom is not evil, rather it is an equally powerful opposing legendary Pokemon. In comparison, Mainyu is said to be a destructive spirit and adversary of Mazda. Angra Mainyu was created by Ahura Mazda, along with its equal Spenta Mainyu, with whom he struggled to gain divine glory. It is said that Angra Mainyu's evil nature cannot be explained by reason, but that ultimately he chose and continues to choose bad actions over good deeds. Which is very interesting, because if we go by this idea, then we kind of might have like a triple roll, like switch up reversal kind of thing going on as we stare at Kyurem, because we know Reshiram and Zekrom are equal. They did not create each other, and they were split after struggling with who to side on with when they were a singular dragon. And so from a single entity, two were created, resembling two different things and ideals, one of them being a darker one of them being a lighter one. Yet, Reshiram is supposed to represent this single dragon? I think not in what we have here. So, let's just continue and find out more, and we'll come to some conclusions later. Zekrom is derived from Kuro, black. Ken Sugimori also stated the same exact thing, that Ze was used because it was harder and stronger sound than Reshiram's Re, and it is a powerful, strong character. Pretty easy, so no time wasting on to Kyurem, because I am very curious as to how this is all going to work out as we fit in Kyurem. The Boundary Pokemon, able to fuse with either Reshiram or Zekrom, but not revealed to be able to fuse with both just yet, because every time it is attempted, it is prevented. Each wing has two spikes of ice that are also bioluminescent. The ice covering the wings can break, revealing great tendril-like appendages on Kyurem's back. The right side of its body seems to be damaged in some way, as the wing and horn on its head on that side are shorter. The right side of its head also has a spiked edge near its jaw hinge that is absent from its left. Kyurem generates powerful freezing energy inside of itself, but its body becomes frozen when the energy leaks out. It appears that this Pokemon uses its ice powers to freeze its own body in order to stabilize its cellular structure. It is said to have a power that exceeds that of Reshiram and Zekrom. However, this power is kept at bay by the extreme cold. Kyurem can use its tendril-like appendages to transform Reshiram and Zekrom back into their respective Dragon Stones and even AbsoFuse with them while they're in that state. And if you're wondering what AbsoFuse or AbsoFusion is, I was too. Basically, the right translation is Absorb Union, to absorb either Reshiram or Zekrom into itself, fusing into either White Kyurem or Black Kyurem. The fusion is stated to be a resultant of Kyurem's genes being similar to that of Reshiram and Zekrom. The fusion will end if Kyurem is defeated or the DNA splicers are used again. In Pokemon Adventures, similar to Reshiram and Zekrom, Kyurem is somehow capable of flying even with frozen wings. According to the Village of Dragons Elder in Kyurem vs. the Sword of Justice, Kyurem is considered one of the strongest Dragon-type Pokemon in the world. Kyurem is powerful enough to cover a city and even an entire region in which it resides in ice, all exemplified with its move Glaciate, Glacier. When we get the combination of Kyurem with our other two, it is no longer held back by ice, and its limits being broken, it fights with even more power. White Kyurem can use both the power of fire and ice due to fusing with Reshiram. White Kyurem can fly using its wings and the jet-like engine on its tail. Due to Reshiram's influence, White Kyurem firmly believes in truth. Due to it foreseeing a world of truth, it will fight to protect said future for both humans and Pokemon. Black Kyurem can use the power of both electricity and ice due to fusing with Zekrom. Black Kyurem can fly using an anti-gravity field through its generator-like tail. Due to Zekrom's influence, Black Kyurem firmly believes in ideals. Due to foreseeing an ideal world, it will fight to protect said future for both humans and Pokemon. These Pokemon, in my opinion, are incredibly interesting because it bears to mind both truth versus ideal. Truth is neither good nor bad. Truth is the sun will explode one day and we will all cease to exist. But truth is we also have plenty of time before then and can live our lives well before that would ever happen to us. Ideals vary from person to person. Your ideal world may be one where you can do what you want without consequence. My ideal world might be that I could just continue my dream job while providing for a future family and seeing nature thrive before me. There is no good or bad in these concepts, and so thus this is all pretty existential. It's kind of why I realize with these being pure concepts, you either have to place them under Mesprit, Azelf, and Uxie, or you have to place them directly under Arceus, because otherwise we're not going to find another appropriate place for them to sit, despite their fire, electric, or ice powers. They are derived from pure thought concepts. And time for inspirations. Kyurem and its two counterparts, Reshiram and Zekrom, are based on the concept of yin and yang in Taoism. However, Kyurem symbolizes Wuji, the absence of yin and yang. In regards to overall design, it appears to be based on a theropod and a European dragon, similar to Zekrom. Its arms, in particular, seem to be influenced by Tyrannosaurus, little tiny arms. Its ice typing may allude to the absence of energy and the concept of absolute zero. Its rock-like body and origin story of arriving on Earth like a meteor are references to comets which are largely composed of ice crystals, even though, we kind of know that that's not where it came from, potentially, unless they were all fused as one then came down, but we don't know yet. Given that its Japanese name contains Mu, it may be based on the koan Mu. And you're going to see more now how these dragons are concepts brought to life rather than being left to the non-conceptual reality of what Taoism and Buddhism exists within. From LearnReligions.com. First, Mu is the shorthand name of the first koan in a collection called the Gateless Gate or Gateless Barrier, Chinese Wu Mengua, Japanese Mumonkan, compiled in China by Wu Men Hikai, 1183 to 1260. Most of the 48 koans in the Gateless Gate are fragments of dialogue between real Zen students and real Zen teachers recorded over many centuries. Each presents a pointer to some aspect of Dharma. By working with koans, the student steps outside the bounds of conceptual thought and realizes the teaching on a deeper, more intimate level. Generations of Zen teachers have found Mu to be a particularly useful tool for breaking through the conceptual fog most of us live in. The realization of Mu often sparks an enlightened experience. Kensho is something like cracking open a door or glimpsing a bit of the moon behind the clouds. It's a breakthrough, yet there is more to be realized. I won't say more of all of this, but some of this even boils into the questioning of what is existence? What is the fundamental nature of all things? And as someone who has taken some comfort in Zen teachings, this really hits a really nice spot for me personally, but I digress. Mu may have also been instead Wu before translations between cultures and written word, though before I do continue deep into this subject and more Pokemon more, I will close this mini tangent with this. Mu holds itself coldly aloof from both the intellect and the imagination. Try as it might, reasoning cannot gain even a toehold on Mu. In fact, trying to solve Mu rationally, we are told by the masters, is like trying to smash one's fist through an iron wall. I've always loved all the little metaphors that happen in Zen teachings. Some of them are really fun, some of them are kind of stupid on purpose, some of them are simply, it is what it is, and some of them are very profound. And they know it. When they write it, they know. They understand. In Kairem's name, we have Kairem, derived from Kaire, rapid cooling, and Gure, which is gray. It may also involve Rei, cold, which also can be Rei for zero, or Yuki for snow, the Yuki-onna for example, with the kana reversed, and Mu for nothing. Rem may also mimic the Rom of Zekrom and the Ram of Reshiram. Now, there are 4 individuals who battled with these concepts, battled with the concepts of truth and ideals, battled against humans in the names of Pokemon and their safety, to protect the homes of Pokemon displaced by humanity's wars, to fight for the rights and justice of weaker Pokemon that could not stand for themselves, standing proud against humanity itself, are the Swords of Justice. These Swords of Justice are often referred to by fans as the legendary Musketeers, as they are loosely based on the titular group of main characters from the French novel The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas. Cobalion represents Athos, the oldest and de facto leader of the group. Terrakion represents Porthos, the strongest, heaviest, and largest member of the group. Virizion represents Arami, the vainest, most romantic member of the group. And Keldeo may represent D'Artagnan, the latest and by far youngest addition to the group. And so the legend goes as follows. These Swords of Justice have challenged humans according to the legend in order to protect other Pokemon from losing their homes to human expansion. According to legend, the 3 Swords of Justice distrust humans because of a war that endangered the Pokemon living within Unova. The war between 2 human factions resulted in a forest fire in the Moor of Icarus. The lives of many wild Pokemon that lived there were endangered because of it. Ensnared by the smoke, they could not escape, and their demise seemed certain until 3 figures appeared. Terrakion shaped the earth and created a passage by which to escape. Virizion used its speed to shield the Pokemon from sparks and embers, while their leader, Cobalion, ushered the Pokemon to safety. Despite their efforts, the forest eventually burned to the ground. However, amongst the ashes, the 3 came across a lone Pokemon known as Keldeo, who was separated from its parents. The trio adopted Keldeo into their group and taught it the knowledge and moves necessary in order to survive. Over time, Keldeo began to surpass its teachers before leaving the forest, though it is unknown why it left. What's interesting is that for some reason, the Swords of Justice tell Keldeo that in order to be accepted into the group, Keldeo must defeat Kyurem in one of the movies, who is challenged by the little sword horse and just accepts the challenge. But at the same time, when the swords attempt to intervene in a losing fight, Kyurem just blasts the three of them, freezing them completely as Keldeo flees. And, I quote the end of this movie, Kyurem suddenly stops the fight, having seen that Keldeo protected his new friends rather than claiming victory, saying that he has a fine sword. As Kyurem walks off, Keldeo changes back to his normal form, his horn restored. Kyurem even saves the protagonist, including Ash and the gang, from falling debris, shifting between its other forms freely. I don't know how all of this actually fits in, but clearly Kyurem is not intended to be evil, which kind of lines up with everything else that we kind of learned. So, alright, fine, I guess I can't be upset about it. But back to our other lore, though, and the war. The trio proceeded to fight back the armies, overwhelming them with their combined might. Legends of them continue to be told this day, and it has been said that if human conflict ever again threatened the safety of Pokemon, they would return to quell the fighting and preserve a climate of peace. And while I kind of like the designs and they remind me of Chaotic, the card game, let's take a tangent and talk about what happened to Chaotic. Because that was canceled because it was discontinued over a lawsuit between 4Kids and the creators of Chaotic over who gets the full rights of the show. So 4Kids stopped production over everything, which started the quick death of Chaotic. And apparently that was all kickstarted by 4Kids itself, apparently. I'd say apparently because I don't know, maybe 4Kids will come back one day, because they're gone. The 4Kids is gone. But they might come back one day, and I don't want them to look at me, and I say apparently, allegedly, that I'm not an expert. So, there's your weird, fun bit of information. Back to Justice. It is argued whether or not the Iron variants of these Pokemon are future relatives in a different timeline, or simply weapons made to resemble them. And I have to admit, if they are weapons made to represent them, that means humanity is definitely not the good guys in that parallel universe. I mean, it's pretty messed up to think that we would create a copy of the leader of the Swords of Justice to demoralize and battle against Pokemon, or other people for that matter. Though, I guess there is a chance that it was created to, motivate Pokemon. No, I can't. No, I can't see it happening. I cannot see that as a thing. I'm sorry. I do not see humanity creating a mech robot thing to motivate Pokemon to fight against, anything for that matter. That does not sound like a good thing no matter what. Let's get into the specifics and steal your will and stand tall with the leader of the Swords of Justice, Cobalion. Cobalion has a composed demeanor but dislikes humans. Once it fought against people to protect Pokemon. Its glare can make even an unruly Pokemon obey it. Cobalion is said to have possessed the air of a leader since its birth, and is capable of calming even the most vicious of foes. Like Athos from the Three Musketeers, Cobalion is the oldest and the de facto leader of the group. Appearance-wise, like the others of its quartet, it resembles certain ungulates, most notably the Markhor, a type of goat, the stag, and some species of antelope such as the greater kudu or common eland. Like the other members of its trio, its nose is shaped like that of a sheep or a goat. Its name comes from the metal or color cobalt and stallion or champion. That was really short. That was a really short section. I mean, I guess they were post-legendaries after all, and they didn't get too much screen time, so, I mean, I don't know. And they were kind of akin to the wandering legendary beasts of Entei, Raikou, and Suicune. Terrakion time! Terrakion is said to possess phenomenal strength. It can destroy a castle wall with one blow. Should a small Pokemon be bullied by anyone or anything, Terrakion will crush them without mercy. Like Porthos, Terrakion is the heaviest, largest, and strongest member of the trio, and is modeled after axes. That's why we got the big old horns there. Lastly, in name, Terrakion may be a combination of terra, Latin for earth, or terracotta, a clay-based material, as well as its respective color, Taquine and champion. I'm curious to see what their armies would have been comprised of, with the idea of terracotta being mentioned and a potential inspiration here. Legends, Unova, gimme, I need to eat. There's too much potential for them not to make a Legends Unova. We have the Teeny, we have the Swords of Justice, we have the one original dragon, we have so much. We can even have the old, like, the very beginning of Team Plasma, because Getsis is an old fart. Finally, Virizion attacks its opponents by first darting around them with whirlwind-like speed before using its sharp sword-like horns to swiftly cut them down. In Kyurem vs. the Sword of Justice, Virizion is depicted as the most intelligent member of the Swords of Justice. Like Arami, it is the best at swordplay. Arami in the novels was also the most feminine, vain, and romantic, qualities that Virizion possesses relative to its comrades. The shape of its head overall resembles a tricorn hat commonly worn by Spanish and French musketeers in the 17th and 18th centuries. It physically resembles antelopes such as the gerenuk or other species of gazelle. Virizion, its name, may be a combination of viridian, a bluish-green color, or verity, Latin for green, viridis, and champion. Of the three, I would say Virizion is probably my favorite. Keldeo was a really good background thought for a while, but I don't know what it is about Virizion. I just like Virizion more, which, speaking of Keldeo, that brings us to something very important that was already stated. Keldeo is not a unique singular Pokemon. It is derived from another normal species. Not to say many of our other mythicals or legendaries are or aren't, but this one is explicitly stated, a Pokemon separated from its parents. So theoretically, Keldeo could just be your average Pokemon descended from Mew and given opportunity through the original Swords of Justice, who are derived under Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem. Primarily Zekrom and Reshiram, technically. Which, I kind of like that quite a bit. I'm a big fan of, underdog, whatever. Don't care about underdog stories. You take somebody who is normal, average, and you give them their opportunity to shine and show what they're made of. It's why I like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man so much. I love that character. I love your average person who, they may never become the best at something, but dang it, they're going to keep trying anyway, and they're going to use their skills to do everything they can to help others and make the world a more positive place. I'm a sucker for it. Keldeo, the cult Pokemon, and no, not the firearm, but rather a cult as in a young male horse, has already had most of its info stated, so let's just go over the missing pieces. Keldeo tends to cross the world and often appears at beautiful watersides. Keldeo also travels in order to further improve itself through training. It can walk across water by ejecting water from its hooves. That feels nasty for some reason. It also has signature moves Sacred Sword and Secret Sword unique to itself after training under the Swords of Justice, which in turn drew out Keldeo's full power. Upon learning the move Secret Sword, Keldeo transforms into its Resolute form. Keldeo is at its full power when in this form, and it is thought that when Keldeo becomes Resolute, its body fills with power and it becomes swifter. Keldeo's jumping capabilities become fast to the point where it is hard to follow. The horn on its forehead is filled with hidden power. The horn can change into a sword that can cut through anything. It is said Keldeo must endure harsh battles in order for the forehead horn to develop, which then awakens its true power. Keldeo is most likely based on the Scottish legend of the Kelpie, a supernatural water horse that sometimes appeared as a lost pony. This is evidenced by the fact that Keldeo appears in the Crown Tundra, an area based on Scotland. Keldeo is also likely based on the Kirin, also referred to as the Chinese unicorn, which are often depicted with a single backward curving horn and the ability to walk on water. In regards to our three musketeers, Keldeo draws inspiration from the Artagnan, which we have talked about, from the novel, and is the latest and youngest edition. The tail of Keldeo also resembles the Artagnan's trademark feathered cap. The three feathers on Resolute form Keldeo's head may symbolize its three companions and teachers, blue for Cobalion, yellow for Terrakion, and green for Virizion. Keldeo may be a combination of Kelpie, a water horse again from Celtic folklore, Kelda, Old Norse for well or spring, and rodeo, a sport involving skills with horses, cows, and other livestock. It might also involve Dio, Italian for God, and also just another flashback to JoJo's. I am poisoned, yet I continue to drink this soup of death. How about we take care of some of these straggler mythicals and legendaries lost between the cracks of our family tree before we finish out with Pokemon that fall under Mew, then all of the Pokemon directly created by mankind, or indirectly. We'll talk about that one. First up, let's put up our V for Victory in Unova, as we are about to be officially done with the final edition of Pokemon Zero, Victini, the Victory Pokemon. This is a hard one, I will admit. Victini is said to bring victory to the trainer that befriends it. It also produces an infinite amount of energy within itself and can even share it with others by touch. Those who believe these legends waged war to get their hands on Victini and its power. Victini can also become invisible. In white, Victini and Zekrom, and black, Victini and Reshiram, Victini can send visions to people, and it has been seen to enjoy macarons. I know no other creature within the world of Pokemon that can literally guarantee victory. It seems like such a powerful and indestructible concept that bends reality as we know it. It has V-Create, which is literally just V generates in direct translation, as it generates an exuberant amount of energy at once and just hurls itself at you. Though I think in its ability name, do we find the final inkling of where I believe it could come from. Victory Star. Victini may not be derived from any Pokemon other than two possibilities, Dialga and Palkia, or, in my personal opinion, directly under Arceus itself as another branch, as it is the god of victory. Technically goddess of victory if we look at its inspirations such as Nike. And no, not that goddess of victory. I can't even show that stuff on this video. Seriously though, if any other god created the god of victory, I think that would take greater power than Arceus itself, theoretically speaking. Or simply just completely ruin and overthrow the Pantheon as we know it, or I guess Victini could actually be completely worthless and lying and cannot ensure victory, but I severely doubt that one. Let's go through the inspirations while we are here to solidify this placement. Victini's appearance seems to be based on Usagi Ringo, a method of cutting apple slices to make them look similar to rabbits. This may ultimately be reference to the Big Apple, one of the nicknames for New York City, which the Unova region is based on. Conceptually, it may draw inspiration from Nike, the Greek goddess of victory, or her Roman equivalent, Victoria. Its tail wings may be a reference to Nike's wings. Its fire typing may draw from the concept of the Eternal Flame, given the Pokédex describes it as having infinite energy, and the Eternal Flame has been used to represent competition and victory, such as for the Olympics. More specifically, given Victini's location on Liberty Garden, inspired by Liberty Island, it could be a personification of the torch held by the Statue of Liberty. The torch itself has a large number of symbolic associations and meanings. Victini's V theme could be linked to it being introduced in Generation V, 5, V being the Roman numeral for 5. V could also be a reference to the V sign, which has various meanings depending on culture. The V sign in Japan quite literally meaning just like V for victory. Or, peace. In name we have victory and possibly destiny, teeny, or tiny. Victini is pretty small and really cute after all. And while we are here in these stars, I have one other Pokemon that may derive directly from Arceus, or at least the trio and myth in some strange way. And I only say this because the powers of this particular Pokemon we're going to talk about seems incredibly biblical. I mean, prophet-y, Jesus-y, in such a weird way. And I'm talking about the Arctic hare that I feel nobody really cared much for, Calyrex. The High King Pokemon, the King of Kings. Calyrex is said to have ruled Galar in ancient times as a merciful king. Despite its delicate and slight appearance, it can move with grace and dignity. It is known to be highly intelligent. Calyrex is one of the few Pokemon able to fluently understand and speak the human language via telepathy, the latter only possible when it is at its full power, however. It can also take control of a human's body in order to communicate when it is in a weakened state. It also has the power to see the past, present, and future of any kind when at full power. One legend said Calyrex used its foresight ability to save creatures of a force from a meteor one time. One fairy tale even mentions Calyrex stealing the body of a human that causes mischief. So, okay. Strong examples of psychic power, something that we've seen many times before across all other types of psychic Pokemon, so you're not special in that case. Though, that is just slight bitterness coming from my soul, since we're going to step into the more biblical, again, very Jesus-y vibes I get from this Pokemon. It is known as the King of Bountiful Harvests by Crown Tundra's inhabitants due to its role in bringing lush vegetation and harvests early. Calyrex's right hand can cause the land to be covered in verdant grasses and blooms, while its left hand allows it to make fields of fruit ripen and become heavy. Calyrex can grow either ice root or shade root carrots depending on the field where carrot seeds are planted in, with a special dance. Calyrex can also create the radiant petal needed for the Rains of Unity, and with enough energy, even a complete flower. It can provide healings or blessings, such as mending the heart. While it shows no mercy to those that stand in its way, it will heal the wounds of a foe afterwards. Calyrex is powerful enough to move an entire forest and its Pokemon to a new location. In Pokemon Adventures 38, it's revealed that Calyrex participated in the first Darkest Day, where it met Eternatus for the first time. Look, there are not many King Pokemon, and none of those Kings really compare to this King with this immense power that it has. And oh, let's just take that power and make it go even further beyond as it combines with Glastrier or Spectre. By combining with Glastrier, it can emit a cold temperature up to negative 500 degrees Fahrenheit, negative 300 degrees Celsius. Glastrier's endurance also increases to the point where it can run up to 7 days and nights. What? That's biblical! Hold on! The Bible includes multiple references to 7 days and 7 nights, including the creation of the world, Noah's flood, and Job's friends sitting in silence. Calyrex is Jesus! I mean, or at least incredibly biblical. I don't know. There's so much more religion in Pokemon than I had initially thought, and I've learned so much about biblical and religious stuff from across the world through this. This allows Ice Rider Calyrex to smash and freeze anything in its path, no matter the difficulty of the road. Ice Rider Calyrex can use its psychic power to transform Glacier's intense cold into gigantic icicles. It can fire the icicles like arrows or wield them like lances when charging at foes. The icicles are powerful enough to blow holes in rocky mountains and pass through them completely. You know, the things we need freaking dynamite for. I am not getting turned into a donut by an icicle, thank you very much. When fused with Spectrier, it becomes swift to the point that it can run 1,000 miles in a single day. The strength of Spectre's spectral power also increases. Shadow Rider Calyrex can infuse Spectre with its psychic powers in order to create countless small will-o'-the-wisps. It uses the wisps to rain down on others like meteors before it steals the opponent's life force with burning heat. It can also transform the seed's spectral aura into a black mass. This mass can absorb the life force and souls of any being's energy like a spiritual black hole. So of course, another Pokemon that could just create a black hole. Daring today, aren't we? I've said that 3 times now. I'm a broken record. You're a dime a dozen out here. Just like half the other Pokemon that exist that are harder than Diamond or can break diamonds. Physics means nothing here. The large bulb on its head and around its neck resemble berries or flower buds. It also bears some resemblance to fictional taxidermic creations such as the American jackalope or the German Wuppertinger. Its beads around its neck each bear the Hojo clan symbol. Oh, you don't know what the Hojo clan symbol is? Let me just... The clan itself is known for fostering Zen Buddhism in real life and leading the successful opposition to the Mongolian invasions of Japan, so pretty big historically. Conceptually, our Calyrex may be based on pre-Victorian depictions of fairies and elves, or any one of the number of horned deities from various European pagan religions, such as Cernunnos or Herne the Hunter. It may also reference the idea of the king in checkers or chess. Furthermore, its silhouette is reminiscent of a thistle, the floral emblem of Scotland, which is the real-life location that the Crown Tundra is based on. Its fusion form appears to be a reference to cavalry or the folklore of the wild hunt. Calyrex might possibly represent Orion or Lepus, the hare constellation located right below Orion, which corresponds to Glacier and Spectrier, which could be based on the Horsehead Nebula near Orion. Calyrex may be a combination of Calyx, Latin for bud, and Rex, Latin for king, or Carex. It may also incorporate cavalry, referring to its ability to mount Glacier or Spectrier. Budrex, its Japanese name, may be a combination of what we've already stated, Bud and Rex. Who knows though? Maybe Calyrex is just the king of the Fae, residing within a completely different realm of our own and just visited because he wanted to feel like a king and was rejected from his own world. That was written when I was on my 3rd day straight of studying all day and partially into the night, and on top of that, I felt genuine spite towards Calyrex now because I'm on, like, what, we're on hour 9 of raw footage past that, and edited footage is probably gonna be 8 hours long. I don't know. I actually do not know how long this is gonna be, but you're gonna know. I'm going crazy. Now, since Calyrex strongly influenced the lands of Galar and can make vegetation flourish with a single hand, I propose the following. We have established that the 3 legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, likely have multitudes of themselves existing within the world of Pokemon, right? We know this is true to some capacity as we have their Galarian variants. These variants, in truth though, are unknown whether or not they are truly related. So again, I propose the following to you. Calyrex created the tree that bears the fruit that they love so much. They return to it time and time again, eating from this tree born from magic of the king. And it began to physically change them, which in turn affected them mentally as well. And so through this, Calyrex did not create the legendary birds, but instead influenced them and changed them to be their Galarian variants. So, let's talk about them next. Also known as the Cruel Pokemon, when Galarian Articuno utilizes its psychic power, the entire mask glows the same color as its eyes, as do the white, feather-like blades of condensed psychic power at the edges of its wings. It keeps itself airborne with its psychic power, almost never having to use its wings for this purpose. Instead, the blades on its wings can be used to slice through iron as easily as paper. Its eyes can fire beams of psychic energy that leave its opponent struck in place or stuck in place as if frozen solid. This is what earned this Pokemon the name of its Cantonian counterparts. Just makes me think once again of Dio firing off beams in part 1 of JoJo's. Again, I am eating the soup that is poisoning me, yet I enjoy it. It also has the ability to create mirages of itself in order to fool its opponent and escape. Its elegant and refined movements belie a cold and callous personality. It and the other 2 Galarian forms are constantly migrating around the world, but can be found in the Crown Tundra once every few decades, congregating at the Dynatree to eat its fruits. By the way, direct translation of Dynatree is Die Tree, and Dye is the color orange. It's a freaking orange tree. There's nothing special except for the fact that Calyrex may have made it, because why else would anyone keep returning to this one singular orange? It's in the Arctic. Isn't it in the Arctic? I need to now look at this. Hold on, where do you find this? Very bottom of the map of the Crown Tundra. The player will need to cross the river under the Great Bed to access this location. Is there snow there? I never played the DLC. Is there snow everywhere else? So it is in a Crown Tundra, but it's in like a snowless area. But I'm going to say right now, it probably was an area that used to have snow and was changed by Calyrex. So, mystical orange tree that should not exist in this region whatsoever to begin with anyway, because are there oranges in Scotland? Now I have to look that up. The only oranges that exist in Scotland, based on my quick research, are oranges that are within orangeries, which are basically greenhouses. So, naturally, oranges are not in Scotland, which makes sense, and I had to double check it. So, yeah, that's not natural. It makes sense now. Calyrex must have made the Dynatree, and that's why these 3 birds keep coming back to it. Galarian Articuno's facial feathers resemble a mask worn at a masquerade ball, as well as some form of protective eyewear such as glasses, goggles, or a visor. Its freezing glare might be a reference to the cockatrice, a mythical reptile bird type thing monster that could turn people to stone with its gaze. Its shiny coloration is similar to the Cantonian Articuno's regular coloration, which we can see is common with our other 2 that we're going to talk about in a moment. The names are the same with just Galar added to the name, so no name breakdowns here, unfortunately. Belligerent by nature and ever thirsting for battle, the strong-legged Pokemon Galarian Zapdos seeks out opponents stronger than itself so it could test its might. Its powerful legs allow it to perform devastating kicks, capable of destroying a dump truck, and it could run across mountains at up to 180 miles per hour, 300 kilometers an hour. Mind you, the Peregrine Falcon dives at this speed or faster, which there is otherwise no other naturally occurring animal that reaches these speeds, as it is the fastest animal bar none. Even the fastest land animal, the cheetah, reaches 600, sorry, oh my gosh. Even the fastest land animal, the cheetah, reaches 64.8 miles per hour or 104.2 kilometers per hour, according to African Conservation Experience, meaning Galarian Zapdos vastly outpaces it. Galarian Zapdos' wings have atrophied to the point that it can barely fly, but its movements are so swift that they have been compared to a lightning strike. This Pokemon earned the name of its Cantonian counterpart due to the electric-like crackling sounds that come from its feathers rubbing together. Galarian Zapdos appears to be based on Ratites, with kiwis in particular matching its brown feathers and long beak. Due to its speed, it may also be based on a Roadrunner. Its powerful kicks might also draw influence from the Secretary bird, which, pretty cool bird, a mostly terrestrial bird that hunts by stomping and kicking its prey. Its legs could also be derived from the English pouter, a pigeon breed known for such. I just want to see Galarian Zapdos do a big ol' Guy Sensei dynamited tree, because, I don't know, I feel like that would be fun. Also, these shorter entries are saving me some level of my fried brain cells, so let's just enjoy them a little bit. And move on, as the last of this trio, we have Galarian Moltres. The malevolent Pokemon of fire. Galarian Moltres' body apparently feels lukewarm to the touch. The sinister energy that blazes from within its body is so oppressive that most Pokemon can't even approach it. This dude literally just has hockey. I don't even watch One Piece, and that is how deeply ingrained into society that it is. I don't even know what hockey actually genuinely is, or Raichu. Isn't Raichu Bleach? I used to watch Bleach. Galarian Moltres attacks by spreading its wings wide to unleash its energy in a powerful aura that attacks the mind of its foes, inflicting deep fatigue as it burns away their energy from within. The aura has the power to consume the spirit of its victims, reducing them to burned out shadows of themselves. Welcome to adulthood. As seen in Charge, Galar Mine, the only way to overcome the effects of its aura is to have a strong spirit. It is said to have a haughty personality and a calm demeanor. Galarian Moltres appears to resemble a cormorant. Its ability to make opponents fatigued with its aura may allude to burnout, a psychological condition of which one of the main symptoms is exhaustion. Pretty good pun there, honestly. And now, as we move on with these three, assuming they consistently travel together, they make the perfect trio to make sure nobody can actually do anything to them. Icy Glare to freeze them from a distance, and an aura that makes it impossible for them to approach. Then if foes do get too close, whether it's on land or sky, they're done for. Icy Blades, lightning fast kicks, and a fire that burns away their energy so it can't even become a war of attrition. These three Pokemon are Pokemon of war. Perfect little soldiers to serve under Calyrex. That's just a theory though. Mew is the ancestor of all Pokemon, though as we have seen, this does not apply truly to all Pokemon, as many deities have been named representing concepts and powers as nigh immortal beings. Though, the Pokemon we are about to discuss are very simply Pokemon that are mortal. There are multiple of them, and they do not bear a godly power or represent a concept or a fabric of reality itself. The following Pokemon can only be attributed to truly normal Pokemon that are descendants of Mew that have left their mark on the world of Pokemon. And instead of starting with our universe, how about we speak of another, with the Paradox Pokemon. I have no intention of going through every single Paradox Pokemon from the past or future. Instead, I will state what has already been stated and then clarify or add to it. They are considered to be Pokemon who are not ancestors or descendants of the Pokemon within our timeline. They exist from a different timeline within a different universe due to multiverse theory. Once again, since it's been multiple hours since I first mentioned it, oh my god, I just said that out loud. This basically means that if you go to the future or the past, you are not changing your own timeline. Instead, you are going to a parallel dimension and changing that timeline. This does not affect your own timeline. Otherwise, pulling even one of these ancient Pokemon out of the timeline could have just potentially killed all the Dawn fan, could have changed what plants grew in the lands, or god, what knows, whatever other insane effects. You move a chair, your entire family has changed. Now, again, alternate dimension, alternate timeline. Done. But because of this, we have to consider that there is a Paradox Mew that exists within another timeline that is the ancestor of all of those Pokemon. And this would cover where all of our Paradox Pokemon originate from. Technically, there'd be two Paradox Mews, one for the past section, one for the future section, because those are theoretically two different timelines, which means there are two parallel universes alongside our own. Brain explode. Though there is one potential exception, which is that humans may have made all of the future Paradox Pokemon. Though I doubt this in its entirety for one reason, and I have to quote the following directly from our Pokédex because you won't believe me otherwise. When we look at Iron Jugulis, the Paradox future version of our friendly little Hydreigon, we get the following. It resembles a certain Pokemon introduced in a paranormal magazine, described as the offspring of a Hydreigon that fell in love with a robot. So we have cyborg android things. It is the only one that states something like this. I'm now going to move on from our Paradox Pokemon. We have described them and where they stand under Ancient Paradox or Future Paradox Mew. Instead, let's talk about the Onion Fairy itself, the one able to time travel, sitting firmly as a Pokemon brought into reality by Dialga, and definitely a Pokemon you don't want on the opposing side, or it and all of its future and past selves will mob you because they can all exist at the same exact time together and not ruin the timeline. Often found in forests, Celebi is a mythical Pokemon, known in Legendary as the voice of the forest. It is able to travel through time and exists simultaneously throughout time, and plant life flourishes wherever it has been. As seen in Celebi, the voice of the forest, it is able to heal Celebi when it is dying and restore plants to perfect health. Celebi also has the ability to heal wounds and can release a telekinetic energy wave to defend itself. It was shown in Pokemon Colosseum that Celebi has the power to instantly cause the purification of any shadow Pokemon and can be summoned at Relic Forest with the melody of a time flute. I'm pretty sure all it does is it reverts the heart back through the use of time powers. I wouldn't be surprised if all of its healing is it literally going, haha, brr, and reverses time on your body. Despite living in forest as its guardian, Celebi only shows itself in areas and times of peace. It has been regarded that as long as Celebi are seen throughout the world, a prosperous and bright future is still in store for the Pokemon world. Celebi can sense if something is a temporal anomaly in the current timeline and will bring that anomaly back to their original timeline. And finally, Celebi has been referred to as a forest deity. So what I'm hearing here is Celebi is basically quite literally just Time Patrol from Dragon Ball. They literally serve as guardians of time to fix the anomalies of time. Celebi also has a natural theme. Specifically, it might be related to the natural worship of Shintoism. It also may be based on a fairy, dryad, or kodama mixed with a plant bulb. Celebi's beta designs, and to a lesser extent its final design, appear to draw inspiration from Kokopelli, a god of fertility and music from the cultures of some southwestern Native American peoples. Looking into this further, we find the following from Salt Lake Tribune. According to Edge of the Cedar State Park manager Terry Paul, who worked closely with Hopi elders to develop a traveling exhibit on Kokopelli, now on view at Anasazi State Park in Boulder, Kokopelli is a generic term that refers to two Kachina figures, male and female, and to the flute-playing clan that still exists in Hopi. Kokopelli is actually two different Kachinas, which are representations of deities in Hopi culture usually seen in social or ceremonial dances, said Paul. Kokopelli is male and Kokopelmana is female. These two figures represent deities whose purpose is teaching how not to behave. They may be seen as Pueblo dances and celebrations pantomiming lewd acts to the derisive laughter of onlookers. These kachinas never are seen playing a flute and are not depicted in rock art. Then, there is the flute player, a common rock art figure sometimes depicted as an insect with a humped back, a flute, and a prominent phallus. Rock art figures of this character can be seen as far south as Peru and as far north as Canada. The role of the flute player is to call back the spring, thus its connection to fertility and abundance in modern story. So, speaking of the modern imagery of this deity is not accurate and known to be actually offensive according to a couple of different sources. But at least now, we are aware of not only the truth behind its original intentions, but also how it ties in. Celebi, in its name, may finally be a combination of Seire, spirit, Ceres, Roman goddess of fertility, celebrate or celestial, serenity, and Be for beauty or being. I don't know. I love Celebi. Celebi's really cute. You know what? Is there a Celebi sitting cutie? I need to get my hands on one of those at some point. A Pokemon so powerful that it bears control over time and space itself. A Djinn of mischief whose powers were sealed away lest they caused immense destruction. And so the full power of Hoopa sits within the prison bottle for the destruction it had caused in the past, reducing Hoopa into a much smaller and weaker form. Though if the bottle were to ever be opened, Hoopa would assume the full form for 3 whole days. Rings on Hoopa's body can warp space and allow it to transport items, humans, and Pokemon by passing through its hoops. This power allows it to cause mischief and take anything it wants. It stores all of its gathered loot in a secret spot only it knows about. Hoopa is said to have the power to bend dimensions, and it is highly implied to be the one causing many of the mirage spots in the Hoenn region. As seen in Pokemon Masters EX, Hoopa can even bring people and Pokemon from alternate timelines. And it likes donuts. I mean, it's got all the rings. I would assume, if I had a bunch of rings and those were my favorite little accessory, I would love donuts too. Then we get into its Unbound form, though, capable of bending dimensions on an even more powerful scale. It can summon legendary Pokemon through the hoops and use its own rage to drive legendary Pokemon berserk. However, this has the dangerous side effect of creating a space-time distortion that'll destroy the area where they were summoned, as depicted in Hoopa in the Clash of Ages. One legend stated that it greedily teleported an entire castle from Kalos 3,000 years ago to obtain a treasure hidden within it. It can even teleport an entire island through its hoops. The key here is understanding that Hoopa has control over dimensional travel, but does not have control over those that it summons. It simply makes them enraged. This means that even though it may try to summon Dog, Palki, or any others, it is not above them in terms of power. And it may not actually have control over time. It technically has control over alternate dimension travel, which is technically time travel, and this is an argument that you could get into and go for a circle forever. Though, by power set standards and its abilities, we can safely bet that Hoopa is a strange byproduct under Dialga and Palkia. I doubt that they intentionally created Hoopa unless it was supposed to be their own version of the Lake Guardians that kind of went wrong. And I kind of doubt that last part. It's just a fun little theory. I've talked about Hoopa in my video explaining every single ghost-type Pokemon in detail, so I won't speak on all of it here. We simply have inspirations from genies, such as the Ifrit, which are also demons that do the exact opposite of what you might wish for. We also get multi-armed Hindu deities, the Gejanis, who were a tribe of 6 armed giants who fought the Argonauts in Greek myth, and finally, the legend of Neza, a deity worshipped in Taoism and Chinese folk religion, and commonly referred to as a trickster deity and a worldly protector. Very much like how Hoopa Unbound is. Neza is depicted holding rings and is sometimes depicted with multiple arms. What's also fun is that it is described as a deity that started off as a rebellious child, Hoopa Bound, and ended their journey as a guardian deity. Hoopa Bound started off as mischievous, has the darker full Unbound form, conquered it, and can now use it as a guardian of people and Pokemon. Hoopa's name can just be simply Hoopla, which is something loud, attention-grabbing, and potentially misleading, and Oop-Art, which is that out-of-place artifact we mentioned before, which would be its bottle. Grants a bouquet of Chinese hibiscus and the mandevilla, and you'll be expressing your gratitude according to the Pokemon world, as these are the flowers that the Gracidia flower are based on. The flower that represents gratitude itself and is used to transform Shaman into its sky form. While it has the ability to purify air, Seed Flare is basically a super steroided up version of just air purification. I mean, very, very souped up, as if it purifies too much, it will just result in an explosion that has been recorded to level an entire forest, or rip through dimensions. More specifically, Giratina's dimension, which leads me to where Shaman could derive from. Since it is referred to as a Pokemon of Gratitude fit with these abilities, while it is not powerful enough to stop the Trio of Myth, Shaman is derived from emotion and thus descends from Mesprit, the god of emotion. Shaman can instantly purify any polluted area of all impurities in the air and transform it into a lush field of flowers. It takes in the polluted air, purifies it inside its body, breaks it down into water and light, and releases the purified substance in a violent, explosive burst. Its power varies based on the type of pollution absorbed, and Shaman can also communicate with telepathy and sense the gratitude of others. Again, sensing emotions. Each season, Shaman gathers with others in a flower field somewhere and migrates from there. This behavior is called flower carrying because a new field of flowers grow wherever it lands. Shaman is also attracted to areas where there is a lot of gratitude. Landform Shaman has a shy personality and is easily scared. Again, this is more talking about the movie version of it. If wet, it shakes itself dry. It also exhibits the behavior of scratching itself with its hind leg. Shaman lives in a field of flowers. Since it camouflages by curling itself up, it can also easily escape people's notice. It has been observed to also like sweet food. If you want to see my reaction to Shaman and Giratina the Sky Warrior, go check out that video. I know, I'm plugging all of my videos, but this is a very long video and probably going to be the one that most people end up watching. So know that I do a lot of content, and all of it is multi-hour content typically, and I love doing this. And it would be fun to kind of do that for a bunch of other movies or some of the shows. Now, when we look at its sky form, the blooming of Gracidia flowers confers the power of flight upon Shaman, transforming it into its sky form. It reverts to its land form at night, or if it's frozen. Skyform Shaman has a courageous, energetic, and playful personality. It spreads feelings of gratitude when it takes flight, and it has a deeper voice than its land form for some reason. In inspiration for design, we have hedgehogs, maybe even chia pets. Other flowers it represents can be the hydrangea or big leaf hydrangea, and the poinsettia, which they are popular Christmas flowers or holiday flowers in general. Tying in Christmas, though, you bet that its sky form looks ridiculously like a reindeer. I mean, they even fly in the reindeer pattern as if they are pulling Santa's sleigh at the end of the Giratina movie. So we definitely have our Christmas reindeer here. Shaman in name can come from Jeje, Chinese for thanks. Oh, that's Sheshe. Sheshe. It may also be derived from Harinezumi, hedgehog, and Shemayim, Hebrew for heaven, with the latter correlating directly with Shaman's sky form. Remember when I said Mew was theoretically created within space itself at first? Well, if that was the case, there is the very high chance that it left some very strong trace DNA behind throughout its journeys across space. Kind of makes me think of the intro to the original Pokemon anime. A little DNA here, a little DNA there, and we have Clefairies and Elgia, maybe a few Staryu now, and oh, would you look at that? The DNA Pokemon itself derived from when DNA was struck by the rays of the sun itself, or a virus technically, and born into a living virus, we have Deoxys. Deoxys was formed by the mutation of a virus from space. The Pokemon is highly intelligent. Its brain appears to be the crystal in its chest. This organ is also capable of firing laser beams. As shown in the movie Destiny Deoxys, it is able to regenerate any part of its body that may have been lost during a battle. It has also demonstrated the ability to create an aurora without changing its form. These auroras can have different electromagnetic wavelengths and are used to communicate with other Deoxys. It is also shown that the various electromagnetic waves given off by people, Pokemon, and all electronics can obscure its vision if there is enough interference with its communication. Deoxys is different forms each possess different abilities and techniques. So essentially we have a living and rapidly adapting combative virus. Because yes, viruses technically are not living simply because we say so. They meet some of the criteria, but not all. In Destiny Deoxys and Pokemon Adventures, Deoxys has been observed to create clones of itself. These clones have lifeless eyes and a duller color, the lack of the trademark crystal on the chest, and they also seem to be unable to change from the normal form. Furthermore, they seem unable to morph their tentacles into hands. When these clones are defeated, they dissolve into dust-like particles. So these clones are inert viruses similar to ones that you're given when you're given the shot for the flu. And if you ever wonder, why does my body not react, or why does my body react? That's because your body is recognizing the virus and is working to get rid of it. You get symptoms such as fevers because that is how your body kills a virus. Each virus, though, may cause different symptoms and make your body work harder in order to erase that little nasty bug from your meat temple. Deoxys is an extraterrestrial Pokemon that was coming towards the planet inside the Grand Meteor Delta during the Delta episode. However, the meteor is destroyed by Rayquaza, and Deoxys is defeated before any of them could even get to the planet by the player and Mega Rayquaza. Deoxys does have 4 forms in total: normal, defense, attack, and speed, which when you break them down just to their first letters and rearrange them from NDAS, you get DNAS. DNAs, multiple DNAs, I guess. I mean, you know, it's already plural, but whatever, go figure. Deoxys appears to draw inspiration from certain representations of aliens and visual representations of the nucleic acid double helix. It may also be more loosely based on virus and mutation. It also strongly resembles the shape of a chromosome, a package containing much of the DNA of an organism. This makes sense due to its ability to duplicate just like a chromosome does during cell division. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA fantastic, is a molecule composed of 2 polynucleotide chains that coil around each other to form a double helix carrying genetic instructions for the development, functioning, growth, and reproduction of all known organisms and many viruses. Normal form Deoxys' arms can sometimes be seen as represented by overlapping helix strands which resemble the double helix coil of DNA. And Deoxys, in name, is just the shortening of deoxyribonucleic acid. Up next on the chopping block, we actually have the martial arts bear itself, Kubfu and Urshifu. Kubfu works hard to train both body and mind, even using its defeats as motivation to grow even stronger. It has a unique organ that allows it to create fighting energy in its lower abdomen through special breathing techniques and intense focusing. Kinda seems like the 8 paths, which is a real thing. And if it wasn't clear, yes, certain Pokemon do have organs. Fire Pokemon have fire organs, electric Pokemon, all of them have electric organs, so on and so forth. Wild Kubfu live in mountainous areas far away from the Galar region, although they lived in the region at some point. According to historical texts, Kubfu used to travel to uncharted lands with people as they went to trade or explore. Records suggest that Kubfu living in faraway mountains in the present day may have descended from the Kubfu that became naturalized in the distant lands they visited in the past. So, in other words, Kubfu is common elsewhere, went extinct here, and we'll see something similar about Urshifu, which kinda takes away from its legendary nature here, but opens opportunities for the future. This is also why I say that it is a descendant or one of the descendants of Mew, as all other normal Pokemon are. It has been referred to as the secret armor of the Isle of Armor's Mastery Dojo, being gifted by Mustard to the one who passed the dojo's 3 trials. The move it masters by reading one of these special scrolls in one of the Towers of Two Fists will determine which fighting style it takes after evolving. While it can be timid, it can become more brave and confident once trained up. It's a bear cub kung fu student with a headband. The idea of it being the secret armor may be inspired by the magical armor owned by King Arthur in Historia Regum Britanniae, or the Roman de Brutes. The green armor of the King Arthur literally just protected the wearer from injury. Meanwhile, Roman de Brutes is literally just a story of King Arthur based on what I could tell. Kubfu may be a combination of Cub and Kung Fu. Though Dakuma, its Japanese name, may be a combination of Da, to hit, Kuma, bear, and Takuma, cultivation of skill, so training yourself up. So why don't we train ourselves up and evolve into Urshifu? Urshifu's fighting style and personality are determined by how it is trained as a Kubfu, and which one of the special scrolls it reads from the Tower of the Two Fists. Urshifu is the evolved form of the secret armor of the Isle of Armor's Master Dojo, and reaches its full potential through either the Path of Darkness or the Path of Waters. It is also known to enjoy eating honey, particularly max honey found in Honeycomb Island. Wild Urshifu live in mountainous areas of a region far away from the Galar region, training its legs and moves by racing across sheer cliffs. Yeah, just running across the edge of a cliff where you can easily just... Urshifu has two forms, Single Strike Style and Rapid Strike Style, each with unique Gigantamax forms. The two styles appear nearly identical to each other, with the main difference being the look of the fur on top of the head and the posing of both its fists and legs, taking on different stances. Single Strike Style Urshifu prefers battling without holding back, and often employs one-hit KO strategies. If enraged, it will mercilessly attack the opponent until utterly crushed. Its movements are direct and involve rushing in a straight line. When it is a certain distance away from an opponent, it quickly leaps in to unleash a powerful blow known as Wicked Blow. Rapid Strike Urshifu prefers calmly observing the opponents and their strengths while dodging. Its movements and attacks have been compared to a river, flowing but unyielding. It uses flowing movements to ward off an opponent's attack before overwhelming them with rapid strikes. This is its signature move, Surging Strikes. Gigantamax Single Style Urshifu has been called the very embodiment of rage, and a divine emissary that banishes evil spirits with its fury. It is believed that Gigantamax Single Strike Style Urshifu can rid the world of its malevolence through its terrifying expression and shouting. These shockwaves released from its fists can blow away Dynamax Pokemon with just one hit. Thank you, Saitama in the form of a bear. Gigantamax Rapid Strike Style Urshifu maintains a perfect one-legged stance in a calm, unflinching manner. Opponents who face it may either feel greatly agitated or experience a sense of relief as if freed from evil spirits. Gigantamax Rapid Strike Style Urshifu could supposedly destroy those with evil in their hearts by simply glaring at them. Urshifu may be based on an Asian black bear and a wushu fighter. Its two forms may reference various styles of Chinese martial arts as well. Single Strike Style Urshifu may have been based on Bajiquan, a highly assaultive style featuring precise, powerful, and direct strikes. This can give meaning to Single Strike Style Urshifu's signature move, Wicked Blow, which always lands in a critical hit and described to be a singular strong punch. The posture of Single Strike Style Urshifu in its official artwork may be based on the Shangbu Dingzhou Chinese stance of the Bajiquan, where the practitioner takes a step forward and protrudes an elbow towards the opponent. The Single Strike style may also be a reference to Iken Hisatsu, a term commonly associated with karate meaning to annihilate in one blow or one hit, one kill. Rapid Strike Style Urshifu and its signature move Surging Strikes may have been based on the Taijiquan, which is based around flowing movements, balance, dodging, deflecting, and tactile surging movements of push hands. Very similar to Akaza. Think Akaza in Demon Slayer. That's actually an amazing example. Its water typing may also be a reference to the water parable in Taoism, which is popularized by the "be like water" quote by Bruce Lee. The posture of Rapid Strike Urshifu in its official artwork may be based on the Golden Rooster stands on one leg posture of the Taijiquan forms. While doing some late night research, audience member Vatty threw out this Water Tao quote. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet, for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. Remember that a river barely cuts a mountain in the moment, but given millennia, that mountain will be reduced to nothing by that flowing river. Both Urshifu forms may represent each side of the martial arts concept of hard and soft, or external and internal, with a Single Strike style representing the hard or external side, while the Rapid Strike style represents the soft and internal side. Both forms of Urshifu and their pre-evolution Kubfu may also be based on the Ursa Major and Ursa Minor constellations. Urshifu's Gigantamax forms may be inspired by fierce deities, transformed Buddhas with terrifying appearances yet noble hearts, that judge and punish the spirits of the dead, and additionally quell evil. wonder how they would feel about the 4 treasures of ruin. Alternatively, they may have been influenced by Neo, Agyo, and Ongyo, a pair of viciously powerful Buddhist deities that ward off evil spirits and protect good spirits, as Urshifu is also capable of doing both. Typically, statues depicting Agyo will have its mouth open as a sign of violent aggression, while Ongyo will have its mouth closed to represent latent strength. Gigantamax Urshifu's forms seem to reverse this, as Rapid Strike Style's mouth is closed and it attacks its foes relentlessly, while Single Strike Style's mouth is open and it confidently delivers a single punch to a weak point. Additionally, these statues are often colored red and blue, though the color is not a prominent trait of either, as they can each be red or blue, or sometimes both, which we also see in their Gigantamax forms. Urshifu seems to be a combination of Ursus, Latin for bear, and Shifu, Chinese for master. It may also involve Kung Fu, which master is what they say. They literally say master in Kung Fu Panda. Master Shifu, master, just like Darkrai is Kurai, dark, master, dark. Japanese name Wulaosu may be a combination of Wushu, Chinese martial arts, Laoshi, Chinese for teacher, and possibly Ura, hurrah, battle cry, which again, JoJo's Ura, and Osu, interjection used in Japanese martial arts. Os! There you go. Urshifu never really made much of an impact on me, but that's probably because I never actually played that DLC. Outside of this, though, it has quite the background, and I'm a big fan of all of this stuff that it has going on for it. Again, kind of a weak point in the whole fact that I love Buddhist and Zen teachings and a lot of that type of stuff. Let's take a boat back to the mainland and speak about 2 mares of cold and fright within the Crown Tundra that also just come from Mew. All of these just come from Mew until I say otherwise. They don't derive from anything else, they're just descendants of Mew if that is not clear. So I have to redo this section for the next 2 Pokemon because apparently it did not record, and I don't know why, so that's just painful to see. We have the Wild Horse with a Mask of Ice that is 100 times harder than Diamond. Glastrier possesses the incredible physical strength and extraordinary destructive power. It is noted to be an aggressive Pokemon that forcefully takes anything it wants. It generates extremely cold air within its body and emits it from its nose and hooves. While Glastrier cannot move fast, it can freeze the ground to allow it to slide across the ice in a flash. Glastrier's legs allow it to travel through the snowiest of lands and worst of roads. It enjoys challenging any strong opponents it finds worthy of battling. It is known to be very proud and arrogant, preferring to serve those it deems the strongest. It once ruled over the Crown Tundra like a lord, terrorizing its residents for intruding on its territory. This lasted until it was defeated and tamed by Calyrex using the Reins of Unity, and it has a fondness for carrots, more specifically ice root carrots. Glastrier with Spectrier may be based on the Horsehead Nebula, a horse-shaped nebula near the constellation Orion. Glastrier itself may be based on the Monoceros constellation, which is the Unicorn constellation, which also borders Orion. This would correspond to Calyrex, possibly representing Orion, or Lepus, the Hare constellation located right below Orion, as well as Zacian and Zamazenta, possibly representing Canis Major, which borders both Monoceros and Lepus. Both Glastrier and its counterpart Spectrier's relationship with Calyrex appears to be based on the legend of Brian Boru and the Puka. Legend has it that Brian Boru, the High King of Ireland, is the only person to have ever ridden a Puka, a mischievous fairy in the form of a black horse. Brian tamed the Puka by using a special bridle that contained 3 hairs from the Puka's tail and successfully staying on its back through a wild ride. The king then forced the Puka not to torment Christian people and to never attack an Irishman ever again. This is similar to how Calyrex, a Pokemon known as a king, can only ride its loyal steed Glastrier or Spectrier, using the Reins of Unity woven in part from the hairs from the steed's mane, and had to prove itself by riding through the steed's bucking. It also relates to how, in taming this steed, Calyrex stopped the steed Pokemon from tormenting the people of the Crown Tundra. The appearance of Glastrier may be based on the unicorn, the national animal of Scotland, and the unicorn in mythology is said to be extremely wild and can only be tamed by the pure of heart. Glastrier is noted to be very aggressive, and only the graceful Calyrex was able to tame it. It may also be based on Shire horses and Clydesdale horses, draft horse breeds from Britain. Its large ice-covered hooves may be a stylization of the horse breed's large feathered hooves. It may also draw inspirations from horses in Celtic mythology, such as the Hengroan, a stallion owned by King Arthur in the Welsh tale Culhwch and Olwen, or Liath Macha, a grey-colored chariot horse owned by the hero Cú Chulainn in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology. In addition, its tail shape may be a reference to an equestrian tail guard worn over the dock of a military or sport horse, leaving the tail fan spreading. It may also take inspiration from other water horses in Celtic and Nordic folklore, such as the Nyker, the water horse of Iceland, and the Faroe Islands. This water horse is said to be white in color, and according to Icelanders, the sound of ice cracking on frozen lakes is the sound of the Nyker's neighing, which may also connect to Glashvir's ability Chilling Neigh. It also bears similarity to Glashtin, a water horse or goblin of Manx folklore, whose name derives from glass, the Celtic word for stream. The Glashtin is sometimes called the Howler because its eerie cry is said to warn of approaching storms, which may also be referenced by Glashvir's ability. The Glashtin is also said to fear fire, which makes sense since Glastria is weak to fire as it is an ice-type Pokemon. Alternatively, it may draw upon inspiration from the mythological Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, representing the white horse of conquest, given its belligerent nature and purported desire to take anything it wants by force. It may also be based on the white-colored knight chess piece. Together with Spectria, it may also be partly inspired by the Ema plaques, which literally translates to picture horse, and horse effigies in Shinto shrines that pray for good harvest. Glashvir's name is Glacier, and Destrir, which is a type of medieval horse, and its Japanese name Blizzipus may be a combination of blizzard or hippos, Greek for horse, or just literally just horse. As we move on to Spectria, it desires isolation and silence. It tends to be active during the night, where its energy is heightened. Its nocturnal habits resulted in it having weak eyesight, but its other four senses are keenly sharpened. This allows Spectre to have an accurate sense of terrain and location of living things. Its kicks are said to separate a soul from its body, and it can steal the life force of sleeping beings. It feeds on the ambient life force it steals from others and will attack anyone who would try to disturb it. Also, the idea of a horse kicking you, yeah, that's gonna separate your soul from your body as you die. They hit hard. Spectre is known to be proud and arrogant, preferring to serve individuals it deems the strongest. It once ruled over the Crown Tundra, lording over all other Pokemon living there and terrorizing humans who intrude on its territory, a little bit different from Glashvir. This lasted until it too was tamed by Calyrex, and it loves Shaderoot carrots specifically. Now, when it does fuse with Calyrex, we do get a lot of the same stuff we already heard, and the wisps themselves that it produces, as previously stated, steal the opponent's life force with burning heat. Now, in terms of influences for inspiration, it seems to be based on the Old English Black, an extinct horse breed that influenced the bloodline of modern Shire horses and Clydesdale horses. The ectoplasm around its detached hooves may be a stylization of the feathering of these horse breeds. Its tail shape without noticeable protrusion may be a reference to low tail sets, a common conformation found in heavy draft horses. Given its lightweight and speed together with elaborate manes, it is more similar to the Frisian horse, a light draft horse breed favored in jousting and dressage that have also influenced the bloodline of Shire horses. Spectria may draw inspiration from legendary horses in Celtic mythology, such as the Lamre, a mare owned by King Arthur in the Welsh tale of Culhwch and Olwen. Therefore, its ability to prey on the life energy of sleeping creatures may be a wordplay on the word mare, which is a sleep demon and a female horse. It may also be based on the Dub Singland, a black chariot horse owned by the hero Cú Chulainn in the Ulster cycle of the Irish mythology. It may also take inspiration from other water horses in Celtic and Nordic folklore, particularly the Glashtin in Manx folklore, where it is characterized with reversed hooves in modern renditions. And in terms of the Four Horsemen, it may take inspiration from the Black Horse of Famine, given its roaming nature and purported ability to absorb life force from living creatures, or the Ashen Horse of Death itself, given its ghost typing and draining of life. It could also be just simply based on the black-colored knight chess piece. These horse Pokemon would just be the first ever horse Pokemon to ever exist, and all other horse Pokemon descend from. I felt it was appropriate that they descend from Mew as a normal Pokemon that have a legendary myth attached to them, since they don't really seem to actually represent any massive domain, be worshipped as true deities, or have big concepts based on them other than, again, the first horses being very powerful. Now, the closest you could get to that, or some form of deity, is the, Emaplax, but I feel like they weren't really, and it doesn't state that they were actually worshipped as gods or deities. They were just feared. And if anything, you would just pray and hope that they would not actually try to harm you. And that's the closest you'd get to them being deities. So they are just kind of, extra little Pokemon that are the beginning of their own little tree, technically. A Pokemon many people forgot about, but I won't, particularly because Edward Bosco, who voiced Data version of it, the OG voice of Alistar, and Remus Corbeau, got the signature sitting in the corner over there, the Mandarin Rogue itself, and the Mojo Jojo wannabe, Zarude. Zarude can extend prehensile vines from its wrists and neck and the soles of its feet at will. I don't like that. It uses these strong and flexible vines to attack, swinging from trees, and collect food from a distance. Zarude's vines can also rapidly heal wounds when wrapped around them and absorb energy from trees. While resting, only the tips of the vines at Zarude's neck and feet extend beyond its skin. However, the vines extending from Zarude's wrists are typically wrapped around its forearms in 4 concentric rings. Occasionally, Zarude's vines tear off and become nutrients for the soil of the forest it lives in. As shown in Secrets of the Jungle, the number of vines can vary between Zarudes depending on their age and importance, with Zarude possessing the most vines being the oldest or most dominant of the bunch. Zarude are social and live in troops. They're usually incredibly aggressive and frighten most other Pokemon. They attack anyone that aren't part of their pack. They excel in battle with a sharp claws and quick wit. So we got the monkey intelligence derived from baboons and mandrills. Throw in black lemurs in there as well, though it may also be closely or more closely related to the shug monkey in English folklore and the Karoo ape that's said to haunt Karoo Castle in Wales. From a cryptid wiki, I get the following. The shug monkey is a mythical creature in the folklore of Cambridgeshire, sharing the features of a dog and a monkey, which reportedly haunted Slough Hill Lane, which leads from the village of West Ratting to nearby Balsham. The creature, said to have the body of a jet black shaggy sheepdog and the face of a monkey with staring eyes, was not believed to be an escaped primate nor a cryptid hominid, like Bigfoot or the Yeti, for example, but rather a supernatural ghost or demon. Local writer and broadcaster James Wentworth Day, who first related stories of the shug monkey in Here Are Ghosts and Witches in 1954, described it as a curious variation of black shuck, while local folklorist Polly Hawat suggests that both share common origins in Norse mythology. Local police constable A. Taylor, who heard the stories of the creature in his youth, described it to Wentworth Day as a cross between a big rough-coated dog and a monkey with big shining eyes. Sometimes it would shuffle along on its hind legs, and on other times it would whiz past on all fours. He also stated that after dark, local children at that time avoided its haunt on Slough Hill, which was then an overgrown and little-used lane. Overgrown, very interesting. Folklorist Polly Hawat confirms that the shug monkey had not been seen since before World War II. So, I mean, it's a mangy monkey that sat in the rain for too long, or got sopping wet, or probs had rabies, based on what we're hearing here. I mean, cryptids are just take animal, make big, or put in place where animal not seen before. I go caveman. Then you just, you scream. Again, my dog did not like that sound. Sorry, Jaeger. Given its presence in the Isle of Armor Pokédex, its design may also draw inspirations from the Bugain, a strongly territorial troll, or ogre-like creature known to repeatedly cause destruction in Manx folklore. but outside of this appearance, it doesn't really line up in the lore. I mean, again, mangy, that's really it. In addition, it has finds to swing from just like any other monkey, or just be an easier monkey, has that Tarzan storyline, and Zarude is likely a combination in name of Saru, monkey, and rude, to be rude. There are multiple Zarude, with one in particular being a special one. Otherwise, it's just a normal Pokemon that's just another jungle guardian of sorts, just like Sceptile is. So, easy, normal Pokemon descended from you. The last duo that we get before we head into the final section, oh my god, that makes me so happy, into the final section of our Pokemon family tree. Twin heroes who were there to defend the world on the darkest day. The unyielding shield, immovable object Zamazenta, and the unstoppable force, the spear, or rather in this case, the sword that slashes all, Zacian, representing the purest form of determination and willpower there is, landing them squarely under Azelf, while also potentially still being under Calyrex if Calyrex is the Faery King. Now, as we talk about these two Pokemon, they are very tied together as you would expect. Starting with Zacian, it is believed to be either the eldest sister or rival of Zamazenta. In the past, Zacian... Start the whole thing over. Just start that whole part over. It is believed to either be the elder sister or rival of Zamazenta. Who's to say it can't be both? In the past, Zacian was feared and respected by the people of Galar. 3,000 years ago, it worked together with Zamazenta and two young humans to save the region from Eternatus and the darkest day it created, defeating the gigantic Pokemon and forcing it back into slumber, which also caused pieces of its body imbued with its power to rain down throughout Galar in the form of wishing pieces and wishing stars. Wow. 9 hours ago, talked about that Pokemon. It can also turn itself into a statue and slumber for eons alongside Zamazenta in the slumbering world. Zacian can also cast illusions, including a projection of itself, even while it slumbers. Additionally, it is capable of flying, which is kind of crazy. Even though it is not capable of Dynamaxing, Zacian may still go berserk when bombarded by Galar particles. As years pass, both Zacian and Zamazenta were forgotten by history. However, Professor Sonia proved their existence by writing her first book, Galar, A History, which details the discovery she and the player had in Stowan Tide, which actually hooked her so that she could become a Pokemon professor. Pretty cool. Pokemon Company, I'm looking at you. And anybody who's watching this, help me get their attention. I want to be a real-life Pokemon professor at this point. I'm gunning for it. I'm shooting for it. I want that honorary title. Zacian can change to its crowned sword form in battle by wielding its rusted sword, absorbing metal particles in the air and using them to form a golden armor over its body and transforming its ancient weapon into a large golden sword. Zacian attacks with graceful, swift, and captivating movements, which have been compared to a dance. It unleashes quick slashes that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Those struck by its sword will be cut down before they can even feel the pain. Very anime. The sword it holds in its mouth can cut through anything, even the thick scales of dragon-type Pokemon, as if they were paper. According to legends, in this form, it was known as the Faery King's sword, due to its typing and weapon. In inspiration, Zacian may be based on King Arthur's sword Excalibur. Its role as a warrior aiding a king may take inspiration on the Knights of the Round Table. In addition, its feminine nature may be a reference to the Lady of the Lake, the character responsible for giving King Arthur his sword, and its relationship with Zamazenta may allude to the relationship between King Arthur and his sister Morgan Le Fay, though she is also portrayed as half-sister, lover, enemy, depending on the story, you know. She also had a massive slew of magic powers, which ties to the Isle of Avalon. It otherwise resembles a wolf, an animal once native to Great Britain, and an important heraldic symbol for noble families during the Middle Ages. Its long hanging blue fur resembles a caparison, a cloth covering usually worn by war horses during the Middle Ages. So yeah, I did double check and it turns out there were a lot of wolves in Britain like long ago, but yeah, not anymore as they were driven to extinction. Specifically, they were on an island. The story of Zacian and Zamazenta retreating to the slumbering well to recover from their wounds and their return in the present day to save Galar parallels the legend of King Arthur's messianic return. Basically, the whole idea of, oh, King Arthur's sword, the one who is worthy, save the world, or save whatever the village is, or whatever else, right? Zacian's sword ability to cut through anything with Zamazensa's shield resisting any attack could be an example of an irresistible force paradox. One of the most famous examples of this in folklore includes the Chinese tale of a peddler selling a spear and a shield with similar properties, only to be asked what would happen if the two items were to be used against one another. Another example tells of the Greek hunting hound Lelaps, which always caught its prey, being set upon by the Tumesian fox, which could never be caught, and the two had to be turned into constellations to prevent a full-on paradox in breaking the universe. Additionally, the crescent shapes on its sword, while using Behemoth Blade, may reference Haiti Hruvitnisson, that word, a wolf that chases after the moon in Norse mythology. Then we move over to Zamazenta, believed to be the younger sibling or rival of Zacian. Again, why not both? In the past, Zamazenta was feared and respected as well by the people of Galar. The crowned shield form causes Zamazenta to generate a set of golden armor covering the front of its body like a shield. Although the side portions normally cover its forelimbs, they can slide forward to allow Zamazenta to use a Behemoth Bash, or protect itself from frontal attacks more effectively. Its ponytail also grows to cover most of its backside. Crown Shield is said to be Zamazenta's true form, and it at its full power in this form. It has the ability to deflect any attacks with the shield that serves as its main. Zamazenta's regal and majestic movements enable it to overwhelm opponents who face off against it. Zamazenta uses its golden shield to fend off attacks, and as a weapon, the shield has tremendous strength, capable of withstanding scratches from the sharp claws of Dragon-type Pokemon and attacks from Dynamax Pokemon. Its resolve does not falter. It charges at its enemies head-on. By bashing with its full might, it is said that Zamazenta's power can cause cracks in the land, and that the resulting shockwaves can knock out hundreds of enemies. According to the legends, in this form, it was known as the Fighting Master's Shield due to its typing and weapon. Once again, we have two more creatures that seem a little too close to being perfect war implements, and who knows, maybe a bunch of Pokemon straight up went full rampage, being Dynamaxed, and it was literally up to Calyrex, the two steeds, and our two wolves here to save all of Galar, which would make sense. Zamazenta may be based on King Arthur's shield, known as, I'm not even going to butcher that name, or Pridwen, and may also be based on the Knights of the Round Table, characters under Arthur's word, said to work with him to protect the British kingdom. Additionally, the shaping of its shining shield while using Behemoth Bash may reference Skull, a wolf that chases after the sun in Norse mythology. And in name origin, we have Zamazenta being magenta. I just realized I didn't say what Zacian's is. It's Cyan. Cyan. Zacian. There you go. This is it. This is the final section of the Pantheon. Humanity. And all the Pokemon created by humans or influenced in creation by humanity. And while I could just say their names and call it done, you know, and I know, I wouldn't be satisfied with doing that, especially as there is one Pokemon, one here, that I have a bold claim about in particular. Plus, I don't just settle for just, this is good enough. No, I have to go so beyond and above that I drive myself insane, because it's also fun, to be fair. I like a good challenge. Because remember when the Draconids called upon Rayquaza, a group of ancient people staring into the stars looking for a falling star-like Pokemon that would save the day from the primordial Pokemon of Kyogre and Groudon? Well, those people made a wish. There is an entire episode called The Wish. A wish that was so powerful it called upon a primordial god. A wish so incredible that it saved not only the Draconids, but also saved the world. That wish was then materialized in the form of the Wish Pokemon Jirachi. This is not to say that humans alone made Jirachi. Rather, it was through pure emotion and hope that it aided in the call to the ether, as Mesprit took part in this strange ritual of creation. Meaning Jirachi was created by the wish of humanity's emotions, drawing upon the gift granted by Mesprit itself. Jirachi hibernates for most of its life, awakening for 7 days every 1,000 years. It can also be awakened if sung to by a voice of purity. While it sleeps, a tough crystalline shell envelops its body to protect it from its enemies. However, it is still capable of fighting while asleep when its shell is not enough to protect it, as seen in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Please, sleeping forever just sounds like a mood while knowing I'm perfectly safe. During these short periods when it is awake, Jirachi is said to grant wishes. However, in the movie Jirachi Wishmaker, Jirachi cannot create an object that is desired from a wish. Instead, it teleports the desired object to the person that made the wish. By contrast, in the Pokemon this series Black and White episode Searching for a Wish, it displays the ability to grant wishes without the use of teleportation. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, Jirachi will only grant wishes when its true eye is open. You know, the one on its chest that makes it a lot more terrifying of a looking Pokemon. Very Kirby-esque. Additionally, it can only grant 3 wishes every 1,000 years, which are written on each of its 3 wish tags. In this canon, Jirachi is shown being able to create artificial Pokemon through its wishes, animating a massive seawater in the shape of a Kyogre. Jirachi's power is similarly exploited in the movie to create a monstrous Groudon. Feels very, very tied together, doesn't it? The fact that we can tie it to the potential wish that brought Rayquaza to the planet to save them against Groudon and Kyogre, just tiny details that might be irrelevant, but could still prove towards the fact. The movie further reveals that Jirachi's awakening is linked to the appearance of the Millennium Comet, and that its third eye has the ability to absorb the energy Jirachi needs for hibernation. It is said that Jirachi's ability to grant wishes also gives a great attack power, as seen when it creates a concentrated bundle of light to blast its target through its signature move, Doom Desire. Although it is extremely rare, Jirachi can be found in the mountains, which makes sense. Once again, mountains closest to the heavens, being on a mountain, easier to see meteor showers. Nice! In inspiration, we have wishing stars, meteors, or even iron meteorites, and the tags of paper on its head resemble Tanzaku, strips of paper on which wishes are written during the Japanese festival Tanabata, also known as the Star Festival. The fact that it is awake for only 7 days may be a reference to how the festival always takes place on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. Its 1,000-year sleep, followed by a short period of consciousness, may be a reference to comets, most of which are visible from Earth only once in a lifetime, and the 2 long streamers attached to its body resemble a comet's trail. And if you look at Mega Rayquaza, it kinda has the same thing going on. Jirachi in its name may be derived from Zealot, Russian for to wish. It may also involve Jin or Sachi, Japanese for fortune. And the idea of a Pokemon being born from a wish or belief isn't entirely untold or uncommon. I genuinely feel like this is a perfect opportunity for us to look at Jirachi and see that its origins being such an emotional attachment. You always wish for better. You wish for something to happen. When it's out of your control, you make a wish. You flip a coin into a well. You pray to the stars above. Whatever it is, you are wishing for that fortune. And there is no greater moment in Pokemon history that people wish for something than when they wish for Rayquaza to save the planet. Moving on to a Pokemon that was purely created by humans, technically. Of course, Mew had some level of influence on it early on. The OG Paradox Pokemon with a laser cannon on its back, thought to be related to Kabutops, but absolutely is not, as it is simply one of the many full-on insects that existed in the Cambrian era. If you want me to hear more on that, check out my Ancient Pokemon history video, as we are now talking about Genesect. Yes, I know it's not an actual Paradox Pokemon, but it's got the futuristic look. It was there. It was the hipster Paradox. Revived by a fossil and technologically enhanced by Team Plasma to create the most powerful Pokemon ever, you little Team Rocket wannabes, and had the project cancelled, actually, and the P2 laboratory closed because he felt that Pokemon, who he thought to already be perfect beings, would lose their beauty if modified by science. However, scientist Dudley kept working on it, angry that N denied his talent. This scientist reconstructed Genesect and installed the cannon on its back because screw you, why not? According to a hiker in Brett Town's fossil lab, there is a rumor that Genesect can be found in Glittering Cave, and when I tried looking into that cave, there's no real other ties to any relevant Pokemon. By folding up its limbs and connecting its head to the cannon on its back, Genesect can assume a flying saucer-like configuration, allowing it to fly. This configuration in Japanese literally translates to high-speed flight configuration, and it can even breathe in outer space. Genesect does have 4 alternate forms determined by the drive it holds: Shock, Burn, Chill, and Douse, which also determines the attributes or the Pokemon typing of its special move. And the powerful cannon on its back and other enhancements were added as part of the modifications made to it by Team Plasma. Genesect is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Techno Blast, an attack which changes type depending on the drive. Even before Team Plasma modified Genesect, it was feared as the strongest of hunters. When we look at inspirations in the Carboniferous period within the Paleozoic era, we find that that is when the Earth had far more oxygen, and in turn resulted in much larger insects. Considering this was 300 million years ago and Genesect existed 300 million years ago as well, we find the inspiration there. We could claim it is a cockroach, but many creatures have existed since then, so it is not entirely known what it actually is. Its steel type features that give it a somewhat robotic appearance may reference alien robots or cyborgs in science fiction, but this may also be due to just, Team Plasma's modifications. Its design might also be inspired by the artillery mech vehicles in various mecha anime and manga, while also resembling the enlarged pronona of tree hoppers. Basically like that back piece on, I don't know how else to describe it, you'll see a picture. They also share a similar head shape with many tree hoppers. Genesect, in name, may simply be a combination of gene, genetics, genome, genesis, and insect. While Genesect may have been intentionally created with the plan to make the most powerful Pokemon and be used as a weapon, the sins of man do not end here, as we find 4 treasures that were once normal objects imbued with negative human emotions. These emotions corrupted the quartet, filling them with grudges, hatred, fear, and envy, as the wooden tablet, sword, vessel, and set of beads gained life and clad themselves in ice, dirt, rocks, and fire, as they formed their bodies and became the treasures of ruin. The original items hailing from an unknown land and residing within locked vaults within Paldea after their birth. One day, in the ancient times of Paldea, a merchant came from the east in possession of these 4 treasures, traveled to the Paldea region, and presented them to the Paldean king. In excitement, the treasure-obsessed king quickly bought them all, keeping them in his castle with his other treasures. The king's greed, however, eventually caused the 4 treasures to awaken, transforming into their Pokemon forms. The 4 legendary Pokemon went berserk and caused a disaster that completely destroyed the castle and almost the entire kingdom afterwards. Wooden tablets and dead vegetation take form as the grudges of man allow the birth of Wo-Chien. Like the other treasures of ruin, Wo-Chien's true form is the row of wooden writing tablets forming its shell, having been given life by the grudges of the person punished for writing the evil deeds of a king on them long ago. While its body is a form it has constructed using its control over plant matter, Wo-Chien is able to drain the life force of vegetations in a wide area around it, causing entire forests and fields to instantly become barren. It is known as the Tablets of Ruin. Wo-Chien may be modeled after the decollete snail, predatory land snails native to the Mediterranean whose shells are blunt and conical. The snail is often considered a symbol of fertility and fortune, contrasting with Wo-Chien's perilous nature and ability to wither the plant around itself. Wo-Chien's shell is constructed from slips, narrow strips of bamboo or wood used as writing media in China prior to the introduction of paper. Its Pokédex entry in Scarlet may be a reference to the idiom, referring to sins that have become so numerous that it is difficult to record them all on bamboo slips. Dude is out here setting records for horrible things. It may also refer to the heroic deed of the court chroniclers of Qi in the Spring and Autumn Annals, where 2 brothers dedicated their lives to defend the integrity of the Annals by recording the regicide of Duke Zhuang II of Qi by Usurper Krizu. And this is some information I was able to find on that, which is kind of hard. The Annals records main events that occurred in Lu during each year, such as the accessions, marriages, deaths, and funerals of rulers, battles fought, sacrificial rituals observed, celestial phenomena considered ritually important, and natural disasters. The entries are tersely written, averaging only 10 characters per entry, and contain no elaboration on events or recording of speeches. Wo-Chen and the other treasures of ruin may be based on the 4 perils of Chinese mythology. Specifically, Wo-Chen may be based on Tao, a creature that shares its name with the now-lost chronicles of the state of Chu. Since the 16th century, Tao has been reimagined as a prophetic monster that records the evil deeds committed by ancient rulers and punishes wrongdoers from its vision, similar to the tablets that created Wo-Chen and its ability to cause perils. Though in the past, according to localize.com, with a name that translates into block stump, the Tao seems more like a benign spirit than a beast. In fact, its name stems from the title of an authoritative ancient chronicle that compares history to wood grains on tree trunks. However, the Shenjing nicknamed the beast Aohen, arrogant and ferocious, and Nanzun, hard to tame. Inhabiting the wilderness of western China, it is said that the creature bears the features of a tiger while covered in a dog fur. A pair of protruding bull fangs and an extremely long tail make up the rest of its appearance. According to Zhuo Zhan, stubbornness is the Tao's fatal flaw. It would growl at criticism or advice and remain ignorant of social etiquette. Wo-Chen may also be a combination of Wo, Chinese for snail, Jian, Chinese for bamboo slips, and the name is formatted in Wade Giles, a romanization system used in Anglosphere for most of the 20th century. This is the same for all of our 4 here in terms of their romanization. It's, I was about to say Chinese name, but I mean, basically it is. It's not Japanese name, it's technically a Chinese name. Shenzhen may be a combination of Shong, Chinese for bug, and Jian, Chinese for bamboo slips. Watch out for the avalanche causing feline known as Qian Pao. Qian Pao's true form is that of a broken sword forming its fangs, having been given life by the hatred of people slain by those who wielded it long ago. While its body is a form it has constructed using its control over ice and snow, Qian Pao is described as being able to control 100 tons of falling snow, causing avalanches and playing around in them innocently. It is known as the Sword of Ruin. 100 tons. Do you realize how much that is? Don't even say yes, because it's simply impossible for you to visually understand 100 tons. It is not humanly possible. So let me get you an example. The Boeing 737-800 is said to weigh 90,710 pounds when empty. It weighs more than that plane. Look at the size of that and understand that is how much is being controlled at once in the form of snow and ice by this goofy little cat. Speaking of, I might as well say it now, I love the Treasures of Ruin, especially in motion. They're the perfect 3D Pokemon in my personal opinion. Qian Pao may be based on the Snow Leopard and the prehistoric Smilodon, one of the most well-known true saber-toothed cats. It also may be inspired by Nimravids such as Zenictus and Hoplophonius, saber-toothed predators with elongated bodies closely related to felines. The pieces of a sword that it uses as fangs may have been inspired by bronze swords, particularly the Jian, double-edged straight sword, and they may make Qian Pao a literal interpretation of a saber-toothed cat. Good old puns, as always. The weasel or linsang-like shape of its form likely alludes to the tiger tally, the proof of imperial authorization in ancient China for implementation of troop orders. Most examples of the tiger tally depict a stylized tiger, long and crouching. Specifically, Qian Pao may be based on the Shongqi, a vicious tiger-like creature that was later identified as the prototype of the Kamitachi in Japanese folklore. Hence, Qian Pao's similar stats in typing to Weavile, which is based on that. It may also be partly inspired by the Tao, another of the 4 perils known for its large tusks, as we have just talked about. When we look at the Shangqi, canonical sightings in the Shaanxi area suggest that the Shangqi is a winged tiger, whereas Mongolian versions claim the creature bears a cow's physique and a hedgehog's spikes. Shen Yijing, another mythological classic, asserts the Shangqi to look like a cow, sporting a long fox's tail, piercing fangs and claws, and a dog's head and bark. Armed with aggressive physical qualities, the Shangqi is no human's best friend, famed for being disloyal and belligerent. The creature is said to hover over places where disagreements reign and to eat the nose of the righteous party. Having ended the dispute between the two bloody, it then proceeds to flatter the bullies with the game it caught. As a merciless and undiscerning people pleaser, the Chongji was associated with the entourage of despicable personalities. Rumors have it that the beast met a brutal end at the hands of Emperor Shun. Shenpao's shiny coloration may also derive from the fur coat of how some animals living in icy areas may turn in warmer seasons, and its name may be a combination whether it's Chenpao or Paojian from Jian, Chinese for sword, Baojian, Chinese for treasure sword, and Bao, Chinese for leopard. Hello Canadians, we have the one and only moose Pokemon so far in the form of a large ritual vessel bearing creature known as Ting Lu. Ting Lu's true form is that of a ritual vessel on its head, having been given life by the fear of humans from ancient times. While its body is a form it has constructed using its control over the earth, Ting Lu is described as being able to create fissures over 160 feet, 50 meters deep, just by slowly putting down its head on the ground. It is known as the Vessel of Ruin. Ting Lu seems to be based on a number of different deer family species, such as the moose, the elk, Père David's deer, and that one being native to China. In particular, the cracked vessel on its head appears to be based on the broad palmate antler of the Eurasian elk. Given the Pokédex reference to its remarkably heavy head, it may also be based on the Irish elk, an extinct cervin known to have carried the largest antlers of any known deer. The overall design of Ting Lu may also refer to Chinese stone sculptures along sacred ways to tombs and mausolea, as well as deer stones in the Eurasian steppe. The horizontal stripes along its body resembles the layering of sediments in rock formation. The vessel on Ting Lu's head is based on a ding, an ancient Chinese cauldron that served as a symbol of imperial authority. The deer and the ding elements together may be chosen in reference to the pair of phrases wending, literally mean to inquire about the cauldron, and Zulu, to hunt for deer, both of which connotes the vying for supremacy and aspirations for the throne. This also gives us our name inspirations. Specifically, Ting Lu may be based on the Tao Trio, a gluttonous beast that is conventionally used by the 11th century Chinese antiquarians to name the common beast face motif in ancient bronze vessels, as well as the Chong Qi, which I'm going to tell you now, those bronze vessels look exactly like the vessel that's on this Pokemon's head. The Chong Qi is sometimes depicted as a man-eating deer or bovine. From Chinese mythology, we see, according to folk legends, Tao Tie symbolizes war and is associated with slaughter during wars. During the Yin and Shang dynasties, before the formation of ritual and music culture, from the Yan and Huang periods to the Yin and Zhou periods, there were large-scale tribal wars, accompanied by slaughter, capture, plunder, enslavement, oppression, and exploitation. The bronze ware of the Shang dynasty symbolized violence and martial prowess, and the man-eating Tao Tie could serve as such a symbol. And that is on this Pokemon's head. Given that Paldea, the region where it became a ruinous Pokemon, is based on the Iberian Peninsula, the body shape of Ting Lu may also take inspiration from xenomorphic Iberian sculptures, specifically Viraco sculptures, which are commonly found in northwest Iberia, which corresponds to the in-game location of Ting Lu and the Ground Blight Shrine. Yeah, that one's dark. That's a dark Pokemon. That's a real evil one. You know what? But here's the thing. That Pokemon in and of itself may not inherently be evil. It is just born from evil. A goldfish bearing the glowing flames of yellow and red as it melts all that it touches, we have Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's true form is the beads forming its eyes, having been given life by the envy of those who desired them enough to start wars over them. While its body is a form it has constructed using its control over fire. Chi-Yu's flames burn at over 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit, 3,000 degrees Celsius, allowing it to melt rock and sand into lava that it can swim through. It is known as the Beads of Ruin. Though, despite looking into all of that when it comes to how much it can melt, because it's claimed that it can melt anything, all minerals could be melted according to Kuwait University, stating that all minerals will melt at once you hit 1200 degrees Celsius, it can't melt diamond. But hey, it's still making full-on molten lava at this with ease. For inspirations, it goes further than simply a regular old goldfish. The beads around its eyes make it particularly similar to the telescope eye and celestial eye breeds of goldfish. The curved beads by its eyes are based on the magatama, comma-shaped beads made of jade that served as ceremonial and religious objects. The coloration and location of the beads, together with Chi-Yu being born from envy, may invoke the idea of the green-eyed monster, a phrase coined in William Shakespeare's Othello to refer to jealousy. And don't mind me having a dog named Othello that we shorten to Odie all the time. How you doing, Odie? Chi-Yu may be based on Hundun, an embodiment of chaos depicted as an oval creature with only limbs and no face, akin to Chi-Yu's body without its beads, and said to be scarlet-like cinnabar fire in the classic of mountains and seas. It is also described as living in a permanent state of confusion, similar to the stereotypical image of a goldfish. Another inspiration may be Gun, whose name literally means big fish, and who was compared to one of the 4 perils in the Book of Documents. He is sometimes noted as the father of Yu the Great, another possible inspiration for Chi-Yu's name. And one last look as we read into the Hundun. Cosmology fans might find the Hundun familiar as it illustrates the condition of primordial chaos before heaven and earth separated. Hundun, the beast, is exactly like it, pure chaos. Based in West Kunlun, the faceless being is said to have eyes that cannot see, ears that cannot hear, a torso with no organs, and an intestine that cannot digest. Its only undebatable trait is probably its resemblance to a dog, petite, coated in long fur, and on all fours. Apart from its appearance, the Hundun's mind is also as messed up as a muddled up universe. As a creature that allegedly antagonizes the upstanding and befriends the corrupt, it is likened to undiscerning individuals who fail to distinguish right from wrong. In a Confucius society that rewards moral ascension with sainthood and imperial office titles, it's not hard to see why people like the Hundun are considered beyond redemption. Chi-Yu may be a combination of Ji-Yu, Chinese for Crucian carp, from which goldfish are domesticated, Yu, Chinese for jade, and it may also reference Chi-Yu, a Chinese mythological being who descends from the Flame Emperor. In Chinese name, again, I keep saying Chinese, but that's pretty much what it is, but it does, whatever. Yui may be a combination of Yu, Chinese for fish, and Yu, Chinese for jade. Again, the treasures of ruin are really cool. I love them. They have amazing designs. I love them when they're in motion. I love how, Chi-Yu and is it Chen Pao? The fish and the tiger cat, I love them the most. I really like, but the snail is so good. I mean, I feel bad, Tinglu is easily on the bottom rung, but it's still such a cool Pokemon, and it's a moose. It's finally a moose Pokemon. Nevertheless, we see a lot of hints going towards China, so maybe at some point we might get a Pokemon game set in China. I mean, who knows? Maybe that's coming up next in Gen 10. I got nothing. One last step into Alola as we pay notice to man's mimicry of God itself through the RKS system, as the Aether Foundation attempted to create God on Earth in the guise of Type Full, which could not bear the power it held, rampaged, and was chained, muzzled, and put to stasis as it was contained into Type Null. Type Null was created by the Aether Foundation as part of the Beast Killer project. It was designed to be an anti-Ultra Beast fighting lifeform, a weapon created to fight against the Ultra Beasts. Also known as Beast Killer, Type Null was developed with cells taken from all known Pokemon types. This was done with the intention of giving it the ability to shift between types by holding a corresponding memory, an ability originally inspired by the myths researched at Canalab Library. This ability led the Aether Foundation to name it Type Full. 3 known models of Type Full were created, but all 3 rejected the RKS system and went berserk. Faba had created limiter helmets for these Pokemon, and after being subdued, the 3 Type Full were given the helmets to lessen the effects of the RKS's system's rejection and were put into permanent cryogenic stasis. Thus, the Beast Killer project was deemed a failure, and the creature's name changed to Type Null. At some point before the events of Generation 7, Gladion was able to free one of the type Null, which he adopted as his own in the hopes of finding a way to undo the effects of the limiter helmet and allow it to use the RKS system. Gladion would eventually rediscover its evolution type Full, renaming it Silvally. When type Null evolves into Silvally, it breaks the helmet it wears in the process. Prior to the events of Pokemon Sword and Shield, a new type Null is created in the Galar region, apparently by Macrocosmos, by utilizing research notes stolen from Alola. Being created to hunt down Ultra Beasts, as seen in Pokemon the series Sun and Moon and Pokemon Adventures, type Null can feel the appearance of Ultra Beasts and the opening of Ultra Wormholes. Type Null appears to be based on a Chimera. Its history and patchwork design may also be a reference to Frankenstein's monster, and its color may reference the ring encircling Arceus. Once type Null finds a trusted partner and forms a powerful bond with them, as stated, it destroys the mask and evolves. After its evolution, it reactivates the RKS system, gaining the ability to change its type through the memories created by the Aether Foundation. This ability was based on the powers of a certain Pokemon depicted in myths, Arceus. In its type Full form, it reverts back to its natural wild temperament, but is still extremely loyal to its trainer, and it will even risk its own life in its partner's defense. Fairly cut and dry. And, I mean, the memories just resemble the plates of Arceus after all. Up next is our semi-finale. Quite literally named the artificial Pokemon, we have the mechanical Usagi made itself fit with an artificial soul heart that is its true self, Magearna. Magearna was created by a scientist as a gift to royalty, specifically to a king's daughter 500 years ago. The soul heart in its chest is an artificial soul that was created by the scientist by collecting life energy from other Pokemon. Due to Magearna's ability to feel others' pain, it will try as hard as it can to save injured Pokemon. It can even perceive the emotions, thoughts, or feelings of other Pokemon as well. When it falls asleep or when it is sad, Magearna can take on the appearance of a Pokeball. In other words, we just have the antithesis to Spiritomb, as instead of it being, 100 whatever souls of humanity that are just horrible people trapped into a stone that then becomes Spiritomb, we have a bunch of Pokemon energy from different types of Pokemon altogether put into an artificial heart, which then gives it a more positive understanding of others. Original color Magearna's upper body and legs were mostly painted gold instead of silver, with the exception of the gear around its head, which remained silver. Its ears and the top half of its lower body were painted red, while the bottom half remained white, matching the coloration of an ordinary Pokeball. This is the coloration of Magearna had when it was created. Its vivid coloring made the king's daughter very pleased with the gift. As years went by, the paint on its body decomposed, which is why we see its full silverization color in the modern day. Magearna is likely based on the Karakuri puppet and a rabbit, Usagi. It also may be inspired by a nursemaid, a young woman that would care for and look after children within the community of a large household, having historically worked in medieval castles. The gear around Magearna's head also resembles a maid's headdress, as well as its central body looking similar to common wear for a maid, such as its arms looking like long puffed sleeves and the black divide near the end of its gown, bearing resemblance to the end of an apron. The rabbit ears and the yellow crescents on its body may reference the moon rabbit legend. Basically, if you look at the moon, kind of looks like there's an indentation of a rabbit up there. Magearna may also be inspired by Mahina, the Hawaiian goddess of the moon, due to her name resembling machine or machina, and Magearna's color and lower body shape. The name is simply derived from machina, Latin for machine, mana, and gear. It's finally here. We're done. The final Pokemon, and one of the most iconic to ever exist, a creature derived from humanity and the ancestor of all Pokemon, the mixing of their DNA within a lab, resulting in the genetic Pokemon Mewtwo. According to journals found in Kanto's Pokemon Mansion, after discovering the mythical Pokemon Mew and gathering some of its DNA, Mr. Fuji used it in his mansion to create Mewtwo, a modified clone of Mew with the goal of making it the most powerful Pokemon of all. It was held and studied in the mansion where horrific gene splicing experiments were made, making the Pokemon vicious and extremely powerful. It eventually broke free and fled the mansion, destroying it in the process. It is widely known as one of the most powerful Pokemon in existence and is said to have the most savage heart of all Pokemon, lacking compassion and striking fear into its enemy with cold, glowing eyes. Mewtwo conserves energy by remaining motionless in order to unleash its full power in battle. Because it was engineered to be the ultimate opponent in battle, it can only think of defeating its foes. Though rarely seen in the wild, it is said to be resting in a dark cave somewhere. In Mewtwo Strikes Back, a Mewtwo exemplified its vicious characteristics. It was shown to be capable of levitation, telepathy, mind control, memory erasure, teleporting others to another location, and the creation of powerful storms. However, it was later shown to be caring, protective, and even altruistic. Another Mewtwo, in Genesect and the Legend Awakened, also shared its aversion to contact with others, but was much less belligerent. As shown in Pokemon Detective Pikachu, Mewtwo can also transfer a human soul into a Pokemon's body, provided that said Pokemon is in a crazed state, causing this person to gain control of the Pokemon's body and its abilities. It possesses a rivalry with Mew. As seen in Genesect and the Legend Awakened, Mewtwo can breathe in outer space. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, it's revealed Mewtwo's creation wasn't possible with the amounts of Mew cells gathered, so to complete it, human cells were used instead, specifically from the Team Rocket scientist Blaine. Yes, the same Blaine that runs Cinnabar Island's gym. Due to Blaine possessing some of Mewtwo's cells as well in the transfer, the two became linked, which granted Blaine the ability to track its whereabouts at the cost of slowly taking his life. Again, he is a gym leader now. In addition, Mr. Fuji was his partner in this project. Mr. Fuji, the one who runs the Pokemon fan club. The two now live very different lives, likely both trying to repent for their perceived sins. One living in the shadow of the mansion and serving as a gym leader, the other trying to ensure people have compassionate relationships with Pokemon, as even the books within the mansion have stated that only those with a truly compassionate heart should come back here and face Mewtwo to try and fix what has been broken. If you want to know more about Mega Form for Mewtwo, go check out my Mega's video. Though, like Mew, Mewtwo has some embryo characteristics, its body structure is much larger as a result of gene splicing, and it has some characteristics of a gray alien and a salamander. And finally, in name, Mewtwo may be just simply a combination of Mew or mutants and two. That's it. I have to edit all this now. I have to edit all of this, which is going to take about 3 hours for every 1 hour, typically on average, but that's fine. Thank you for making it to the end of this video. If you have not subscribed, and I don't know what you're doing, please subscribe for the love of everything. If you would like to support ridiculously deep research like this, tell your friends, subscribe, share the video, watch the video, I don't know. If you fell asleep, watch it again, I guess. And you can always become a member of the channel through Patreon or YouTube directly, which then supports me making overly long videos that are incredibly detailed and take a lot more time. All of it just goes back into the channel, as I love doing this. And thank you to all of our patrons that you are seeing on screen, as that is what they have done, and they have gone the extra mile. So, as always, thank you so much for watching. Don't do anything I want to do. Don't do anything I would do. Please be nice to each other. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Bye!